Commission meeting to order, September 9th, 2025. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted, that would be ideal. So please silence or put them on vibrate your cell phones. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here. Our invocation this afternoon will be given by Elder Robert Kitchener of the Christ Fellowship Church of God in Christ. Can we please all stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance?
Commissioners, mayors, Heavenly Father, we come before you to say thank you. Thank you for your holiness. Thank you for how you watch over us. Thank you for your grace and your mercy. We ask now, Lord, that you would come into this room, bring wisdom, bring knowledge, understanding, togetherness. Humble us, Father, before you. We just say, look out for these, your people, who are here today to do business on behalf of the citizens and visitors of Pompano Beach, Florida. We ask, Lord God, that you will let them be one in bringing unity to our homeless, to those who are disfranchised, to people who are looking for safety and protection, for prosperity, a way to enjoy their elderly life. We say thank you for them, and we ask you, Lord God, to look over our country, keep it safe, keep it out of the chaotic state that the world now seems to be spinning out in. We say thank you, and we ask you to do all of this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the joint special meeting of City and CRA minutes of May 14th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of July the 8th, 2000?
Sorry, could I please have,
Commissioner Fezzik?
sorry, I just want to make a point of personal privilege affecting the commission. Well, if you want to do it after minutes, that's fine, but just, I thought we had to do minutes all at once.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to bring up that at our last meeting, I was approached and served here at the dais. And that should not happen during our proceedings here. Our code and our code of decorum, our city code and our code of decorum requires orderly meetings, and the chair has to maintain decorum and can direct removal after a warning. Now, in our situation, it was very much a server who was a professional, but no matter the case, we had somebody who approached the dais during a meeting. When the chair does direct removal after a warning, BSO can then serve as sergeant at arms and would be charged with securing the chambers. I want to make sure it's very clear that I now understand that BSO could not have done anything within their power until they were directed to do so based on the way we operate our meetings. So, and so based on everything, materials for the commission, as a part of our rules, have to be routed through the clerk or staff assigned deputy. And members of the public are not supposed to approach the dais during these meetings. So in light of safety, decorum, and the somewhat unwelcomed appearance of political games, circus, or favoritism by that incident, I want to just put an end to this right now for all of us to make sure that we maintain, to the best of our ability, the decorum that this position and this city deserves in this room and as this body. So accordingly, I'd just like to move for an immediate protocol, maybe if BSO would like to work with our city attorney and find the immediate protocol that basically would allow no approach to the dais during our meetings. And all handouts, of course, they are already there to be delivered to the clerk. And then, obviously, for BSO to be able to actively approach and prevent anybody unless they're directed to by the chair. So if BSO would be so willing, I'd like to move that BSO provide us a brief written safety memo and a recommendation on how we can do better and make sure we are applying safety issues that will affect us now and in the future. So, so I basically, it's just one sentence motion. You know, I would like their support, and so I'd like to make a motion that we have BSO look and suggest better safety options for us, and that we then have their city attorney and BSO bring us something that we can discuss and apply potentially for future meetings, and so and potentially adopt at the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, so your motion is to ask BSO to make safety recommendations to prevent anyone to approach the dais?
Actually, I'll make it a little clearer, because I did actually go from our code. So I move that effective immediately, the commission direct strict enforcement of City Code 30.07 to include 1, prohibiting any member of the public from approaching the dais during meetings, 2, requiring all documents for commissioners be delivered to the clerk or assigned deputy for distribution, 3, instructing the BSO sergeant at arms to prevent any approach to the dais unless expressly authorized by the chair, 4, requesting a brief BSO safety memorandum on meeting security practices for our next meeting, and 5, directing the city attorney to return with any clarifying amendments or a resolution to memorialize these procedures.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's your motion. It's been seconded by Commissioner Perkins. Discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor?
Sure. I mean, not exactly how I expected to kick off our time back, but let's talk about what's been going on in our meetings and decorum and how we're going to do better, because we have seen what I consider a bit of a downward spiral here in our chambers, and it is worrisome. I don't know what happens next, but every meeting we seem to hit a new low. So the approaching the dais is just something that I think everyone knows is unacceptable, and I don't know how that was allowed at the last meeting. The personal attacks that are allowed here, sometimes even by paid city consultants, cannot go on, and we've made that clear with the code of conduct and reading through that, but it has to be enforced. So the lack of enforcement on any of this is the problem. So between BSO and the chair, we expect you to keep us protected here and to enforce the code of conduct. So whatever we need to do to make this more clear or more firm, then we need to do it if there's some kind of change. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Just out of curiosity, on your motion, is that just during the commission meeting, or is that preceding the commission meeting, or at all times?
I believe we'll let BSO's safety memorandum and the city attorney decide what would be best, or best measures would be. I wouldn't preclude to know.
Okay, well, ultimately it's up to us. I mean, BSO can make all the recommendations they want, but it's up to us what we want to institute. But that's fine. Okay, so this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public? Please come forward.
Not too close.
Mayor, Commissioners, Mayor, Commissioner, City Staff, just one thing.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. The only issue I kind of really have a question about is passing out the pamphlets. When people come up, you're saying that they can't pass them out, but they give them to the city clerk. Traditionally, we have always been able to pass out information to the commissioners. I feel like that is not a threat, and you should reevaluate that part of it. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Colleen Duncan. I live in Pompano Beach, Florida, District 4. I agree with what Audrey is saying, because it shouldn't be allowed. They got her address at home, delivered at home, not at the city commission meeting.
Very good. Further commission or further input from the public. Please come forward.
My name is Avi Goldfeder. I live in Pompano Beach Highlands. 2021, when I saw all the traffic calming going on, I looked in on the Pompano Beach page and I saw something from globaldesigningscities.org, a worldwide think tank about, universal traffic calming recommendations to try to reduce the speed, try to change up our cities, and do a lot of social engineering. You know, back to the Atlantic lane reduction with the intentionally changing behavior.
We're discussing the
Oh, my
motion
bad.
that was made. Okay? Further input from the public on the motion.
I'm just saying, do I need to give my name?
Yes,
Gary
please.
Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street. You know what? You're asking the public to act a certain way, but then you disrespect each other on the dais. My thing is, if you're going to do this to the people in this that's coming for freedom of speech, then you all need to be held accountable, and you all should be able to pay some kind of penalty or fine when you talk out of turn and you disrespect each other over here. It's really appalling when you see the behavior of some of you guys up here on the dais, okay? So you need to look at your behavior. You're looking at everybody else, but you need to take the time to see what's going on in this commission meeting when you're at home after it's been recorded.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please, no outbursts, no applause.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street. And I just want to say, as I start out at every commission meeting, the truth hurts. You know, you up there on this dais, you don't want to hear the truth. And the truth is that we all are supposed to be treated equal. We have if BSO wanted to serve me right now, they wouldn't not only drag me out of here, but they probably put the handcuffs on me and take my head in front of everybody in here. I don't think that any one of y'all should be treated differently just because you have a title. And I applaud BSO for doing their job when sitting back and letting the service serve you when you have to be served, if it's on the beach or on in the water or if it's out of the United States. They need to serve you. If you got a warrant, you need to be served because they do it to anybody in the public. Nobody should be treated differently. That's what I think. Since we in an atmosphere or we're in an environment of chaos, turmoil, and confusion, that rubs off on the city. Our present administration is nothing but chaos, turmoil, and confusion, and that has rubbed off on the people that's on the dais, except you, Runner, because you're very respectful, and you and Darlene. Y'all don't get involved in all this chaos up here. But that's what I said.
Mr.
That's what I said.
Mr. Phillips, please, direct.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And life, living, and the pursuit of happiness is what we in America are supposed to stand for. But there's no life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in this present administration. It's rubbing off on the country. It's rubbing off on the country because we can see it on the people sitting at this dais. Because sometimes y'all carry on like children, and it's appalling that we have to sit back and look at the people in authority accusing the city manager and attorney, and then sit back and want them to do something for you. It's very appalling, and I think that y'all need to sit back and as we've been doing, black people been doing for 400 years, pray. You need to start praying and get everything in order, so that we can have our downtown Pompano. Thank you.
Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. On the motion.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. First of all, I give honor to God, who's the head of my life. I give honor to this diocese. What I want to say is just that we all the commissioners that's here, you represent a district, and we represent Pompano, every one of you. We are a beautiful city. We have an opportunity to do things decent and in order. No one should be mistreated on this diocese. And one thing I want to say, we can be very effective in this city. We have a very beautiful city. You all are representing a district. We need to keep the harmony and peace. It should not be no distractions. There should not be no confusion. We asking that each one of you represent your district with honor and with respect. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Please just name an address for the record.
Wayne Oaken, Vizcaya at Palmer. And I'd like to, I totally respect what Commissioner Fessick stated. It's very serious that you're all secure, each and every one of you, whether I disagree or not. It's very important. At last meeting, the mayor, you in particular spoke about decorum, and you spoke about how we must get along and so forth. As a threat towards Commissioner Fessick, I saw multiple photos online of Mayor Rex Harden, Commissioner Darlene Smith, Commissioner Rhonda Eaton at a fundraiser at a lobbyist office for our construction builder. And this was to go against for a person campaigning against Commissioner Fessick. By the way, a wonderful sushi buffet. I have to commend you all.
So this is about the motion that Commissioner Fessick made.
This has a lot to do with it, because it was very personal, and why was a commissioner not from our district or districts campaigning for another commissioner? This is wrong. And there were certain people at that place that should not have been there. Yes, there's another minute. And I think you can do better. And I think the mayor can do better. And I think the mayor personally can stop this nonsense. It was not nice to see it on social media, to see people discussing Audrey Fezzik in public. I have video, I have photos. It's not right. And you do owe her an apology. You owe her an apology. You owe her an apology. And I'm sorry, but I was disgusted. Thank you.
Further input from the public on the motion? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to address a few things related to this. I want to make sure that it's very clear that no matter what happens, I believe that everybody should be served in an appropriate time and place. And of course, if there was an opportunity to do so, I was readily available. Many of you know that I came in here early, and I'm generally here early. Many of you know that I can be approached after the meeting as well. I was never attempted to be served at my home. Even though they were here, never attempted to be served before the meeting began. It was a staged event at an audience to be heard for maximum political effect. And that was uncalled for. So that's where we come in with the decorum. Now, absolutely, that matter is resolved, and I'm not going to drag anything through it. I'm just going to say that as we go through, and also anybody is welcome up here as my peers to support any candidate they choose. And they are allowed to go to any event that they choose to and support any candidate for what they believe to be their choice. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And, you know, while I understand it may upset some people, it's okay. It's all right it's each individual's right to choose. That's what the country we live in. So, and then third, this is really just about safety issues. This is really about allowing BSO to have the opportunity to keep us safe. And they are charged with that every day. And when we're in a politically charged environment where people's emotions are out of, you know, sometimes they're loud, right? Sometimes we feel a lot. It's important for us to maintain as much as we can here. And I 100% agree with, I forget who came and said it, we all need to do better on the dais, and we all need to try to work together. I come to this meeting every time, and even if I'm mad about something, I try to do it with respect. I give opportunities, and but I will speak the truth, and I'm going to say that is not going to stop, that is going to continue. Everybody is welcome to disagree with me. I will listen to everybody I will hear all sides and hear all points, but this is about safety, and safety comes first, and decorum comes first. So thank you, that's all I have on this. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Seeger-Sneaton?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would totally support identifiable penalties for misconduct from the audience and from my colleagues. And just for the record, so everyone knows, I have filed formal charges against Commissioner Perkins for physically assaulting me in this chambers. Those actions are now being referred to the state's attorney and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. For the records, I wholeheartedly support
Commissioner
this.
Segerson-Eaton, this is not the, this is not the forum to be advertising things of that nature. I have to.
Well, I do support being able to have consequences for bad actions, whether it be from threats from the podium, personal threats by members of the audience. So there needs to be punishment, and that's the problem, whether you have to do a criminal complaint or whether someone is banned from attending meetings. I mean, what is the answer? And whether you think it's appropriate or not, I don't think Commissioner Fezzik trying to bring up and do, and create all a past incident. How is that relevant?
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, let's try and keep this about the motion.
It is about the motion. I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Personality should not be any part of parliamentary procedures, all right? Personality should not come into discussions about parliamentary stuff, so please. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, this is, like I said, exactly how I was hoping we weren't going to kick off after August recess. So I think we all in the audience end up here need a reminder of what our job is and what it isn't and what we are here to do. We are here to represent the people of Pompano Beach, to set policy and make decisions and spend your money as wisely and as effectively as possible. We are here to listen to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Anything that has to do with personal things like this beyond the work of the people, and sometimes there are personal issues where there is overlap. However, amongst us, that is completely inappropriate and should not be heard up here. That is not our job, and we are not here to trash each other, just like you can't come up here per our code of conduct and talk about us personally. We shouldn't do that about each other. Now, I would appreciate going forward if we ensure that, because I know sometimes I can't hear what's going on down there and there's some disruptions, so I would like to just ensure that we all use our microphones, speak when we have been recognized by the chair, and try to be respectful and not bring anything personal into this, okay?
Very good. Further commission discussion.
One more comment.
Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Fezzik, your motion doesn't state whether it's after the meeting starts. I would like to see that motion at the time the meeting starts, because I do enjoy getting to meet people that come up to the dais when we are here early, and it gives the audience a chance to drop things off at our seats. So if you can change that to be once the meeting officially starts, don't approach.
Absolutely. I'm happy to amend the motion to not just starts, but post-meeting as well. So basically, as long as the meeting is in session, the rule would apply, and post-meeting, we can choose to do as we please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. And as I pointed out, we're not creating a law here. We're getting a recommendation from BSO that we can then hash out. Very good. With nothing further, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Sure. All right. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of July 8th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Can I get a motion approving the City Commission budget workshop minutes of July 14th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of July 22nd, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this evening, we'll be postponing item number 17 until the meeting of October 14th. So 17 is being postponed until 10/14, and item number 6 is being postponed until September 23rd. So items 6 and 17 are both being postponed. Mr. Harrison, any further changes to our agenda?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. On our consent agenda this evening, we will be pulling items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for discussion individually. So items 7, 8, and 9 will be eligible for discussion during the audience to be heard portion. So we're pulling 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for individual discussion. Very good. That takes us up to a special presentation. Legislative updates will be provided by the following: State Senator Tina Polsky, State Representative Mitch Rosenwald, Becker and Poliakoff, and the Legis Group. Who should I turn it over to? State Senator Tina Polsky, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I am State Senator Tina Polsky. Just so you kind of understand the structure, I represent about half of Pompano, the western side, amongst 6 other cities in Northwest Broward and South Palm Beach County. And I am your representative in the Senate in Tallahassee. So this is your local government. We are part of state government. We have State Representative Mitch Rosenwald here, who also represents part of Pompano Beach. And we, there are 2 chambers, as the House of Representatives and the Senate. And so we work together to pass budgets and pass laws. And I'm here to kind of give you an update on what went on last session and what we're expecting to come up in the upcoming session. So let me start with the thing that's been on everybody's mind this last week, are these new potential taking away vaccine requirements for school children. You may have heard the Surgeon General and the governor are seeking to remove all requirements for vaccines for everyone, and that includes school children. I personally am completely opposed to removing these requirements because they have been keeping us safe for all these years. And if this comes up for a vote in the Senate, I certainly will work to fight getting rid of these requirements. If anyone has comments, would like to email me, please do so. And, you know, I'm happy to listen to your points of view, but I am one for science and data, and I think this is how we need to go. How it will look is that there are several newer vaccines that the Department of Health has control over, and they will, by rule, probably get rid of them within the next few months. Obviously, school children are already there and already have their immunizations, so this, I guess, would affect next year. There are the older, more traditional vaccines that many of us have had, that many of our children have had, that are part of statute. And those cannot be overturned without an act of the legislature. And I do not believe that this legislature, even though it is a supermajority Republican in both the House and the Senate, will go along with these ideas. I've spoken to several Republicans. It only takes a handful. And my hope is that it doesn't come to that. So what we might be facing is a patchwork. X, Y, and Z vaccines are available but not required. The other vaccines are required. So unfortunately, this is the confusion and not the way I think we should be going. So I promise to keep you updated. I have a newsletter if you don't receive it called the Polsky Pulse. Let us know. You can email me. It's my office phone number. Email, everything is very publicly available. Shana Cohen is my chief of staff. She's here if you can catch us. Unfortunately, I have to leave after this because we are going for another visit in the district. But we're always available to help you with any constituent issues or let us know what you think, and I will keep you updated on all of these things. As I mentioned, the most important and really the only constitutional duty of the legislature, which meets 60 days every year, is to pass a budget. Unfortunately, this year we were unable to pass the budget in the time that we were given, so we had multiple special sessions, and we didn't end until the end of June, when we were supposed to be done the very beginning of May. So it went on for a long time. It was very unfortunate. I was able to secure, I have several projects that are given to me, they're given to other senators, other representatives, money to be brought back to the district from the state. And we work very closely with Becker Polyakov and the Legis Group, the lobbyists. We work very closely with all of your commissioners who come up to Tallahassee and fight for you and fight for appropriations, money from the state to come back to the district. So I thank you for your time in coming up to Tallahassee and working with us to try to get what we need for Pompano. So we did have an item in the budget, $990,000 for a water treatment plant, electrical rehabilitation infrastructure work, and we got it through the House, we got it through the Senate, we got the budgets to align, and that's a big deal, and it was really a very good thing, and then it got vetoed by the governor. So you may have some other projects that the other folks were able to secure for you, but just to let you know kind of how that process goes. I wanted to let you know that I know the biggest complaint, I assume, still, is that property insurance rates are too high. I'm assuming that no one's property insurance rates have gone down, even though there have been some new companies that have come in. We did nothing on property insurance this year. No legislation was done, nothing to help the folks with property insurance. Rest assured that many of us do propose bill ideas, things that we think might help bring down property insurance, and none of those were heard in committee, so they're not part of law. So we are in the same boat that we have been. This upcoming session starts January. We are going back for committee week starting in October, and I can tell you that every single Democratic senator has a property insurance fix bill that we are presenting, and I hope that some of them have an opportunity to be heard, and that we have an opportunity to help in some way bring down the property insurance rates. But I can't guarantee that. I wanted to let you all know that, there's always been an issue where Tallahassee kind of takes a hammer to how local governments can run their cities. And it's called preemption, where they take over the home rule, and Tallahassee says, this is how we're doing it. We don't want each individual city to do it their way. And it's been going on. This is my 8th year in the legislature. It's been going on every year that I've been there, and it kind of gets worse and worse and worse. This year, there weren't as many preemption bills, maybe because they've kind of done what they have already set out to accomplish. But one bill kind of indirectly is creating some preemption issues, and I think it will be revisited this year. I certainly hope so. I spoke to the senator about it, and they said it was an unintended consequence. Let's see if they fix it. But Senate Bill 180 has to do with emergency preparedness and how a city handles things before, let's say, a hurricane, and how they handle it after. And basically, it's supposed to remove red tape so people can rebuild pretty quickly after a hurricane. So it sounds good, and I think we all voted for it unanimously. But it turns out that in the bill, there's something that backdates ordinances that you may have had in place related to building code and kind of overrides that. So it is, keep an eye out for Senate Bill 180. There are a couple of counties who are in the process of suing, and hopefully that clarifies the issue, but hopefully they go back and fix it, because I don't believe that that was the intent of this particular bill. So I don't have too much terrible to tell you about preemption at this moment. I wanted to talk about a bill 7016, which puts significant new barriers on the petition collecting process. So many of you may be aware that in the last election in November, there were a lot of amendments on the ballot that you were voting on, and most notably Amendment 3 related to recreational marijuana and Amendment 4 related to abortion. And they came very close to passing. They got like 56 and 57%, which in most states would be enough to pass a law. But no, not in Florida. We have a 60% threshold that the people have to vote for in order for a new amendment to be put onto our Constitution. But getting that to that stage was even miraculous, because it takes over 1 million signatures, it takes tens of millions of dollars, and a lot of work in Supreme Court to approve getting the language on the ballot in the first place. Well, in my opinion, those ballot amendments came too close. And every time I've been there in the last 7 sessions, when a ballot amendment comes too close or something passes that they don't particularly like, including Amendment 4 from a while ago, restoration of felons' rights, they try to cut back on it and make it harder to have the citizens' initiative process. So basically, we have this opportunity in Florida for citizens to direct the legislature or direct themselves to get a law passed when the legislature won't do it. And they're making it harder and harder every year to do that. So this year, they came up with a new scheme, and it's going to be very hard for you if you're the kind of person who likes to collect these petitions and be a part of it. You have to be very careful how many you collect, how you register with the state. You are going to be required to have a lot of information when you fill out a petition. If someone at Publix comes up to you and say, hey, are you interested in the Clean Water Act? Sure, I want clean water. And you sign, they have to give a little more personal information than you ever gave before. But what really bothers me the most about this is that now the supervisor of elections is going to, who collect all these petitions and decide that they are accurate, is going to have to look at any petition that comes in that says you would like to have whatever, let's say clean water on the next ballot. If you check the box yes, they're going to send you a letter at their expense to find out if you really meant it. But if you made a mistake on your ballot, like you said, I live in Pompano, and they said County Palm Beach, they're just going to throw it out and not tell you. And if you sign it twice, you're in trouble if they ever find out. So it basically is a chilling effect, and that's why I'm very much against it, and I voted against it, but of course it passed. And so just be very careful, not this year, but the next year in November when it comes to citizens' initiative process. I wanted to talk a bit about condo reform. I know that's a big issue. You have a lot of condos in Pompano. Several years ago, we passed a bill to make buildings safer. It's certainly the right thing to do, but it has had a lot of difficult consequences for people who live in condos and the amount of money that it costs to get these condos to where they need to be in terms of safety. So over the last few years, there's been attempts to try to make it a little bit easier. And so this year, what they did was they gave another year for you to get the money together, to get the studies together. They've given other opportunities to get money, to have lines of credit, so that you don't have to have all the cash on hand, and also a few items that make the HOA boards have to comply and be more transparent. So some good things were done. It's still challenging, but the overall goal is to make the building safe. And so I think we have to, appreciate that, and obviously it is very difficult financially, but I think one of the reasons why it is so difficult financially as well is because of property insurance. That's usually a condo's largest bill, and again, we haven't been able to resolve that issue. I wanted to talk very briefly about some bills that I passed that I think are really important, just to kind of show you what we're working on. And I had two bills relating to fentanyl. One is Fentanyl Awareness Day, which we worked with our cities to ask them to put out information. I put out information to make sure people are aware of the dangers of fentanyl. It is absolutely deadly, like the size of a grain of salt in any kind of illicit drug, or what you even think is a prescription drug but is not from a pharmacy. It's really dangerous, especially for our young people in school. So please be aware of the dangers of fentanyl and share it with people in your lives. We also did a bill relating to fentanyl testing, that if people do go into a hospital with a drug overdose, that fentanyl has to be part of the drug panel that they are testing for. That isn't always the case, surprisingly. We did an important bill relating to what we call notary fraud. So when immigrants are looking for help, legal help, to get their papers done and do the right thing, as we're asking people to do it correctly under the law, that they have the right representation. So in Spanish, a notario publico is an attorney in their country, but here it's a notary public who only has the ability to witness signatures. They don't have any legal training, legal authority. And so there were folks who were putting themselves out there as notarios, and people thought that they were attorneys, and they're not. So this is a bill that ensures that people advertise correctly and that there are remedies if someone takes advantage. And so hopefully this will make sure that when people are going through the process and spending thousands of dollars to do it right, that they're doing it with the right kinds of people. We also did a bill relating to background screening requirements, especially relating to after-school activities where you have, for example, dance instructors. We want to make sure that people know, and coaches, that people know exactly what is required. If you want to be one of these coaches, what you need to do, and if you're a parent, that you know that whatever organization you're sending your child to is following these kinds of processes. So there will be all this information available on a website. I believe that is all. There's a lot more that went on. You know, we have hundreds of bills. We have several thousand bills are suggested each year. We pass about 300 bills, so there's a lot that goes on. You know, we are really happy to work with all of you. When you see something and you let us know, hey, watch out for this bill that has this consequence, it's going to affect Pompano, you know, our door is always open. We need to hear from you. It's a lot for us to get through, and so we need your expertise. And, you know, we're always happy to work with you to make sure that we sustain home rule. As I said, we are going back very shortly for committee weeks, and then we are starting in session in January through March. So assume I will be back after March to give you another legislative update. I always like to end with reminding people that if you voted by mail in the last election in November, that vote by mail ballot is not the vote by mail request needs to be redone. You will not get a vote by mail for the next election in November, so make sure that you call, you go online, you request your vote by mail. It's always good to have it as a backup, but no, it expires every 2 years, so it has expired if you voted by mail in the last election. Thank you. Any questions, or please, you know, let us know if we can help anyone.
Very good. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Any questions from the commission? Anyone? Thank you so much for what you do up there in Tallahassee for us and our residents. We appreciate all the hard work, and keep fighting for home rule. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Representative Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mayor Hardin, Vice Mayor Fournier, and Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Perkins, Commissioner Fessick, and Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton, and to all the residents of Pompano. My first time in the chamber here, and I'm very honored to be here and to serve as your state representative. This is District 98, which is a large part of Pompano, Dixie Highway West to the Turnpike, as well as all of Oakland Park, parts of Deerfield, Tamarack, and Fort Lauderdale and Lauderdale Lakes. So while Senator Polsky, I think, represents about 400 or 500,000 people, us reps get a little smaller with 180,000, but still it's a daunting task. I actually wanted to start off with the district update first and then go to the legislative piece and just really support and highlight some of the points that Senator Polsky made. Tom Wilmouth is my legislative aide, and Brian Seavid is my district aide. While our office is in Oakland Park, we have office hours both at Collier City Library and at the Skolnick Center. Brian has, or will be giving my newsletter. It's, I think, my second draft or second issue of the newsletter to the city clerk for dissemination, but also physical copies for anybody in here who would like that. It has the office hours. We did a flow event. I think we all know that the motor vehicles can be challenging when we're renewing our driver's license or state ID. And while the county, Broward County, and the tax collector is going to be taking that over in about a year and a half, nonetheless, the lines remain long. So what's called a flow event is where the district, where the state representatives and the state senators' offices collaborate with Florida Motor Vehicles. And so we did host at the Larkin Center about 3 weeks ago or so a flow event. So it was about 40 or 50 people were able to come, Pompano and beyond, were able to come and renew their driver's licenses and their IDs and really cut the tape. We're going to be having more in Oakland Park and Deerfield. Of course, people in Pompano are welcome to come to that. Had my first town hall, and I had it in Pompano, where it should be, right? For my first town hall just last week, had about 25 people come. Having a town hall next week in Deerfield Beach, and we'll be coming back after session, like Senator Polsky mentioned, for some more town halls. Speaking of home rule, well, I used to be at the city commission just down the street on Dixie. I used to be the mayor and commissioner in Oakland Park. So home rule is close to me. And this is the idea that cities and counties and school boards know best what their residents want. And we know best what residents want because residents tell us what they want. So I was honored to receive a Florida League of Cities Home Rule Award. About 95% of my votes, and I won't say 100, I won't say that, but about 95% of my votes have been for preserving home rule, which so I think coming from local government, I'm going to do my best to honor and respect all the hard decisions you all make and the autonomy that you all deserve as much as possible. Lastly, let me just see with the district, and then I'll just move quickly to just do a few quick updates from Senator Topolsky's. Senator Topolsky and I carried that appropriation for $990,000 and got it through, and a lot of back and forth to upgrade some electrical upgrades and other upgrades for your water treatment plant. And so much fingers crossed, but the governor, I guess, can't sign every single thing. He vetoed a lot. He passed some things too for appropriations. So I remain committed to carrying appropriations for Pompano. At the end of the day, having some state money, particularly as it's needed as a match for federal or county, is important to you all. So please draw on me to carry your appropriations for the next year. Legislatively, I'll just say a bit more to what Senator Topolsky had mentioned. We know there's an affordability crisis with housing. I had 2 bills that went nowhere, but I want you to know that I looked for some housing relief for low-income seniors as well as for veterans. So I did have some housing bills that didn't pass. Good legislation that passed regarding condos, which not everyone lives in a condo, but many do in Pompano, that Senator Topolsky referenced. 393, this helps with hardening for condos. It's an extension of the My Safe Florida's hardening pilot. And then also Bill 913. 913, as you remember from Surfside, everybody's like, oh my goodness, let's look at our condos and the safety and the stability of them. There's something called SIRS, Structural Integrity Reserve Studies. What this bill that the governor did sign, 913, is it extended to this year, December 31st, the deadline for these studies. The deadline was last year, and of course many just said we don't have the time to do this. This takes a lot to do. As important as it gives a 2-year pause. People were struggling. Some people, and I'm sure in Pompano and condos, were like, I can't afford this. It's $800 more. That's what one of my bills would have been, was to give some immediate relief to low-income seniors in condos. But my colleagues in power, because as a Democrat, we do our best, Senator Topolsky and I, but they didn't take the bill. But what is good is it's a 2-year pause in setting aside money for reserves for repairs. So there is this 2-year extension, and it allows condo boards to secure a line of credit and loans and pool reserves with the majority of the association. So there's a bit of relief for condo owners. A few other things that passed, not relating to housing, and I do want to talk about insurance in a bit, are something that passed due to land management was our state parks are going to be used for state park purposes, not golf courses and not pickleball courts. I play pickleball. I don't play golf. Some people might play golf in here, but they belong in private places and city parks and county parks, not in state parks. So the legislature unanimously voted to keep our parks how they should be, as passive enjoyment and camping and things like that. I sit on a number of health committees. I happen to be a social worker. And so we did have actually an increase, unanimous increase in children's health care through Medicaid. So that's an important piece for the state. As Senator Topolsky said, property insurance, we all feel this. I have citizens. I can't get no one else will take me unless I pay triple the amount. The idea is that, and while we do have more providers in this state, nonetheless, everybody still goes up, right? Everybody still goes up. And I said, you know what, when I first came there, I said, let me just see if we can cap profits. So I talked to the Office of Insurance up there. I said, what are the profits for State Farm, Allstate, just in general? I'm just naming those two. And they told me about 5 to 9%. So then if your insurance goes up 15%, they might say, well, we make 6% profit and the rest is the cost of lumber or the cost of shingles. I don't want to give a lot of attention to some things that have been in the media about there might be some additional locations that some companies are putting some profits. We'll just leave it at that. So we need to do some transparency on these insurance companies as to truly what their profits are. But here's another idea that was, one colleague of mine had this legislation that was withdrawn, and we'll see if it comes up next year, and we can co-sponsor, I might sponsor something, is the idea that when we have, obviously, knock on wood, we've had no hurricanes this year yet. Season ends, I think, Halloween or November, early November or sometime. But I pay citizens, you pay State Farm or Geico or Allstate or whomever. The largest portion is for the risk, right, of a hurricane taking your home and all of that piece. What if we shifted the risk pool to the state? Doesn't mean the state would do it for free. We would pay the state of Florida, which is a nonprofit entity by law. It does not seek profit. So if we were to shift this to the state, the wind risk piece, that could, this is in its infancy, this idea, but that could perhaps reduce some of the cost. It wouldn't mean there isn't a need for wind or property insurance. Someone could still fall on your yard and sue you, or there could be a fire or a break-in. But in terms of the wind risk, if there could be a catastrophic fund that the state had that absorbed, that we paid the state, hopefully less than what we're paying now. So that's just something, Senator Polsky, that, as she mentioned, the ideas that I'd like to talk with my colleagues about, and just wanted to be responsive to all of you. I think that's three more things. I am with where Senator Polsky is on the vaccines. We know that measles, there's been measles outbreaks. I mean, this was like not controversial, and actually a number of people on the other side of the aisle are quoted as saying, paraphrasing, this may have gone too far. So I stand ready to support vaccine mandates of the traditional, like MMR and everything, measles, mumps, and rubella that we've had. Two other things, property taxes. Senator Polsky, has there been has Senator President Al Britton had a select committee in the Senate? Okay. In the House, Speaker Perez has created a select committee on property taxes, which has met a few times since a few months ago. The Speaker gave 6 ideas. The governor's interested as an idea. One, just eliminate property taxes, which, sure, in theory, in an ideal world, who wants to pay a property tax? But I will tell you that I'm not on this committee, but I've talked with colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and they come from local government, and you all know firsthand what's under here: stormwater, wastewater pipes, our fine police and fire rescue. The money doesn't grow on trees, particularly in a state that doesn't have a state income tax. So I don't think it's going to go far at all. I don't think it's going to go far at all. And like I said, as a former mayor, and certainly respecting all of you in your positions as a large city of Pompano in Florida, I don't think it's going to go far. We might see if you own a second home, maybe you can get an exemption on that. But if that happens, I have a colleague who says, well, if that happens and you're renting it out, it should be for affordable rent. So we'll see where that goes. But that's the piece on property taxes. This is a priority of the Speaker, but remember, it's 2 houses bicameral. So as Senator Polsky said, depending if the President of the Senate doesn't take it, it dies. We're going to move forward in the House and see what we have. So I will be as a former, like I said, local elected official, we need property taxes to fund our cities and counties. Lastly, redistricting has been in the news. There is also a committee on redistricting in the Florida House of Representatives to just explore. I will tell you, while I'm not an attorney, the Constitution says it should be every 10 years, and this is mid-decade to do this, so I don't think this is constitutional to do. But regardless, the Speaker's called convened a select committee on redistricting. The eyes of the governor happen to be on this I don't know exactly where we are between the 2 congressional seats, but one of the congressional seats that includes part of Pompano and other cities is the one the governor's looking at, potential redistricting specifically. So I don't think it's going to go too far in the House. And let me ask you again, Senator Polsky, okay. So remember, it can't go anywhere if the Senate does nothing. So I'm hopefully Senator Polsky's colleague, President Albritton, will have good sense and not call the redistricting. Redistricting should happen with the census. We're not against redistricting, but let it happen with the census, as it says in the Constitution. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a little bit of the district update and the legislative update. I'm honored to be here. This is my first time in this great city commission chambers, and so it won't be my last. And just wanted to pause if you all had any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much, Representative. Appreciate it. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Fasick?
I just want to say thank you for taking the time, both of you, to come and give us an update. It's always a great opportunity for residents to hear what's happening directly from you, and I think it's something that everybody appreciates when you help to take these very complex bills or potential new laws and help to explain them in plain English. So I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to do that for us. I was just, and I'll meet with you privately, but I'm very interested to learn more about some of the state parks thing. I know that it was very big on social media, and you know, protecting parks and our green space, and being that our ocean space and our coastline is a big portion in Pompano of our parks. I would really love to learn more with you, and again, we can do that privately, about how we can assist in making sure that maybe we work better with the Department of Environmental Protection or different state agencies or county agencies to truly protect some of our green spaces, because we do have a lot of pride in our parks here in Pompano. And so I just wanted to say thank you again for all of your work. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're happy to talk to you one-on-one.
Very good. Anything further? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Representative Rosenwald. Yes, thank you. All right, and now we're going to follow up with, let's see, Becker Plakoff, I'm sorry, and Legis Group, or one at a time or together, however you guys want to do it. We've got a good team.
Yolanda Cash Jackson with Becker, and I'm smart enough to know that following our elected officials, we don't have much more to say, but. Certainly want to recognize Susan. Susan, and we work well together. And first of all, I just have to say thank you to your staff, manager's office. They keep us on our toes. I mean, we talk a little bit about appropriations, but understand when we had bills like the local business tax, utilities tax, CRA, all of those bills, we got direct input from your staff and how it affected Pompano. And then when you came up, you were able to talk to legislators about those same issues. So first of all and foremost, to have that constant communication is more than just, just hearing about the bills. So I wanted to say that. And just the honor to represent the city of Pompano. So I'm gonna not talk too much and let Susan say her part, and then we're gonna get out of your way because we put quite a bit of time on this.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Yolanda. Good seeing you. Susan.
Mr. Mayor, commissioners, staff, and members of the community, I'm just proud to share that we were pretty successful this year in getting almost $1 million for the Dixie Highway Safety Corridor, and that was thanks to the leadership of Senator Pizzo, who wasn't here, and Representative LaMarca, who we did the check presentation with originally. But we do work very well with Representative Rosenwald and Senator Polsky, but also our team, working with Becker and my partners, former Representative Rob Shank and Doug Holder. We really do work well together, and we really appreciate the opportunity to represent this great city. And we are a hot city. You guys are doing a lot in this city, and we're really proud to go up there and share it. And people are wowed by it, so it's an honor and a privilege, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Very good. Oops, Yolanda, sure.
If I didn't introduce the rest of my team, LaToya Shields,
right,
Jalea Wilder, who are full-time on it. So we just want to, once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you all for all you do for Pompano Beach up there. Seriously, appreciate it. Any questions from the commission for either Becker or Legis Group? Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate all the work you do in Tallahassee and elsewhere for the city. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, let's see. That moves us along. Next item is State Innovative Programming Community Building Award. I believe we got, here we go, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Our department was recently recognized by the Florida Recreation Park Association with Innovative Programming and Community Building Award.
If you could just identify yourself.
What's that?
Just identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Scott Moore, Parks and Recreation. To celebrate this achievement, I want to share this video with you.
Did you know that the city of Pompano Beach is a designated autism-friendly city?
Over 80% of our staff across multiple departments have received autism training to create a more inclusive community. Through our therapeutic recreation division, we offer dozens of adaptive events and programs each year, creating opportunities for individuals with developmental and sensory disorders. Our Sensory Zone van provides a mobile, sensory-friendly space at city events. And with the Grit Freedom Chair, we ensure accessibility for all, on any terrain. Every week, our dedicated team leads a wide range of adaptive programs for children, adults, and veterans. From outdoor adventures like fishing and disc golf, to wellness-focused workouts, equestrian classes, and sports like kickball, pickleball, and tennis, each experience is designed to meet participants where they are and help them thrive. Autism Family Fun Day brought families together for a memorable celebration of diversity and inclusion. The free event featured interactive activity zones, lawn games with music, dedicated sensory-friendly spaces, and so much more. Everyone enjoyed a day filled with laughter, connection, and fun.
We are proud to make Pompano Beach more inclusive, accessible, and engaging for everyone.
Just want to say thank you for all your support and help through this new initiative, and we really appreciate it. And here's a copy of our award. And they will be hosting Monster Mash October 31st at the Emily Olson Civic Center. So if you haven't come out and seen one of these inclusive events, October 31st, we'd love to see you there.
Excellent. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing. That's great. Yes. Very nice. Thank you for all that your department does, Mr. Moore. Appreciate it. You guys are the tip of the spear with dealing with the residents out there. All right, we've only got one proclamation. Hunger Action Month. Is Allison Volux here? Meet me right over here. Allison from Feeding South Florida? Anyone? Nope. Okay, that's all right. Still important stuff. Whereas hunger and food insecurity affects millions of Americans, including individuals and families in our own community who struggle daily to access nutritious meals. And whereas Feeding South Florida and food banks across the nation have designated the month of September as Hunger Action Month, a time to raise awareness and inspire action to combat hunger and its root causes. And whereas Hunger Action Month is an opportunity for businesses, schools, community organizations, faith institutions, and residents to come together in a unified effort to alleviate hunger in the city of Pompano Beach and beyond. And whereas the city of Pompano Beach recognizes that food insecurity threatens the well-being and future of many in our community, including children, seniors, and veterans, and that addressing this issue is essential to building a stronger, healthier, and more equitable city. And whereas, through coordinated efforts such as food drives, volunteerism, educational campaigns, and partnerships with local food pantries and nonprofit agencies, we can make a meaningful impact in the lives of our neighbors in need. And whereas the color orange, the symbolic color of hunger awareness, serves as a visual reminder of the pressing need to address food insecurity and encourages solidarity in the fight against hunger. Now therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as Hunger Action Month in the City of Pompano Beach, and call upon all citizens to learn more about food insecurity and its impacts in our community, and to take meaningful action to help end hunger. Done this 9th day of September 2025. Thank you so much. Please pay attention. There are hungry people out there. Thank you. All right, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 21 speakers who signed up to speak.
Okay, well, let's get started.
Some of which have made mention on their forms that they were here to speak on items on the agenda. So as I call them, if they made mention of items on the agenda, I'll have them confirm.
Very
if
good.
they wish to continue to speak on it or wait when you call on it on the agenda. All right, first speaker, Vanessa Russell, followed by Mirandis Rossi, sorry. I tried, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Russell. I live at 324 Northwest 8th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I've been here all my life. I come in peace. I come in peace. I'm not going to be here long. I know it's only 3 minutes, but I did send out an email in regards to signs that they have put on the north side of the street of the resident where I live, and it's just between 4th Avenue and 3rd Avenue for no parking at any time. And we've been parking there for many, many, many years. I did send an email, and thank you, Gregory Harrison. You told Bob to get back with you. I believe that's Bob with the City Works, I guess. I'm not sure. But I did hear from John. I can't pronounce his last name. Okay, him.
Seropoulos.
Okay, but I didn't really, I felt that I didn't get anywhere with him. It was just like his way or no way to me. That was the way the email to what I received. He said the sign is going to stay there and that people who's visiting can park on the swell on the south side, which I believe is unsafe. And I'm just looking out for the residents there. I may be the only one speaking, but that's okay. I'm standing to speak for the residents because I feel that it's very unsafe and that their parking on the north side was beneficial to a lot of the residents. And there have been incidents where there's been double parking where they were parking since those signs have come up, parking on the side in front of our resident, even double parking. And that's very unsafe. Me, myself, have been the advocate of standing out there even when my family come to visit. I would need to stand out on the side of the road to ensure that no cars are coming so they can back out safely and that there's no accidents. There have been occurrences where there's a lot of speeding going down this street as well. I call it a small bump. It's not really a speed bump to me, whereas they need more speed bumps there as well. I received the email back from John, and he stated that, the signs are going to stay there, but they're trying to keep the grass in order and the irrigation and all this and that there. But to me, safety is first. And I would just like for that to be revisited. And I want to thank Captain Stalling, who did reach out to me. He did come by to see exactly what I was talking about. And what they were saying that is not on the end that I'm on. They're just targeting one area on the south, let's say on the west side. Yeah, 4th Avenue A. So,
okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I've seen your emails as well. Okay. Mr. Harrison, yes, thank you.
Ms. Marassi, you did note on your form that you were here to speak on item 18. Is not the case?
No, it's not an item on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mercedes Marassi. I'm at 3451 Northeast 14th Terrace. I want to talk about Ordinance 90.06, but prior to doing that, I want to state that I think it's very hypocritical that you allow for applause when it's a presentation here, but the audience is not allowed to applaud other speakers. That's kind of in line with what you were talking about before. Rules should apply to all, not to just us. So that's for neither here nor there. Ordinance 90.6 is about restricting dogs in the park, and I would understand that if it was dogs that were off leash or if I wasn't picking up the poop. But me, I own a home here, I pay property taxes here. Those property taxes go to fund a park that I'm not allowed to walk my dog in. Somebody, I'm actually here to ask the question, can somebody explain the rationale for that ordinance to me? Because I'm under the understanding that laws or ordinances should be made in order to protect or prevent harm. What harm is my leashed dog causing in a park? And what harm is he causing in comparison to the 5 or 6 homeless people that are sleeping in that park, which is a violation of state law HB 1365? I'm curious as to why 3 park rangers would rather follow me around threatening to call BSO because I'm walking a leashed dog, but they won't do anything to the homeless people who are nodding out on probably fentanyl. I am a substance abuse counselor, so I can call it as I see it. Nodding out on fentanyl, defecating in open public, or, as my mom had to witness, having sex in the park in broad daylight. But God forbid I have my dog on a leash. So I'm hoping someone can answer the purpose of that ordinance.
Well, I'm sure, is Mr. Moore, Scott Moore, is he still here? There he is, yes. Mr. Moore can get with you after your comments. The gentleman who raised his hand.
Okay, can you stop my time then?
No. He'll get with you after.
I'm sure everybody else would love to hear the rationale behind it too. I mean.
Go ahead, man. It's your time.
No, I'm asking for him to give us the rationale. I will yield my 53 seconds for him to please tell us why an ordinance like this exists. It doesn't make sense to me. And also, I guess I'll take my last 45 seconds and let you know I have no intent to comply. You will have to call BSO to remove me from that park, and I think it would be a great waste of BSO's time to be calling to report a girl walking her dog in the park. But if that's how you want to spend your tax dollars, by all means, again, I will not comply. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Robin Powers, followed by George Berlin, and followed by Brandy Zabadal, sorry.
Just name and address for the record.
Hi, Robin Powers, 3400 block of Cresthaven, Pompano. I actually just want to say that I agree with everything that Mercedes said. I, too, am a dog owner. You can't watch a television program without seeing a dog on every 3rd commercial. There are a lot of dog owners here. They provide companionship, emotional support, and they're not allowed anywhere. This is a public park. It's outdoors. They're on a leash. My dog is registered with Broward County. I paid its shots. I paid the registration. You know everything about me. I'm licensed. I'm registered. My car is registered. And yet, as she said, the homeless people, we know nothing about them, but they live there. The pavilion on the east side of the park, Pompano Park, is loaded, literally loaded with homeless people. A family couldn't come and sit and have a picnic in that pavilion because the homeless people are there. It is right next to the child's playground. When I was raising my family, we lived next to a park. Every time we bought a home, it was in walking distance to a park. So our kids could go and enjoy the freedom and the outside, and we brought our dogs on leashes, registered, with poop bags. This is crazy. Pompano's warmest welcome, unless you're a dog owner. I'm appalled. I'm upset. I agree with her. You have people following us around saying, you can't be here, get your dog out of here. But the homeless people, they're welcome to do what they do and take over that pavilion that should be reserved for families. And that's all I need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
George Berlingi, 41 Havenwood Drive, Pompano Beach, Florida. 3 minutes, here we go. I'm here to bring forth information about our homeless community. All homeless people are categorized into one group. Help and resources are then allocated for one group. However, there are actually 3 subgroups: chronic, crisis, and a group that has lost the ability to help themselves due to medical issues or mental health. Each group has very different needs, but they all receive the same set of generic resources. The typical chronic homeless person has been on the streets for so long that they've lost hope. They do not want the responsibilities of participating in society or rules. They have learned how to live on what the government and other agencies provide for them. Most choose this life and are quite happy. Panhandling, prostitution, drug sales, and theft help support their income. The crisis individual has become homeless recently and does not want this lifestyle. They need shelter, to wash their clothes, job placement, a long-term bus pass, insurance, and medical care. Many still have their vehicles and simply need help with gas money to get to the next paycheck. I've not heard of any plans to make permanent arrangements for those who are unable to help themselves. It would be wonderful to get some discussion started in this area. Through partner agencies, this ministry, over at the Lord's Gift House, this ministry has the capacity to call for help for those who meet the criteria. They can be taken from our office straight to shelter or programs that they need. However, you must have a drug or alcohol addiction, mental health, or HIV/AIDS to qualify for this help. A person who has none of these conditions can only get into a shelter, and the wait time for that is a minimum of 30 days, oftentimes 60 or more. We've dealt recently with a single mom who was homeless. She qualified and received low-income housing from our beloved Cassandra Rhett. Because she did not have any of the previously mentioned conditions, shelter was unavailable to her. It takes a couple months for housing to become available. During this time, her and her child had to sleep in their car and on the streets because they were not afflicted enough to receive shelter. It's common to get a crisis person asking for shelter so they can be presentable for a decent job. If they don't have any afflictions, no shelter is available to them. If they can claim an eviction, help can be at our desk in 20 minutes, 18 usually. How can we better assist those in crisis to escape or prevent homeless? One more sentence, please. They need intense short-term help and do return to being productive members of society. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Randy Zabadal, followed by Vicente Thrower, followed by Francesca Vanes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Brandy Zabadal, and I live within District 2, and I'm here again to advocate for the parks that are being commercialized in my neighborhood. Neighborhood parks are for neighborhood children. As you may know, kids don't get in their cars and drive places, so it's with the intention that they walk, ride their bikes, their skateboards, whatever have you, to their neighborhood parks. And it has been brought to my attention by multiple people within my district that we're getting to the point where we're taking away the green space, the intentional green space that is put there for our kids to, I don't know, touch grass. So at this point, we've remodeled North Pompano Park, and we took away half of their parking, and we gave them a football field, and we've increased their volume within the park. There is a dog run there, so it wouldn't make sense for them to put one at Pompano Highlands Park, where our community does not want this. We've spoke to multiple people, and from what I understood, it's still pushing forward. We do not want a dog park, as we have one poorly maintained at North Pompano, and I've gone inside of the rec centers where we hold our monthly meetings the first Tuesday of every month, and it's quite bare. If at this point we have money to allocate for things such as taking away the kids' green space and incorporating pickleball and things like that, where children come from the school every day and play in these open areas, it would make sense that, I don't know, maybe we fix the bathrooms that are the original bathrooms that have been there since the building is opened, instead of expanding the building so more children can use this resource within our community. We're taking away from them, and that is my biggest problem here. So I think also, while we're talking about it, we should maybe also consider incorporating a dog park or a dog run in Cresthaven. The neighborhood would love to see it. It would maybe encourage some of the people to create a community and start using their neighborhood parks instead of trying to commercialize ours. It's to the point where our children barely have enough space to play, and our park is now, the playground has been recently remodeled, in my opinion, less than what it was before. The children are not happy with the results, and if there are 50+ children who go there every day, maybe we should consider how they use their parks and how our community uses our parks. We go there every day, and it's part of our daily routine. And it would make sense that we consider how our community, how the Pompano Highlands use their park, how Cresthaven uses their parks, or would like to see in the future how we could move forward. However, we're just trying to put pickleball courts everywhere, and it doesn't make sense for our children. We're gonna have a generation of children who literally don't go outside because we've taken away all of their green space. That is all. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Vicente Thor, followed by Francesca Vaines, followed by Mary Phillips.
Vicente Thor, Pompano Beach. Mayor, I'm just curious. Like, for example, when my name got called, I'm in the lobby, I could not hear my name called. What was the purpose and logic, and who gave the direction to turn the volume down in the lobby, especially when we have overcrowding and people that may want to sit in the lobby and wait, or may be on their phone because some of the people may be working at the same time? Why are we not turning the volume on in the lobby?
This is the first I've heard of it. I'm not sure.
And every time I ask staff, I'm gonna just be honest, Mayor. Staff is here to work for us, the people, and it's a shame that many of them act like they just do what they want to do. And I asked staff several times, not just this commission meeting, but several other commission meetings, and they continuously ignore the request. So I would have never heard my name called if somebody say, hey, they called your name. So what is the problem, and why can they not turn the volume up?
I don't know, but Mr. Harrison's here, Ms. King is here. They're hearing the comments now, so we will find out what the problem is and get it corrected.
Well, as I speak, can you direct staff so that some of us who's sitting out there can hear the meeting? Can you ask them to turn it up, please, Mayor?
I don't know. If you can't, Ms. King, can you check on it and just make sure that the volume's on out there? If there's an issue, we will get it fixed, Mr. Thrower.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vincente? The system, the sound system that we have is not working in the lobby today. We will get it fixed by the next commission meeting.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Francesca Van Ness at 1541 Northeast 34th Street in Pompano, and I would like to yield my time to my friend Mercedes, who I agree on the terms with.
We don't allow that, ma'am. I'm sorry.
You don't?
Why not?
It's a rule. Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay.
Where is this rule? Can you document the rule for me, please?
I can find it and send it to you in the minutes.
You're going to find it and send it to me.
It was an emotion that was made at the meeting. Well, not a motion, but action directive that was given.
Because you could do that in any other meeting. We do that at the school board. You can do that in any other meeting. So I'd kind of like to know what rule this is because it feels very arbitrary.
It's not a rule. It's a directive that was provided, and I can forward to you a copy of the minutes.
Oh, okay, great. Sounds lovely.
You're welcome. Next speaker is Mary Phillips. So I'll send that to you. If you can give me your email address.
You have to restart your clock. It says 2. Thank you very much. Okay, Mary Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street. I came, first of all, to talk about the cemetery, just so that you know that we really didn't appreciate the city purchasing and knocking down the building that was there for when people have to get cemetery plots. And we hope that moving forward, we're in litigation right now. We're hoping that we will prevail and that we will be able to get the cemetery back for the community, because cemetery land, as my husband
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
cemetery land, as my husband always says, we're not getting any more of that. And eventually, you're going to run out of space on the east side. So we need to preserve this property if we can, so that we can have places to bury people. So, and then the other thing is, it is located in the CRA area, and it is slum and blight. If you pass by that cemetery, you look over there and you see it's not well maintained, and it's a bad look for the city of Pompano Beach just in general. Okay, so that's one point that I wanted to make. The other point that I wanted to make is concerning voting. I used to work for the post office, and I just want to tell everybody, if you can go to the polls to vote, go to the polls and vote. Your vote may not count. If the mail is delayed, and sometimes that happens, and it's been happening quite frequently lately, your vote will not count if it does not get in the supervisor's office at a certain time. And then the other thing is, a lot of people can walk or can go or can drive. Take the time to go and vote in person if you can, please, because the election coming up this year is a very important election. A lot of the protections that we have had as citizens on the state, federal, and local level are being taken away. A lot of the resources that have helped our people is being taken away. And we are more effective on the local level when we go and vote. The other thing is our Teens Chasing Dreams program, which is a program that we started like 3 years ago. This will be our, I think this will be our second year, 2 years ago. And we have a program at Collier City in the Northwest Branch Library. We applied for a grant with BSO for that program. Those are 2 great programs for our kids. We were denied. So we asked the city of Pompano Beach to do a sponsorship for us to help us support our kids. Okay, I'm gonna ask the city to do that, and not only the city, the community, because this program is for any child. It doesn't matter any high school student, it doesn't matter what their income level is. It's been very beneficial. It's at Collier City Library and the Northwest Branch Library. You can make a contribution at our website, that's smallbizinfo.net. Again, smallbizinfo.net, or see me or my husband, Ed Phillips. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Roderick Phillips, followed by Carlene Duncan.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. And you know, as I start out, I always say the truth hurts. And the truth really hurts. And the truth is, Westview Cemetery is a part of Pompano Beach, Florida. And if you pass by there at any given day, you'll see how horrific it looks. For us to have a city as large as we have, to allow Westview to look like it looked, is embarrassing. It's as if it's like the code man coming by my house and citing me for my car being on the swell. But the code, you can't send the code out to Westview and cite them for those damaged grave sites, auto mechanics working on property, on community property. You can't send code out there. I mean, it's embarrassing that we got 5 commissioners that would ride by, and a city manager and attorney, that ride by Copeland's Road and look over at Westview Cemetery and say, job well done. It's embarrassing. And I don't see how you could sleep at night. And plus, we don't have any help. We don't have help from District 4 Commissioner. If we do have help, she don't show it. But we don't have any help. Oh, I apologize for Robert Rules of Law. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention, because I don't like to mention nobody's name, but I will. But anyway, it's embarrassing that that the city won't do anything. They won't do anything about Westview. You won't do nothing about the homeless situation. But our governor, he'll drop $400 to half $1 billion on on a immigration site, but he won't drop $1 million on a homeless site in Pompano. It's embarrassing. And you should be embarrassed to even go by think about Westby that's part of Pompano. It should be taken off the map. If you want to do something to make it look better, take it off the map and just get rid of it, because the people that's in control are not doing anything to make it look any better, and you're not doing anything to help the community help it to look better. I don't even think you would like to go by there, Allison. You out there on the beach. Everything looks beautiful, but you go by on Copeland's and look how nasty and dirty that place looks. It don't even look like a graveyard. Somebody got to look out for the dead. Who gonna help the dead? God. Thank you.
Very good. Next, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Mr. Phillips seems to think every time he comes to the podium, he can jab at Commissioner Perkins. I need you to know I have served on the cemetery board and worked in the cemetery office. So I have at least 20-some loved ones buried out there, and I do care about that cemetery. The cemetery is not owned by the city. The cemetery is owned by the community. And we've been battling back and forward based on the conditions. Do I like what I see out there? Absolutely not. Have I had this discussion with staff and the commissioners? I met the city manager. Yes, I have. So don't walk up here and say, I don't care. Speak for yourself, because the truth hurts.
Very good. Next speaker, Commissioner Fasick.
Good evening, everybody.
Sorry, just 1 second. Commissioner Perkins, I have a question for you, because they've mentioned that it's in the CRA district. Is there, and this may be, I may be unaware, but Mr. Harrison may be able to help me out. Is there any opportunity that we have, since we have a bolus of funds within the CRA district, specifically in the Northwest, that there would be a way that we could look into a program or even creating said program to help clean up that park using CRA funds, because that is slum and blight and it would absolutely qualify.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that was a question for Mr. Harrison, sorry.
I think Mr. Berman's probably
Mr.
better
Berman?
equipped.
Yes.
You were turned that way.
Sorry, I know, I've been trying.
Did you say CRA funds?
Yeah, so if in the CRA district.
That wouldn't be an appropriate use of CRA funds, but my office has been in frequent communication with Commissioner Perkins, and we're looking for other resolutions. We're waiting for the board management to get in touch with us, give us the information we've been requesting over and over. Just as of last week, they indicated they will get us what we need, and hopefully there's some progress that we'll be able to report within the next few months on that. We're waiting for them. It's not because we are doing nothing or dragging our feet. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Berman, just one other follow-up is, I know we have facade grant programs and things like that, and maybe that might be something that for privately owned, just like businesses, maybe that might be something we could look into through the CRA again, through the city and CRA, to try to find alternate ways once we do get to the table with that conversation.
We've already had these discussions in terms of the historic designation potentials for grants and applications as a city, but these are things that are going to have to develop. We're looking, the first step has to happen first, and we're waiting for that. So
thank you. I appreciate that, and I just want to say that we do such a great job on the east side, and I'd like to see the effort matched on the west side. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I just want to ask a question based on some of what I heard too. Did I hear someone say that the city bought something and knocked it down? Did anyone else hear that?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
What did the city buy and knock down?
That's the Westview
Westview office.
Cemetery office on Northwest 6th Avenue.
Okay. But the cemetery itself,
right,
is still privately owned, has a private board. I mean, we're all aware of the issues that have been going on there for years. But okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick?
I'm sorry, I have a question about this. So who bought the cemetery, Mr. Berman?
CRA.
CRA bought the cemetery office on Northwest 6th Ave. It was for sale.
And right, so out of curiosity, when we purchase things from a city standpoint or a CRA, are we generally notified, or is it brought to a board or a? I've asked this question before, and as it relates to the downtown, the answer is apparently no. But as it relates to everything else, are we generally supposed to? Is this supposed to come to us as an agenda item?
Mr. Berman.
Mr. Berman, do you know?
I'm not aware if it did as part of CRA business, because I don't attend the CRA meetings. So.
Well, it did not, because I haven't seen it, and at least if it happened since November, I have not seen it. So thank you.
Good.
Actually, let's, while we're talking about it,
Go ahead, Vice.
thank you. Can we, Mr. Berman, can you tell us when we bought it, what we paid for it? 'Cause some of us up here are in the dark on this.
I don't have that information. I can get it for you.
When
Happy
was
to
it?
get it for you.
Do we know when?
I have the information.
I'll get the information for you, have it
This
for
is
you by
a-
the next meeting.
Thank you. But to Commissioner Fezzik's point, this is some of the frustration that continues to kind of percolate, and then at times, we hit a tipping point here because some of us are not given information like this, and some are. I mean, I've seen contracts recently, consulting contracts with the CRA with, again, the mayor's signature on it, but the rest of us having no clue that something has happened. So we need to be told when property is acquired, when material consulting contracts are signed with the city or the CRA, all of that. Thank you.
Very good. I've got Commissioner Perkins and I've got Commissioner Fessick again.
Yes, during the break that we had, I was very surprised and shocked that the cemetery office was sold, number one, and number two, that it was demolished. This is in my district, District 4. I was not informed. I happen to read about all of this now on social media. So I have said again and again and again to the city manager, and I know Commissioner Floyd said the same thing when she was sitting on this dais. I would like to know what is going to happen in my district before you do it. Now, that cemetery office probably meant nothing to you, but it meant a lot to this community. It was probably unsafe, it was probably decayed, it was probably damaged. But who gave the city the right to tear it all the way down as though it doesn't exist?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Same thing with Freeman Funeral Home. The funeral home probably meant nothing to this city on the east side, but it meant something to the community. And you just tore it down as though it never existed. It's one thing to have gentrification going on where you're moving us out. Now you're just tearing down our buildings, and then you, on the east side, you pick up your building and move it where you want it to be because it's a part of your history. It's just not the way to do things. And I was going to mention this in my report. From here on in, anything that's to be torn down in anybody's district, the district commissioner should be notified. Because what's important to you is probably not important to us or vice versa. You just tore the building down as though it never existed. That was very, very hurtful. And disrespectful, correct. So, Mr. City Manager, I would like to know in my district if any buildings will be demolished. I want to know about it ahead of time. Just like I received a memo the other day about the tennis courts over here at McNair are going to be demolished, or the basketball courts. At least there's a notice. I didn't even know Saxon Wall was torn down until I passed by. So I guess you're going to tear down the 2 o'clock store. That's what we call it on 7th and MLK. This staff didn't even tell me that those 2 stores were even purchased. I found out from an owner over there that you purchased $2 million for Saxon Wall and $1.5 million for the 2 o'clock store. Once I brought it to the attention, then you all start talking about it. So everybody sits here and want to know, why do we act the way we do on this dais? It's because of the way we're treated before we get here. You have no respect on the 4th floor, the way you all do things, but when we sit on this dais, you expect us to sit up and act right, nice, and intelligent. Don't tear down anything else in my district without my knowledge. That building meant nothing to you.
Okay. Let's move on. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fessick.
Well, it's funny because I actually had concerns related to things being torn down in my district, which I was going to also save for reports, but since we're talking about properties.
If we could save that for reports.
I will save some of that for reports, but what I will not save for reports is the fact that we are talking about property purchases made by either the city or the CRA, or property dispositions or acquisitions that I continually have brought up time and time again. And of course, I've done a lot of research, and from what I come to understand from doing that, it is something that should be publicly noticed. It should be made aware. And in many cases, in our own code, we are supposed to be the ones not only knowledgeable about it, but to vote whether it happens or not. And I am going to be passionate about this because it came to my attention actually quite randomly that a certain consultant of ours was able to purchase a city-owned property, and we took a $55,000 bath on it, and we, the taxpayers, paid for that property. And it was purchased July 31st of this year.
Commissioner?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is important, and I will finish.
Well, make it germane, then I would ask you, Commissioner.
I'm going to make it my motion that we, from now on, every city-owned or CRA-owned property is brought before this board before that contract is signed and authorized and finalized.
I second the motion. Yes, second.
Not yet. Sorry, Ms.
I think 30 minutes has passed.
Very good. Oh, okay.
There was a motion and a second.
In a second.
There is a motion that, what was the motion? You just want to?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is that from here on out, every city-owned property or CR-owned property that we are responsible for being in charge of explaining to our taxpayers that we spent the money, or we are either spending the money or receiving the money, that every city-owned property or every CRA property, acquisition or disposition, is properly noticed to the board, the CRA board, or the sitting board of commissioners prior to that contract being finalized.
Second.
Mr. Berman, I think if CRA and city-owned properties, I mean, we don't dispose of those unless the board is notified already, right?
Normally, yes, but a lot of these properties that you're talking about, I think Macon Funeral, I seem to recall it was brought before the CRA board and a discussion about it being demolished. Other properties have been purchased through the authority given in the ordinance for the downtown, and that authorization was delegated to make some of those purchases that I believe are being discussed today. So,
but as far as the disposition of properties from the CRA or the city, that comes back before the board, doesn't it?
Normally, yes.
That's what Commissioner Fessick is asking for.
No, but that's not what's happening.
That's what she's
Because
asking. That's what
nothing came before this board when the cemetery office was purchased.
That was private property that CRA purchased.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter whether it's private.
Commissioner Fessick said her motion was before.
Okay, well, just adjust your motion, that's all.
I'm sorry, I said any property that the CRA board or the city commission or the city would like to purchase, whether it's our property that we are, as a city, let's just clarify, right? As the city of Pompano Beach or as the CRA of Pompano Beach, whether we buy, sell, or lease any said property and put it under contract, in order for that contract to be made final, it must come before the city commission or the CRA board for approval and authorization. Thank you.
Okay.
And there's a second, again.
Okay, so that's, I'm still looking at Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman, we can't violate a current contract, though, can we?
No.
Oh, my God. Our downtown development agreement.
Yeah. The agreement speaks for itself that we've already signed, which indicates that we had authority to make these purchases for the downtown development.
Mr. Berman, is Collier City part of that? Is the address, and I haven't looked, but is the address on Northwest 11th Street in Collier City part of that?
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, there's a motion and a second. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, I mean, what Mr. Berman is citing is entirely in the confines of Chapter 163 of the Florida Statutes, which deals with CRA, and it's a very comprehensive set of rules and objectives for CRAs. Now, if I'm trying to negotiate, let's say for the Criswell, what is that? Criswell, the substation, right? And there's a piece of parcel of property the city is looking at buying for that. And all of a sudden, it's got to go public. And all of a sudden, the owner of that property goes, oh my God, The city wants it. I'm going to charge them double. So it does not put us in a very good position to negotiate when we have to make public. And the mandate of a CRA is to purchase vacant, derelict properties prior to them going to be sold down at the courthouse step for their back taxes. That is why we do it. That is why we assemble property, we assemble blocks, so that we can say, okay, we want redevelopment. Here, Mr. Developer, we have a city block, and we would like it redeveloped. This is what we would like to see on that property. What do you think? It's available. We've had many, the CRA has also transferred properties to developers in derelict areas that have not been developed, and have given developers properties to build townhouses or apartment buildings that help improve the community. It's kind of the objective of what a CRA does. But showing our hand before we've even come to the table, that makes absolutely zero sense in my opinion. And when a person buys a property, if I buy a house and I want to paint it green, I have every right to do it. If I buy a property and I want to knock down a derelict building, I have every right to do that because I own that property. So, we don't get to know everything in the course of how we're running the city. We make policy. We don't oversee every element of it. But Chapter 163 dictates and mandates CRAs, and that is the most valuable thing. A member of the public who seems, to be not quite understanding, read that chapter. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, yes, Mr. Berman, you want to
Mayor, I just want to make clear, it's my understanding that every property is brought to the commission for approval except for the downtown properties, which authority was given to move for that downtown development via the ordinance that was passed. The other exceptions to that are OHUI. When they sell houses, they've been given authority. When they purchase property, they've been given authority by ordinance to do that for the betterment of the public, for its low-cost housing and housing repair, all the other programs that they run. So OHUI is always an exception. So we want to make sure when we do this, we don't impede their processes that they've been doing and working successfully, unless the commission obviously wants to be part of those purchases and sales as well.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Perkins, then back to Commissioner Fessick.
Yes, I understand what Commissioner Eden is saying. I totally disagree. When you look at District 4, we have about 11 to 12 different developments in my district, and the people that are living there can't afford to live in any of that. So I want to see everything come before this dais, before it's purchased, before it's bought, before there's any movement. It should come before us. Mr. City Manager, were you aware, or did you know that the cemetery office was being sold? Did you sign off on anything? Were you a part of that?
Yes, ma'am. So what all of, at least three of you are forgetting is that this downtown ordinance was passed by the former city commission. And we have a mandate from the majority of the elected body at the time to do this work. So the only way that you're going to get to Commissioner Fessick's motion is to absolve the agreement that's already been authorized for the staff to purchase these properties for the new downtown.
Well, your mandate could also tear down more buildings in my district without my knowledge. It's my point. We need this to stop now. I've said it again and again and again. You might not feel some of this history is important to you. And it should come before me and I need to inform the community. This is what is about to happen. This is what's going to take place.
Ladies and gentlemen,
before
please
you make a decision.
let the commissioner speak.
Because you have a mandate, you don't just come over and just start tearing down things because it's a part of the downtown.
So
So you, Mr. City Manager, you knew about this house and you did not inform me. You knew about the transactions. You didn't email me, call me, anything, nothing. You knew.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Duncan, why don't you go ahead and sit down? I'll let you. You're going to be our last speaker on our audience to be heard, but go ahead and sit down for just a minute while we finish this stuff up. I don't want to keep you. No. I'll call you back up. No, you're going to be our last audience to be heard. I'm sorry I didn't ask you to sit down earlier. Okay, Commissioner Fesick.
So I am familiar with, so we're going to separate these two issues because I think that'll be for clarity's sake. Commissioner Sigerstein, you brought up CRAs and you brought up the CRA code, and I'm familiar with that. And I truly believe that given what I have read, based on previous Economic Development Council meetings and things like that, before this was voted on for the new downtown, that a certain consultant of the city and CRA mentioned that once this is signed and done and approved, that this is the intent, it would be never looked at again. Now that's a problem for me because we, as you said also, that we as property owners can do what we want with the properties and choose to sell them, buy them, reinvest in them, et cetera. Newsflash, the city of Pompano Beach, taxpayers and residents, you own the city of Pompano Beach properties and you own the CRA properties. It is yours first. If your property is being leased, sold,
Commissioner, let's get to your motion.
I'm not done
No,
yet.
you're preaching, so please
not,
get to the motion so we can move the meeting
Mr.
forward.
Mayor, I have sat through many a time while everybody else expounded on saying, if I am going to address the issues that do approach this motion, I expect the opportunity to do so. I have the floor. Thank you. There you go. Secondly, it is the property. And so what I'm asking for as part of this motion is that we are chosen and elected by thousands of people each, tens of thousands in some cases, Mr. Mayor, and we have the right to be able to answer questions that those residents come to us for. We have to answer to our residents, and therefore we have to be informed. And we have to be able to make decisions for those residents and represent their voices. So that is the intent behind everything. And if whatever path we need to take to get that done, I believe we need to do it. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. A couple of things. Mr. Harrison, I can assure you that I am not forgetting things, and I'm kind of insulted that you look at us and say that. I don't think any of us forget the downtown agreement that was entered by a prior board and that allowed broad authority to buy within the certain areas designated in that contract. And with respect to the bad policy of putting yourself out there and saying, hey, we want to buy stuff in an area, well, that's exactly what the downtown agreement did, and that I didn't vote for and Commissioner Perkins didn't vote for. So the bad policy that Commissioner Eaton described is exactly what she supported and is happening in the downtown. We might as well put up a flashing billboard that says we're trying to buy your properties right here. And of course everyone's gonna try and hold out or get as much as possible. And those are not coming to us. That is, in the MDA, that is clear. What I'm hearing here is about other purchases or dispositions that I don't believe are in the MDA area, like I can't imagine that the property we're talking about by Westview is in the MDA.
It's just north of MLK.
Just the offices?
Yeah, it was a little small house type.
Okay, but things like that, we should be told about that. And anything else that Commissioner Fesick's talking about with the properties that are further west in Collier City are most certainly not in the MDA. So we've been begging for answers and clarity and letting us know what's happening, and it still doesn't happen. So we're not forgetting things, we're just not being told. You can't forget something you're not told. We need to, whatever we need to put in place, and maybe we need to think through this a bit more. Maybe this is a good first step, but we're being pretty clear with you, Mr. Harrison. I think you're forgetting it. We want to know what's going on in this city. So this is a good first step, but I don't think it's nearly enough. And I understand the MDA has their hands tied. The CRA can go with their open checkbook and do whatever the heck they want, just like Commissioner Eaton said was a bad idea, but that's what they're off doing. But anything else, we need to make sure we're seeing, and anything that they are buying, we should be told, at least as a courtesy, even if we have relinquished our right to approve it in the MDA, we damn better be told.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address to the record. On the motion.
You're supposed to bring up smoke.
Just real quick, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Kablikis. I live in District 4. I completely agree with Ms. Perkins as far as not being aware of what the CRA is purchasing or anything along those lines. Obviously, once it's starting to be under contract, but Commissioner Eaton went ahead and brought up, possibly the price going up double, but you can go on the property appraisal website, and we kind of already did pay double, even though this body wasn't informed of the purchase or the people weren't informed of this purchase. It's appraised for about $167,000, and the city of Pompano paid about $300,000 for the property. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Name and address to the record.
I got to tell you something. Wow, wow, wow. First of all, I think my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. And for the first time, I think I almost agree with everybody up here on their particular stance that they're taking as we talk about the cemetery and some public information. Now, I'm aware of some back stuff, so I'm not seeing an awful lot. But going forward, And I do know that we have committees that some of this information does flow through. You guys, I don't know, as we go forward in terms of what others perceive as progress, I'm going to have to agree with Ms. Perkins, Commissioner Perkins, in some shape, form, or manner as it pertains to information. I know sometimes we have to be stealth in terms of purchases because of competing factors, but you just have to figure out how to convey that information so it doesn't hurt, so we can go forward. I'm going to close by saying this one last thing. Ms. Perkins is absolutely correct as it pertains to affordable housing. I did request to get on that affordable housing board because we are just going way off the mark as it pertains to people who live here and the homeless initiative. And I see I got a couple more minutes, and I'm going to say this. I think that the city is trying. We need to try harder. We're becoming a jewel. Everybody's beginning to talk about the city of Pompano, how great we are, how fast we're moving forward. But let's also talk about the compassionate part. I know it's difficult at times when we start talking about making money to be compassionate, but let's try to go out our way. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public.
Sonia Finney, 173 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Good afternoon, Commissioner, City Manager, and Mayor. You all were elected to protect this community, and in doing so, always ensure transparency. For more than 4 years, residents in the Northwest community have raised concerns about the sale of a portion of Westview Community Cemetery land by board members Ron Thurston, Walter Hunter, Evander Derrico, and Vicente Thrower and Gary McLemore, who attend these meetings regularly, and I believe they're here today, to developer Jake Zebedee, also known as KZ Copens, and now 1900 Copens LLC. That land was originally donated to this community during a time when Black residents were not allowed to be buried in white cemeteries. It was meant to serve families for a place of dignity, not to be exploited for profit. However, the Westview Board manipulated bylaws, as proven in a jury trial last August, to push through a sale. They received over $1 million from the developer. This is related, and not 1 cent went back into restoring or maintaining the cemetery. Instead, the money went in their pockets, and now 3 years later, we're here today. They've done the same thing, but this time they've collected another $300,000 from the city and the CRA, despite Westview Cemetery board members being in the midst of another lawsuit for not adhering to bylaws. What's worse is that these individuals sold both the properties. I am getting there. That they sold both properties, never paid or invested a penny of their own money for cemetery land or the office building that they sold.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you right now. I'm going to ask you to get on topic.
And gain
Otherwise, I'm
over
going to have to cut you off.
1.3 million. I'm talking about the property that you are talking about.
I just cut your microphone off. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to leave the podium. This is your first warning. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to leave the podium. This is your second warning. Deputy, I'm going to ask you to remove this woman. Please. I'm sorry.
She can come back on audience to be heard and speak.
Of course she can.
Yes.
Everybody
But all the
can.
yelling, Mayor, that's not necessary.
I was trying to get
The way you were yelling and the way you talk to people, no, you didn't have to do it like that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your input. Yes, sir.
It is very much, it is.
I'm sorry, we're on a motion?
We're on a motion.
Yeah, it's on the motion.
On the motion. Name and address for the record.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. And Mayor, it is very much necessary. Is my mic on, Mayor?
Supposed to be.
It is very much necessary because I'm going to be frank and blunt to a whole bunch of people up here. To always come to this board and antagonize and make lies, especially when, Mayor, if I was to drop the evidence on how much these individuals have cost us over $500,000 in litigation, how can you all even be entertaining some of these people? I'm talking about these individuals that keeps attacking you all about the land purchase you're making. Mayor, it's germane. I'm there, Mayor. But if you're gonna stand up and stand with them, you better make sure you got the right information because I will sue you too. Understand? Because don't sit up here. I'm not talking to you, Mayor. This is not a threat, Mayor. If you're gonna listen to these individuals
Mr. Throw, I'm going to ask you to get back to the motion
Mayor,
about transparency with land purchases and sales.
The motion is germane to a commissioner making a motion, but yet she should want to get the facts straight.
She does.
Understand?
Very good.
Do not come into this house that Pat Larkins built and none of y'all wasn't there when we all built it. And think you're going to come barking at the city council.
Very
because
good.
your bark don't move no weight here.
Very good.
So, Mayor, to that, I would not sit here and keep taking this beating down on good people's name. If this body don't know the facts, you need to get the facts first. You need to get the facts first.
Which on the motion.
Because, Mayor, if you think I won't call the governor on some people, I will do so. Because I don't like when people play games.
Mr. Thrower, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot hear.
City manager, because you can't have your way with him, because you can't bully him to do what you don't want, what the law say that we are allowed to do, is unacceptable, Mayor. And I'm telling you, those same individuals barking are mad because we can't pay her husband law fees.
Okay. Next speaker on the motion that was put forth by Commissioner Fessick.
Mayor,
Next speaker.
Can you reiterate the motion so that we can stay on track?
I think everybody knows what the motions are. It has nothing to do with the cemetery. Thank you.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. My commissioner in district is Darlene Smith. I give honor to everybody that's on this diocese. What I want to say concerning that motion, and like I keep saying, you know, every commissioner on this diocese represents a district, and they should be treated with respect, the utmost respect. And the way our commissioner, because my mom lived in her district, that's total disrespect. When you have a commissioner that's representing the district and they don't get the full information of what's going on in our city, that's total disrespect. Because these are people that have been voted, have been elected by the people of the community to represent their district. And I think it's a shame before God that a sitting commissioner have to go through what our Commissioner Beverly Perkins are going through. Anybody else that's on this dais. No one should have to go through no treatment like that. We are a good city. I got faith in Pompano. Mayor, you hold the gavel. You have the power. City manager, you on this staff too. Let's do the right thing. Let's do what's pleasing to God. God is looking at all of us. You understand? America is being faced with a lot of things that's going on in America. We are in the city of Pompano. Everything come from the state all the way down to the local level. Pompano, let's be better than what we are. Let's stick to the agenda. Let's make Pompano better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Name and address for the record. Stay on the motion.
Roger Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street. Well, this time, today is a good day, and I want to say, Commissioner Perkins, you was right on time. I got to compliment you for seeing, for finally, maybe you seen before, or maybe I didn't know you seen, but your district is being dismantled. It's being dismantled, and you have no say. And apparently, what has been said in the past is affecting us in the future, where the city is allowed to dismantle everything in District 4, and the community has no say. But we got to say. We got to say, because we are the community, we the taxpayers. Taxpayers, District 4 money paid for everything on the east side, contrary to popular opinion. District 4 paid for all the development that went on the east side from CRA money. Yes, we did. And it's in the, all you gotta do is look at the report and you'll see who's paid for everything on the east side. I got like I said, I got to applaud Ms. Perkins. She stood up. She's standing up for her community, District 4 now, because it will be.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't hear, please.
It will be dismantled. You can see slowly Saxon Wall. I'm shocked that you got 1.5 million for the 2 o'clock store and only maybe 700,000 for Freeman Funeral Home. That shocks me. That's really a shocker. But back to the subject is I'm going to get off cue. You know, like the lady said before me, I'm not going to stand for it, because the city of Pompano has been witnessing Westview Cemetery not been taken care of the way that it should have been, and the city has allowed this to happen.
Mr. Phillips, Westview Cemetery is not the topic.
No, it's not the
transparency of land
topic.
sales
It's not
and
the
purchases.
topic, but
stay on topic.
you allowed criminals to come in and take over our cemetery. That has been a community cemetery that was donated to black people. When white people.
Mr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to get. Mr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to get back on topic.
For blacks to be buried in their white cemetery.
Westview Cemetery is not the topic.
Well, that's the topic for me today.
I'm going to ask you to get back on topic.
And I'm just
Otherwise, I'm going to have to cut you off,
I
sir.
apologize. I got 9 more seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Perkins, for standing up. I feel your pain, but you got 2 people on your side now. Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Thank you, sir. You
got help.
We appreciate your
on
input.
that.
Thank you. Now I'll take Commissioner Perkins's advice. This is not about Westview Cemetery. We're not talking about Westview Cemetery. This is about transparency of land sales and purchases in the city of Pompano Beach. That's all this is about. This is not about Westview Cemetery. So please, don't come up on this motion and talk about Westview Cemetery. Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Before my 3 minutes begin, just very quickly, I would like people of color to be heard and stop being interfered with, and I would like them to stop being taken away by police.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
This is despicable. Now, please reset my 3 minutes.
Keep going. Keep going.
The CRA.
Name and address to the record, please.
My name is Wayne Oken. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Vizcaya at Palm Air in Pompano Beach, and I would like an extra 30 seconds The CRA seems to be spending money and not being held accountable. I don't understand why we have a CRA. I have not seen anything in this city that makes sense in regarding the CRA. It seems they can do whatever they want, and in fact, they even knocked down tennis courts at McNabb Park, and there was no prior notice given. And I was shocked. In fact, you had bulldozers bulldozing the park, and there were no canopies around the trees to protect them, which is environmental law. It's required law. CRA in this city is a disaster, and it is a waste of money.
Get back to the motion.
Going back, I thoroughly support everything that Ms. Fezzik said. Commissioner Fezzik is definitely correct, but we also have to look at the CRA. It's a problem, and its money is not being held properly.
Motion.
Okay, that's it.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker on the motion.
Good evening. Again, my name is Colleen Duncan. Now, what we talking about now, so I can get on?
Still on
We're talking about Commissioner Fezik's motion about transparency in land sales and in city and CRA purchases and sales.
All right.
He's going to call you.
First of all,
Yeah.
CRA, they bought that land. Rex, you signed the paper. You signed the paper. Y'all didn't have no permission, the CRA buying that land. Because ain't nobody deeds on that land. That belongs to the community. Unless the community get together and sign that paper, y'all shouldn't have bought it. Y'all paid $300 and some thousand for that house. And that was dead ass wrong.
Very good. Any further input from the public? Very good.
How you doing? My name is Donald Jackson. All right, I'm a member of Pompano Beach and a citizen. Mikey will not have to come get me, okay, Stallings? Right. What I'd like to say, my old boss, how you doing? I was Pompano Beach for 37 years. Infrastructure. What I have a problem with is the CRA, right, doesn't, let's say per se, when they when they get ready to redo things, all right, they don't have, all right, the right people on the Northwest CRA board, because what they do, what am I still on the motion?
So let's get on the motion.
Remind me again.
We're not talking about CRA boards.
Okay. We're talking about being notified. So the board and or commissioner.
Ensuring the board and commission.
The thing about it is, I think community should know a whole lot more when it's going on, and what's happening, all right, with that is that we need to read y'all need to read y'all's backups, all right, because there's a lot of things on your backup, all right, you guys are not adhering to. Or you just looking over it because it's not in your district, all right? And if it is, y'all supposed to be a team. Why don't y'all pass it to each other? If one can hear it, the other one can hear it too, all right? Don't blame it on the city manager, all right? He has to run this city, all right? So why don't y'all become a team sometimes, you know what I mean? And I'm blaming it on the community too, because you remember Gunsmoke, all right? And how they communicated? They talk. All right? Word of mouth spreads a long way. All right? Mary, I'm trying to get the communication here going on. Okay. All right? With the community and not what somebody else says. All right? They hear. And by the time it comes back to that side over there, it's totally a different story. All right? Nobody's blaming nobody, all right, for who's did what. What we're blaming, all right, is the community not being heard. All right, and that comes from you guys, all right? If you had the wrong stories, all right, straighten them up. Have a meeting before the meeting, okay?
Very good.
And that's not to knock no area in Pompano. Pompano is Pompano. All right, I worked here for 37 years. Pompano is Pompano. Okay?
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, can I say something quickly?
I'm sorry,
Can I
Vice.
say something quickly?
Sure.
I just want to clarify. Maybe people don't understand this because it's a strange when you're coming into this new, but this board is not allowed to communicate in any way, shape, or form except at these publicly noticed meetings. So this is our first and only opportunity to talk about anything for over a month, and we haven't had a meeting. So we can't communicate before a meeting or in any way, not in the sunshine right here before all of you. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker. On the motion.
It's right to the point. George Berlengi, 41 Havenwood Drive, Pompano Beach, Florida. I heard you clearly. We all did in this room. Mr. Mayor, a few weeks back ago on a Tuesday morning, I was involved in a conversation with a bunch of intelligent people, and one of those main topic of discussion for a point was unity on this dais. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, what have they heard today? They've heard a lot of division that wasn't up there. What did I hear today? Great question. I heard a couple of people having a lot of agreement, very little disagreement. If you listened to the undertone of these four people that spoke, if you truly listened, the undertone was agreement. Mr. Mayor, you know about that conversation I'm speaking about a couple Tuesdays ago. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that this crowd could benefit from your leadership. Look back on your conversations, the wonderfulness in your undertone. You guys did agree. Was the leaf 3 inches or 3.5 inches? That wasn't the question, it was a leaf. You guys agreed on the fundamentals, whether you realize it or not. Thank you very much for the great job you do. I challenge you to use this particular issue to reach out for unity amongst yourselves, because you proved tonight unity does exist. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record. And please address the
Good
motion.
afternoon. My name is Linda James, 2432 Northwest 6th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I believe that these ladies have said something that this village needs to understand. As a village, you take care of each other. And if they don't know to tell us, how can we know? And you see us sitting out here and we're a little upset, and some of you, I'm sure, don't care. But the situation is, we voted y'all in. We trusted y'all. And this is the thanks that you give us, not giving us information on what's going on in our communities. And if you're not giving us information on what's going on in our communities, how can we trust y'all to stay in office? How can we trust y'all to be a part of our village? It's not working.
Please, ladies.
So my thing is that you all are right. I was out of town for a couple of days. I came back and I'm like, okay, when did this happen? Why are you not telling us? Is that the big secret, not to tell us? Is that fair? If it were, let me say this. If you all were not sitting there and you were sitting out there and you saw these things happening in your neighborhood, how would you feel?
Very good. Next speaker. Any?
Hi, Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I think this was all about keeping an eye on the CRA, what they're going to purchase, and informing everybody up here. Isn't that correct?
City also, but.
She's 100% correct. Everything that, before they purchase, you all should be informed ahead of time, all the time. I've seen some of their other purchases for houses and other things, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% overvalue, no appraisals, nothing. And I just look at the comps. There's absolutely nothing that supports these purchases. I mean, I got news for you. If the CRA came to my house or your house and said, we're going to pay you 70% over what the property is worth, you know what you would do real fast. You know it. I would grab the cat, put her in the cage, and get the moving truck and put all the furniture in there in a heartbeat. I'd leave the weights behind. I'd be out of there. So yes, they do need to be, everything they want to do needs to be looked at. And let's not forget RMA either.
Next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. Any further speakers? Going once, please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. We are aware of that we in the development process for this city. I get tired of driving down 6th Avenue, Dr. King, looking at the slum and blighted areas. When we travel and spend X amount of dollars on our vacations, we go to somewhere nice, sunny, beach, put your bathing suit on, and relax. Okay. So when it comes to private property, if I chose to sell my property to the city or the CRA, that's my business and that's my preference. Because I own the property, it's private property. I don't think my property should have to come forth for a decision to be made. If CRA or the city is entitled to do a sale transaction without coming before this board, I think it should stay as such, if they have the authority to do it. But to change the trajectory and say all private properties or all private transactions have to come before this board, I disagree with that. But if it's a city property or a CRA property, and if somebody like myself, a resident, coming to purchase one of your properties, of course, that should come before the board. I'm a licensed realtor, been in the business since 2004. And if CRA or city come for my property, and I have raised my children there for 50 years or 30 years, of course you're gonna give me top dollar for my property. And I stand 10 toes down on that. And why we can't get it? Because our area where we live in, we not entitled to get more from our property? Please, miss me with that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further input from the public. Further input from the public.
They don't own that property.
Any further? Seeing none, public input closed. Ma'am, are you coming forward? Okay, this will be the last speaker. Please come forward, name and address for the record.
My name is Eula Foster, 2856 Northwest 13th Street, Fort Lauderdale. I'm here on behalf, and I know you said nothing to do with the cemetery.
Right.
You know what, Mayor? It has a lot to do with the cemetery, and I think you're confusing the audience here this evening, and you're confusing me, because when we started out talking, and to all of you, respect to all of you, property was being sold in the city of Pompano that you told me when I last spoke to you, oh, it's private property. But you never said who owned the private property. The private property is owned by the community, the Black community of Pompano Beach. Is my microphone on?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Because, you know, my thing is, we've been coming here for a few years now, and you knew we was in litigation with that board over there, as the city attorney said, the board.
Dude, we're not talking about the CR.
No, my thing, Mayor,
the motion.
You signed off. Okay, you signed off. We saw your name on the paper.
Okay.
We also saw the city manager's name on the paper for the sale of that building. No input was sent out to the community that the building was even being sold. And then you pushed it down real quick. You know, to me, that's disrespectful. And you pledge, now you're supposed to be the head person. You all pledge to service the people of this community. I've lived here for a lot of years. Mayor Larkin gave me the key to the city. Way back, Mayor Skolnick, we didn't have all of this going on. But lately, and you all need to fix this, it's a mess. And you know we've been in litigation concerning the cemetery land. So then the house that belonged to the cemetery, what was that about? You know, you go and you purchase the house. We have not seen $1 of nothing since we had this shenanigan that went on with Westview. It says Westview Community. You keep using our name, but the community is not getting any benefit.
I'm going to ask you to get back to the motion that's been...
So I'm on the motion now.
Okay.
The motion is buying stuff that you don't own or selling stuff, you know, from people that didn't own it.
Transparency.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Very good. Thank you. Further commission comments on the motion? I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton had her hand up. No.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, and I want to get your verification, Mr. Berman. We bring a lot to the CRA board already. The MDA, Master Development Agreement, does not have that requirement. That is passed. It is a binding contract, and I could support the motion, which I think is sort of redundant, but I could support it, but not the area that is included in the master development. I would not want to do anything that would put in jeopardy a standing legal contract that we have. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Fasick, you want to say something?
I want to say one thing here. You may remember, now a long time ago, but our senators and our House representatives coming and talking to us about home rule. Right? Now, home rule puts the power of things in our hands to make changes to our ordinances, to make changes to our zoning, to make changes to our community as we see fit as a body. And I'd like to point this unique piece out. I have heard so many times since being elected that we have to deal with the hand we were dealt, which is true. To some extent, we do. But I'd like to point out how many meetings that we had related to certain things in this community. This new downtown, which is a city and CRA venture, so this does make sense, and it is applicable because we're talking about the MDA allowing property being bought and sold without our knowledge. We had so many meetings about generational wealth, or what we were going to bring to this community and how we were going to make it better, and this $2 billion. And Mr. Tran, I see you staying there, but I don't have any questions for you. If anybody else does, that's fine. But where were the community meetings when we were entering into this massive MDA that is going to lock our hands forevermore until they're finished with this project to have a say in what is bought and sold with our money? There weren't 8,000 of those meetings because I was here for that. And there was the same amount of consultants, there weren't the same amount of money, there weren't the same amount of mailers going out to explain the details of that MDA, yet we spent over $500,000 in special attorneys to figure it out and make it real good and airtight. So listen, I'm saying this because somebody mentioned the research and the backup, and I want to say to you that I take this very seriously, and I have heard a lot of things. I'm so grateful for the break that we did have, because the break that we did have gave me the rest. I did read. And here's the thing. I think we're going to see a lot of these chambers be a lot more fuller from 1 o'clock meetings to 6 o'clock meetings, because people are also waking up. We have had it. We are tired of being things shoved down our throats. We are tired of paying our own money to be told that we're stupid. And I'm not having it anymore. So people are going to wake up. And
Ladies and gentlemen, please let her speak.
And I have heard people tell me in the community, in my community, and actually in other districts, they have come to me and said that they feel fear. Whether they're business owners or that they're residents, they feel afraid to speak out sometimes because they're afraid of retaliation. That is not the town that we have to be in charge of. This is not how you should feel. So I can tell you 100%, if you are uncomfortable, you come to me and I'll talk to you. But I am not going to be afraid. I'm not going to be afraid to stand up for what is true. I'm not going to stand for what is right. And I'm not going to be afraid to say, if it's wrong, it's wrong. And I will take, and I'll finish that up as saying, we deserve and demand transparency, and we will change this. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please, let us continue. Further commission discussion. Commissioner
So
Perkins?
just on one note, when I keep hearing the new downtown, and I just want to make everybody aware, the new downtown will not consist of any housing that's affordable. None. Thank you, I'm done.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is not true.
I just want to put that for the record. That's not true. Very good. Okay. So on the motion for the to advise the commission of any sales and purchases by the city or CRA, got Commissioner Smith.
I agree about transparency, but I also agree that we need to let the MDA do what the MDA needs to do and to complete the development of the downtown. Perhaps in hindsight, coming back to us after purchases have been made and reporting back to the CRA board, but that has been happening. We just haven't had a meeting in a while. And city properties that are outside of the CRA and outside of the MDA, yes, keep us informed, but because we have so much at stake with the MDA and we're moving forward and making progress, because this motion includes that property, I'm not going to be able to support it. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, it's the motion, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kervin, the motion, as I understand it, is to advise the commission when these things take place. And once there's a contract in place for a purchase.
Before.
Sorry, I said
I'm sorry,
before they're
what was the
finalized.
motion?
The motion is any intent to buy, sell, or lease property by the city CRA should be properly noticed and brought forward for approval.
Finalized.
Oh, okay. For approval by, yeah, okay. I've got no problem with transparency, letting the commission know what's going on, but no. There's.
I'm going to try to give you an out.
No. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. I've got the floor. I've got no problem with transparency, letting commissioners and the public know what's going on with property sales, purchases, dispositions, all that kind of good, happy stuff after it happens or as it is happening. Commissioner Smith is correct. There are certain properties that you don't want to advertise, and others have mentioned you don't want to advertise while the process is taking place. But certainly, commissioners, the public needs to know about these kinds of things, and I'm all in favor of that. But to bring every one of those items back before the commission for approval, no, I can't support that. I'm sorry. That delays the process, ties the hands. We have got things moving. Right now, we are governed by a master development agreement. So, yeah, if you want to modify your motion for advise, but no, I can't support the way it's worded. Commissioner Fessick?
I was actually saying I would be happy to amend the motion slightly by saying that if the property is within the MDA, then we must be notified when it is brought. Before you sign it, you can at least notify us. Mr. City Manager, so I believe you can also notify this sitting board, even if the MDA allows it to proceed regardless. Outside of the MDA, we need to be the ones to finalize that contract. And we also should, by the way, so I'll leave that there, but we also should, require that appraisals be made, and in order to protect our own tax dollars, and then just put a cap on, if it's a downtown area, maybe we put a cap on it. Say we're only going to pay 2.5 times what the appraisal is worth at the cap. That's all. I mean, look, but I'm saying I'm willing to amend to do this because I believe it's right and what's clearly what people want us to hear. I'm willing to amend it to make sure that the MDA, as long as we are noticed, that is fine. And the outside of the MDA, we are the ones to finalize it. Thank you.
Mr. Berman,
Just to be clear, Mayor, other than OHUI property and the downtown property per the MBA, every purchase and sale of property is brought before this commission for approval. OHUI has been given authority via ordinance to do what it does to help people in need, to fix homes, buy homes, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to know if those purchases and sales are going to be included in this motion, number one. Number two, we've got the properties that go for the downtown, and that authorization was given by ordinance. When you're developing an area as large as this and this complex, I agree. I think you mentioned it, Mayor. Everything can't be brought back again. But just to be clear, other than downtown and other than OHUI, you get everything at this point. I just want to make that clear because I think that point might have been missed. I said it before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. So Commissioner Fessick, it sounds like what I thought the motion is pretty much what you're offering now in your motion. It's, of course, I mean, once a contract is signed, yeah, it's public record. So of course, I mean, send down an email, let everybody know. Of course, that's great. But everything else that the city buys or sells, it does come before us, except, as Mr. Berman said, except the OHUI department stuff, which, I mean, is it which that's like single-family homes, infill lots where they sell an NSP home and stuff like that. Is it your intention that come before us?
I'd like to actually clarify this. Mr. Berman, with OHUI, and you mentioned that there be an ordinance, is there a specific, first one, I'd like to know what the ordinance number is again, so you can get that to me later, but is there a specific income level where we are or salary that we are that there's a cap to make sure that those people are truly?
Absolutely. They have all the requirements, whether they're low income, certified, they're different categories, determine what amount of help and type of help they get. And these programs, because I sign that paperwork as part of it, I process it, it goes on almost every day of every week where they're out there helping the community. And whether it's home repair or first-time home buyer or low income, I mean, they have all types of programs, and they can certainly be more specific and give you that information as to what they do. But they need to do what they're doing so they're not interfered with or interrupted. And a lot of these, by the way, are HUD guidelines that they have to follow and state guidelines. So there are guidelines. It's not reckless spending of taxpayer dollars in any way. It's highly regulated, and they know what they're doing, and they do what they do.
Okay, and because I would actually like everybody to understand this clearly, with that, I would like maybe we could all get clarity on the income guidelines. But outside of that, who is running the show there? And secondly, does this qualify? I remember we authorized intergovernmental transfers as part of a ballot amendment. Does any of that apply where the city's own property, when we turn it over to that department, is it then outside of our purview because we've authorized that decision? Or I still believe we should be noticed, maybe especially for taking a loss.
I'm not arguing or
I'm not arguing
in any way contesting your desire to receive notice on what actions were taken. There are reports, I think, even for downtown. I think I can recall a map showing what the progress was several months ago. And again, I'm not finding fault, I'm not arguing. If communication needs to be improved, I'm sure staff can discuss ways to improve communication. They don't want to hide anything, but they're doing what they've been authorized to do, and they're doing it under the guidelines and appropriate guidelines that they have to follow. As far as OHUI, I don't think there are any property transfers. I think those properties are being purchased with the specific HUD funds and other funds, and maybe SHIP money and other monies that are used, that they're allowed to use. And certainly, all your questions as to OHUI you can meet with staff, and they'll be happy to give you the information that you need as to how they operate. I'm not going to try and do it all here, right now.
That's fair. Thank you. I think it's time we audit some of those departments. Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
I was still questioning Commissioner Fessick. So Commissioner Fessick, since it's your motion, I mean, is your motion as is?
I've already amended the motion. I amended the motion to exclude the MDA for finalization and I'll admit OHUI as well, as long as we are notified when you sign that paperwork before it goes to the city clerk. We would like to know that it's coming to your desk for a signature. So we can know, again, that's before you sign on the line. We need to know about it. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So that's, the motion's been amended then to that. And that's been seconded also? Yes, I'm seeing a nod from Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, so you got that, Kervin?
Excluding MDA and OHUI acquisitions and transactions?
No. Okay, let me clarify with one sentence, because I know it got very weird.
No, I'm capturing the add-on. That's
Right.
what I'm recapping.
So, but I want to make sure that's not just the add-on, it's the wording itself. And I've learned to become very specific about that.
Okay.
The wording is specifically that this CRA board or this sitting city commission is notified in advance for any property that is owned by the city or the CRA that is leased, sold, or purchased. And prior to that contract being finalized, it has to come before us for that approval. The secondary portion of that is if the property is in the MDA or is under OHUI, then we need to be notified, and it needs to come before either the city or CRA board just before Mr. Harden signs it. So basically, when he gets the notice, we get the notice.
Okay.
That makes it sense.
Notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Before it's signed.
Because
Yes.
everything else, but everything else comes before it's anyway. Right, yeah. Notification, okay. So we send out emails, that's fine.
There's the
That's
part that
transparency. That's,
We're not
yeah, everybody. Okay, now I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, then back to Commissioner
Yeah.
Perkins.
Thank you. Mark, would you just restate that we currently get any sale? Would you just please restate that fact? That we already get it before the CRA board or the city board? Can you just say that? Would you just?
You get it other than downtown,
Other than the
properties for the downtown and
MDA
OHUI. Those properties are all brought to you for approval,
And
sale,
that is
purchase,
so.
and leases as well.
Yes, that is a normal, everyday procedure that wasn't invented last week. That is the way we've been doing business for decades or more.
Okay.
So that it's there, it comes to us. Okay, and right now the MDA says no, so we're going to exclude it from your motion, the motion that we already did. And I'm pretty much not sure if if we have concluded that with the motion, because it's been amended and whatever. But we're currently bringing every property sale before this commission. Have been. So we didn't need that part of it, and it excludes the MDA. So, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I'm ready to vote, and then I have a statement after that.
A statement, you don't want to make a statement before? Okay, because after we vote, we're going back to audience to be heard. I've got Vice Mayor.
Just really quickly, I think one of the problems here is when I look at all these contracts afterwards, they're signed by the mayor, the clerk, and the city manager normally, or some combination of that, but it's always the mayor. So there's asymmetric information up here. The mayor always knows what is bought and sold in this city. So he doesn't have to be notified. He gets to vote right now, and he doesn't, I mean, if I'm him, I wouldn't care either, because I'm always notified because I have to sign it. But the rest of us are not notified, and that is where we sit here and say, the MDA, notice is not required, but we have asked over and over to be told what is going on, and we're still not getting it. And then something like this comes to a head, where you bought a property that had significance, knocked it down, and didn't tell anybody. And so that's on you guys. No offense, I'm not trying to be mean, but that's on you guys for doing that again, right? You didn't tell anyone. You didn't do what we've asked, and it's because it's not legally required by the MDA. And so here we sit here frustrated about this happening. Again, the mayor knew because he signed it, but we did not. So I think all we are trying to do here is get notification for the MDA And for the rest of it, it already comes before us. Although I do think the OHUI stuff, given what I'm starting to see here about what was brought up earlier, is something important that we need to look at also. There is a very limited stock of single-family homes that is built in this city using developer buyout funds, and those are sold to people. And when names start appearing of people that also work on the downtown projects and have ties to the city, red flags start going up for me. So I do think we need to look at OHUI stuff also. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor, let me just go ahead and
Commissioner Perkins, sure.
I think what we're doing is we're actually not looking at the bigger picture. Who runs the city of Pompano Beach?
We do.
The city manager runs the city of Pompano Beach every day. Our mayor job is to conduct meetings like he's doing today. But our city manager runs the city, so he knows everything that's going on. And for me, that's where the issue is, because there's lack of communication with our city manager. There's a lot of things that goes on in that city manager office we should know about, and we're not. It's lack of communication. It's just easy to just shoot me an email to say, this is what's going on, this is what we're doing. There is no communication there. And I've said so many times sitting here that I just want the city manager to do his job, not based on who you like and who you don't like. Every day I have to deal with people I don't like, but I have to do the right thing. And I expect you to do the right thing as well, Mr. City Manager. Although the mayor signs off on certain things, Mr. City Manager, you also do the same. So if anybody has noticed when you're sitting here in these meetings, he's very quiet down there. He runs the city. Who's running this city? Who's really running this city?
Mayor, this is getting personal.
So you could say what you want. You hold off, honey. Listen.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something.
Commissioner Perkins.
This is not personal for me, and that's why I'm saying it publicly. If it was personal, I would whisper in his ear. So you need to understand the difference, Commissioner Eden.
Okay,
So all I'm saying is there needs to be better communication with the city manager and the people sitting on this dais that he might not like or be fond of. He still works for us. So if there's something, and I think all this motion, this whole motion is about stop tearing down things in the Northwest without consulting somebody in the district, especially me. That's what the bottom line is here. Communication. That's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, then, in a nutshell, the motion is to advise of all.
Because it's not what Commissioner Perkins just stated, that she wants to know before something happens so she can say whether something should be torn down or not. The motion's not including that because that's in the MDA.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the motion.
But the motion is to advise everybody.
Advise, but not make the decision.
Right. So when I'm sitting there signing that paperwork, which I do several times a week, okay, let's take a photocopy of all these and scan them and send an email to all the commissioners and say, this is what we just bought. And if Newman plans to knock a building down, by God, he'll just send out an email saying, hey, we're knocking this building down.
Well, I think we need to be specific on that too, because I don't want to get a notice today that a building is going to be torn down tomorrow. So we need advance notice. As soon as the city manager knows, we should know.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's advising you that's going to happen. I mean, that's.
Well, we publicly notice everything for 7 days. I think we can at least have a 3 or 5 day notice. That's a fair assessment. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, that's. Yeah, that'd be fine too. Can you let people know ahead of time?
Yeah.
Greg,
Quickly.
Can you let people know ahead of time if we're going to knock something down? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Yes, sir. After it's
Can we call the
completely
question?
purchased and closed,
Yeah.
we can let the
Right.
commission know that whatever it may be a vacant lot.
Right, so there's nothing to knock down, but we're still, if it's in the MDA, we'll let people know what we purchased, and if there's a demolition coming, we'll let them know about that. And to all of the properties, OHUI, okay, people want to look at OHUI properties, that's fine too. I mean, it's, man, Miriam, she'll send you an email all the time on that kind of stuff, I'm sure. And all other properties come before the city or the CRA as they're being processed. So, yeah, letting all of us know when we buy stuff or sell stuff in the MDA, having to do with the MDA, and also prior to knocking something down, I mean, it's not a problem. It's just.
Okay, Mayor.
And that's what the motion, that's basically what the motion is.
Yeah, I want to ask the city manager, do you have plans to tear down we call the 2 o'clock store on Martin Luther King and 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
I didn't know that.
Well, that's part of the downtown footprint,
Well,
Commissioner.
I mean, everything in
We have a
downtown doesn't need to be
contract.
torn down, but
We
at
have a
least it's
legal
good for me to know
contract.
that. You know, it's good to know. Now everybody knows.
Yeah, that's it. Just like Saxon Wall.
All communication.
Okay.
That's my major.
Good. That's what we're moving forward with here is communication. I've got Vice Mayor.
That's all I wanted to say. I do feel like Nguyen and Greg, you guys got us in this situation because we've asked and asked and asked, and you hear like 3 days, 7 days. This is a complete lack of trust because like it's not like and Greg's like, okay, after it closes, like, and then we'll parse the words later and be like, I meant this. Like the point is, we want to know what's going on before it happens with the amount of time, so we can communicate it to people so that they are not surprised. And that's just basic respect. So telling us the morning of, knowing we're heading to a ribbon cutting and there's no way to communicate it, that there's a park being torn, you know, the tennis courts are being torn out of a park the same day, is not advanced communication. So I don't want to have this entire hour-long dialogue to get those same messages. And I don't think when I hear Commissioner Fezzik and Commissioner Perkins, they're like 7 days, 3 days, this, like, we want to know with adequate time to communicate it to people or to respond to you if there is some giant meaningful reason why that shouldn't happen based on what the community tells us. It's respect. That's it. I mean, there's hours to get some respect.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let her speak. Okay, good. Anything further? Anybody?
yes.
Oh, I've got Commissioner Perkins again.
So, because we're on that subject, what do we plan, or what are your plans to put there where Saxon Wall was torn down? What is going to be replaced there?
Don't know for sure.
I have no idea right now. Ms. Perkins, it's part of the.
You tear down the 2 o'clock store, what?
Commissioner Perkins, not Perkins, Mr. Harrison.
Okay. Vice,
Did I not say Commissioner Perkins?
okay.
So where the 2 o'clock stores, what do you plan to place there once it's torn down?
We don't know yet.
And I see the mayor shaking his head. You all know. I don't know anything. Thank you for answering that question for me. Can you let me know before you all decide? Because I do have some.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I'm not sure what's going on. If you want to have a conversation, take it out in the lobby.
I just want to make sure I can hear you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Perkins. You had the floor there. We're asking about the 2 o'clock store, what we're doing there.
Yes, I noticed you were shaking your head. Now,
Yeah,
I do have some suggestions for those 2 sites that I would like to share with you, Mr. City Manager. We could talk about it at a later date, but I just want to be informed before you tear down anything. I don't care if it's unsafe structure. I don't care if it's damaged or whatever. Enough is enough as far as tearing down in the Northwest. That's my point. Thank you.
No, I'm just thinking, Commissioner. I mean, if the Unsafe Structures Board says tear down some building, I mean that's not really something the city manager. I mean that's our board. You know, they do that occasionally.
Yeah, but still, I need to know. The Unsafe Structure Board, maybe they should be sent a letter about historic things in our district. Maybe they don't know.
Okay, well usually it's a burned down home or something, but I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, that
Mr. Mayor,
wasn't.
anything that happens in the city is under Mr. Harrison's purview.
I know.
Which means that any codes or any building inspector is going to know about it, so we can know about it too.
Okay, there you go. Very good, very good. Further commission discussion. Mr. Tran, you want to say something? First off, I think the announcement's been made that the 2 o'clock store is being torn down, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
We have no intentions to keep that up.
When is it going to be torn down?
So, just for the record, and to reiterate, Mr. City Attorney, the Westview office is in the downtown. The CRA
Yes, of course.
is involved and tasked with assembling properties to start the downtown. If you recall, back then, we were given a budget and a boundary. That was it. In real estate development, you don't sit there and bring to you every real estate deal. You want to do it quickly before the prices rise up. When people find out what you're paying for a property, the other ones, it travels very quick in this community. So that is why we were given that authority from the previous commission, that delegated authority. Here's your boundary, here's your budget. So with that said, Westview Cemetery office was there. At the time we negotiated with the board that came to us asking if we were interested in selling, there was no litigation. There was not any.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, please. Miss Smoke, please.
If there was.
Whoa, hey, Miss Smoke? No, just a minute. Carlene Duncan. That was an offensive gesture, ma'am. I'm sorry. That's out of order.
Okay, we'll tell her shut up.
That's the third time she threatened me. That is not a threat.
This is your first warning. Do not say anything else.
Don't tell her something.
Ms. Duncan, that's your second warning.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, with the sale, if there was pending litigation, it would have never gone through. The board at the time came to us, gave us the articles of incorporation. It went to the title company, everything checked out. Like I said, there was no pending litigation when we were negotiating it. It is next to a huge assemblage that we do own as a CRA. We call that the Grisham assemblage. We've always wanted to reissue that back out, but it's in the downtown. So with that said, that's why it didn't come before you, because it was part of the MDA. We have not purchased anything else outside the downtown that needed to come before you, but all those will come before you on the regular process. So that I can assure you.
Mayor, I'm still on the point of
We can notify you.
tearing down. That's my issue
do
right
that,
now, is
'cause-
tearing down.
Any properties we buy with a structure, it does go through permitting. So we do have some time there in between to notify you of, here's what we purchased, and here's what is slated for it, demolition. So back to your question on what is going to go in the 2 o'clock store. At the moment, it's an assemblage. It's an assemblage next to a beautiful park, as you know, and it will be developed as part of the downtown. So that is in the downtown. So as of now, I can't tell you what it's going to be. It can probably be a mixed-use development, but anything that faces MLK has to be commercial. That's by code. Residential, mixed-use, any of that sort. So.
Okay. So are there any plans right now to demolish any other buildings as you know of right now in that
The
area?
acquisitions that we make with a structure on it will be demolished in the downtown.
Yes, but I'm still saying, before it's torn down, I like to be notified.
will let
That's my point. Rather than read it on social media. Thank you.
In the downtown, yes, the single-family homes on Second, all those were demolished, yes. Right now, we have a couple that we're looking at, but we don't have a closed contract deal or anything yet. We have not purchased anything.
Sorry about that. So we haven't purchased them, so you can't demolish them. But once you purchase them, you plan to demolish them, and we don't have any other.
We will notify you before.
Okay, that's it. Very good.
I just wanted to touch on.
Commissioner Fezzik.
I just wanted to touch on one thing that Mr. Tran said, and it's when you spoke about that we don't have to notify or we're not bringing things, I understand the need to move quickly in a real estate development, and I want to make sure that that's clear. What's also important in real estate development or a purchase is notification. You need to make sure all parties are aware of what is happening. All parties, we as a board, not saying the general public, but we as a board need to be aware of what is happening with our tax dollars for the people that we represent, even though we do not have the authorization as to the MDA. But we need to be aware of what's happening. And of course, before we move on the signatures, fine, a notification. Before we know, that way we know the purchase price, that we know if we're overpaying or not. We can raise it internally. But my point is this. It comes down to transparency, communication, respect, and that's the basic core of what we're trying to do here. And then I'm going to please call the vote and let's just get this over with and move on. Thank you.
Very good. Any further conversation? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Absolutely.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Sure. All right, now we're back to audience to be heard. Ms. Duncan, please come forward. I'm glad we were able to get this done before I had to throw you out. I never want to do that.
Good enough. Like I say, I like everybody up there except that person over there.
Nothing personal.
Listen, whatever she is, okay. Y'all need to respect Beverly. Because we in District 4, we voted for her, for our commissioner. Audrey, they voted for her. Y'all got to respect Beverly in our district. Because we're not playing. Because y'all is doing damaged stuff. Y'all buying this stuff, and they don't have the title to it. That's like going to my house. Buying my house, that's the gun line, boss. Like I say, they didn't own that property. So why should the CRA buy it? Y'all know better than that. That's a shame what the CRA is doing. Y'all got to respect our district commissioner, Beverly Perkins.
Very good. All right, that concludes audience to be heard. The remaining speakers will be heard at the end of the meeting. Thank you. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution.
Mayor, the approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, where the heck?
That would be items.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. Can I get a motion approving items number 7, 8, and 9?
So moved.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. All right. We'll take a 5-minute break. Go on, call this meeting back to order. Thank you. Back on track. That's it. All right, now let's see. We've got our city attorney, our city manager. Good deal. Item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, authorizing participation in a lawsuit seeking to have Senate Bill 180's imposition of a blanket statewide prohibition on the exercise of home rule authority over land use and zoning regulations declared unconstitutional and enjoined, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor and Commissioner Fezzik. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, Senator Polsky was here earlier, and she talked about this, the unintended consequences of this bill that was supposed to be for like emergency rebuilding post-hurricanes. But I do have some pretty big concerns about this bill, and it sounds like the Senate is aware of that and might be tackling it. So given what she said, do we think that joining this lawsuit makes sense? And that's the first question. And second, what will it cost us? And then I have some follow-up questions on if this isn't overturned, how our hands might be tied. So,
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good questions, and hopefully I can quickly answer them for you. I'm not going to, I could go through the whole thing. I'm just going to address your questions if you need me to go through more based on the late hour. First of all, an update. As of today, more than 10 cities have joined, so they don't need us to join the litigation in order to file. Orange County, Manatee County, Stewart, Naples, Weston, Alachua, Deltona, and Windermere are some of those. Volusia County and others instead are considering collaboration with other municipalities and counties and local lobbyists to pursue modifications to the complications and overreach that needs to be addressed. This bill, of course, was sponsored by the development industry, big contributors, et cetera, et cetera. It started out, the initial stated purpose to help people recover after disasters, and it morphed into something else. So, you know, the real question, I guess, for the commission at this point is, do you want to participate in litigation, or do you want to potentially close a door with legislators if you join in the litigation and try and work through the legislature? There's no guarantee that the legislature is going to fix it. There was constant communication during the legislative session as to the problems with this, which were ignored, and it got passed anyway. So I'm not overly optimistic that they are going to correct the problem. Hopefully I'm incorrect in that regard. The only sure way would be to participate and win, but again, there are others who are already participating as well. So, you know, it depends what position, what risk you want to take, and the price would be no more than $10,000 per entity top. So
okay, so it's $10,000.
Yes.
Is there any rush to do it? Like, what if we decide we wanted to join in a month? Because basically, Senator Polsky made it sound like, and she wasn't that optimistic on a lot of things, but she made it sound like her and her colleagues were aware of this and planned to fix this in the session. So if that's really something on their agenda, I'm just not sure like a lawsuit's going to make a difference.
Well, again, I had to put this on so it could be timely brought to your attention. I didn't bring this up in my report because it's so complex. I wanted you to have the backup.
So what if we don't do it now? Is there a harm in waiting 2 weeks?
I don't know if anything's going to happen in 2 weeks. The legislative session's not going to be for months and months away. Things may work out. This lawsuit may push them to make the corrections where they may not have that impetus if we don't push this, but at least others are. I do want to mention too, you know, the things that this is halting. We have sustainability studies, sustainability ordinance that was ready for presentation to the commission, rising sea levels, things that we need to do to protect our residents, and this impedes our ability to do that. That's the importance here, and that's why I wanted to bring it to your attention.
So our ability to do all of that or pass any of that will still be impeded until either a lawsuit verdict, some verdict happens in the lawsuit, or the Senate and House make some modifications, which would probably happen quicker than a lawsuit, but I don't know. What do our lobbyists say?
Well, I spoke to one of our lobbyists, and as lobbyists would tend to do, let's work this through the legislature and see if we can, and that's what they do for a living, so that was the recommendation from the lobbyists that I did speak to today. We have other lobbyists, but I spoke met with one this morning. We had a Zoom meeting. That's his recommendation. Okay. The question is, you know, a matter of patience for this commission, a matter of certainty for this commission. It is quite a clamp down on our abilities to exercise our home rule power, and how much of a message do we want to send, or if we're only concerned about correcting the problem. I can't tell you right now what is the best way to correct this problem. I think the litigation would certainly force a resolution. How soon, whether one would happen before the other or one would force the other. It's like football. The run game will open up the passing game.
Right.
Something similar.
So if we don't join the lawsuit and they get a verdict in their favor, then everyone, it will change for everyone also. It's not just the cities that are in the lawsuit, because the law will have been found to have some flaws or be,
And I don't mean to be corrective, but if we don't join in the lawsuit, because the lawsuit is being brought.
right, if we don't join in the lawsuit, and they get a favorable verdict, we still get a favorable outcome.
That would be correct.
Right. So I guess, I don't know, I have no problem joining lawsuits. Look, I think we should do it. I think we should probably do some of this more often to draw a line in the sand as to what we think is important. But on this one, I just kind of get the sense it's going to get fixed anyway. So I don't know. For me, I might just kick this can down the road for right now. But that's just my views. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik.
So, Vice Mayor, you actually had asked a great question about the cost incurred. So this is $10,000 of a certain amount to join the lawsuit to oppose this, which senators are also, and House representatives are also opposing, or they're saying that they will support that. How much would the lobbyist cost?
Well, we pay the lobbyist anyway, number
Right,
one.
but
But let me just point out, the more cities that join the lawsuit, the cost may well go down.
Okay.
That doesn't include the cost of appeal. Appeal would be additional, but again, the more, the less cost for each municipality or county.
Okay, thank you. I think we all are in agreement in terms of my district that we would like to retain our home rule and be able to control and/or have open dialogue about what we'd like to see in our community. So whatever you think is best in terms of the legal challenge, if you think $10,000, spending $10,000 and knowing it's at least certain of that, aside from any appeals process, may or may, and we may have an option. Does that change anything for us? Like, if we have litigation or we join the lawsuit, does it allow us to continue to operate, or do we still have to push pause on everything?
We are frozen right now.
Okay,
We
thank you.
cannot take action. We cannot change our comp plan amendments, land development regulations, review approval of site plans, development permits, development orders. It's all, I think in my memo, it's a sweeping intrusion, and land use, zoning, flood resiliency, environmental protections, contrary to the Constitution. So that's why I needed to bring this to your attention. And by the way, that is up to $10,000. That is not, we're not writing a check for $10,000. That's the most it would cost.
Okay, thank you.
From what they're telling me. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Name and address for the record, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, 33060. It's funny, I came here for one item and I'm still here. Mayor, I would suggest that we join the fight. I don't think that we should always watch other folks carry the water and then we drink too. And so I've heard the ramifications of the effect of standing on the sideline if we do and if we don't. Pompano really has never been afraid of a fight. And so what I would say to this commission, to the city manager, to this attorney, it seems as if we need to join the fight simply because it's almost a gang mentality. The gang needs to fight. And so, especially when you look at the cost, not only the cost of the money, but the cost to us in terms of delays. And so once again, I'm going to say to you as I have my seat, I don't think we need to watch other folks carry the water while we drink.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, I just want to get a couple clarifications. This is currently law.
Yes. Not only is it currently law, it goes back and
Retroactive
disassembles things that we
what,
did up 2024.
So it doesn't, I mean, to make a more accurate statement, we are allowed to change a comprehensive plan or any other land development, blah, 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 and all the things stated in there, as long as it's not more restrictive. What did you say?
Cumbersome. Yes.
Cumbersome. Now, I also feel, having perused this Senate bill, there are many. I feel there are many elements that are good, especially to rebuild after a hurricane. Primarily, like if you have to rehabilitate your property, and you have to bring it up to today's standards, where now you're more than the 50% over the improvements, and then your house is reassessed as a new build, and you know that's a burden to single-family residents or whomever it might be. So I do think there are good portions of this law. And I'm aware as well that the Section 18, the last section, is what is it giving everybody heartburn. I would like to take the position. I don't want to be put as adversarial as an area. I see most of those that have enjoined our counties, if not all. Both. Okay. So I would prefer to wait and see what happens in the legislative session, because it's either constitutional or not unconstitutional. And if it gets corrected with a glitch bill, whatever, in the next session, great. That'll be good for all of us. And if it doesn't, it will still be unconstitutional, and then the lawsuit will continue on. And at that point, I would consider definitely supporting and joining, but I kind of want to wait and see what happens in the next session before we do. Thank you.
Very good. Honestly, I think we should go ahead and join in. I think it shows solidarity. It shows the importance of the issue, and I also feel that they are going to fix it. But if they don't fix it, this is a huge issue. This is I sit on the Broward County Planning Council. It's a huge issue there. This is very, very burdensome and stops a lot of things. And our lobbyists, of course, they want us to lobby, which they're going to be lobbying. We're going to be addressing this issue regardless of what we do with this lawsuit. Yeah, it's an important issue for every city, every county going forward in this state. So yeah, but what happened is some lobbyists got there at the last minute on this bill in the last legislature and got it in there. So yes, I think we should go ahead and challenge this legally. I think that the price it's dollars, of course, but it's minimal in comparison to a lot of things. But it shows solidarity, shows that there's bigger numbers, which also shows the legislature, the Senate and the House, that people are serious about this out there, and they really do want it changed. So I would fully support going forward and joining the lawsuit. Got Commissioner Fessick?
Yes, I actually would fully support this as well, because what I'm hearing is, I think one thing we can always collectively agree is that we want the right to be able to, whether we agree on everything up and down, up here, we know that we as a city want the ability to have the ability to make the decisions for ourselves. So I think that there's no harm in joining the lawsuit, and when you are taking part in such a groundswell of other communities that said, hey, no, we would like to make the decisions for our community and we know our community best, then I think it's only, and up to $10,000, I mean, we're dropping money on consultants left and right, so this is actually one that actually protects the things we want to do in the city, and I just don't see any harm in an up to $10,000 assurance, essentially, that if it fails during session, we still have a backup plan. And I always like to have another door or window somewhere. Thank you.
Very good. For the commission discussion, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 2 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and ratifying the city manager's execution of an airport improvement program grant agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Federal Aviation Administration, accepting a grant for construction of runway 1028 rehabilitation with a correction to the expansive pavement on the runway 10 end, and confirming the city's matching contribution in the amount of $136,182, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes, actually, and I was going to pull it regardless, I pulled both 2 and 3, and in the interest of time, there's a lot of people in the community that have come here and want to work together to find a resolution, and I understand that there's meetings that are trying to be scheduled so that we can have a conversation. There's a lot in this backup when I read it that is agreeing to a lot of different things, and I would, so before I continue, Dr. Good, is there a time limit on this particular, on this particular item?
Dr. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. Yeah, I believe there is, yes.
Yes.
And we've already received on the July 8th commission meeting, you all approved the grant from FDOT, and so this finalizes the full funding for this project, which on tonight's agenda is, or today's agenda as well, is the award of the construction contract. So we're also under the timeline with awarding that before we're at risk of cost escalations for that project.
Okay, I think that the community that I've heard from would, and I personally would feel a little bit more comfortable. I've read through the backup that was provided, and I'd like to postpone, if I can do both at the same time for the interest of time, because I think this will be another long conversation, but postpone both 2 and 3 to a date certain of October 14th. That gives us the opportunity for the community to meet with, have that community meeting, get everybody on board so that we can just push this and make sure we're moving in the right direction that is beneficial to everybody. The air park, the commerce, and with everybody in full support rather than spend hours going back and forth. So I make a motion to postpone both 2 and 3 to a date certain of October 14th.
You could make it for 2. You can make it for 2, but not 3 yet.
Okay, that's fine for 2.
So you're
Make a motion for number 2 to be postponed to a date certain of October 14th. It gives us enough time to meet with, I don't want to cram everybody's schedules with what we've got going on with budget and everything else. So it just gives us enough time to meet with the air park folks, meet with you, Dr. Good, and your team, and just have a really good open workshop or conversation, and then be able to move this forward. Thank you.
Can I ask exactly what the topic of conversation would be? Because all of the scope of work entailed in this project is not going to encroach on anything that isn't already paved or part of the assets out on the air park. So it's not commandeering any undeveloped property or anything of that sort.
I would like to be, but I'd like to sit down with everybody and make sure that that is very clear, because there's a lot of stipulations on the back end of this that when you sign on that dotted line, there's a lot of agreements we're making that kind of roll down that hill, and I just want to make sure that everybody is fully aware of what each one of those things means, and we're good with it. I'm not opposed to development, in the air park at all. I just want to make sure that we're doing things with clear communication and clear expectations, and do that in the best interest. And I don't think that waiting, waiting till you can meet them halfway to have that conversation will really do us any harm.
So there's a motion. Was there a second?
Second.
A second from Vice Mayor. Mr. Berman, you wanted to say something?
Well, actually, Dr. Good covered most of what I wanted to say. I wanted to be clear that this is just repair of existing runway. This is an expansion, extension, or anything else. This is needed repairs to this runway. Whether it's used, not used, that has nothing to do with this item. Curtailing the use, changing the use, doesn't matter. This is the physical runway where we got a nice size grant from the federal government. That always comes with pages of stipulations, all that we can live with. Nothing that says, it has nothing to do with operational matters. It deals with the runway.
Gotcha.
I wanted to make that clear.
Very good. Okay, there's been a motion and a second to postpone this item until 10:14. Discussion, Commissioner, I got Vice Mayor.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
I am worried about the timing.
Mm-hmm.
So in the grant, it says that everything has to be obtained and finalized no later than August 8th, 2025. So we're already past that. So do we get an extension? And does that extension cover till October if there is one?
I'll let Steve come up and answer that. He's been in communications with the...
Okay, because I don't want to put us in jeopardy of losing money, obviously, but we're already beyond the date when we were supposed to have signed this.
Commissioner Steve Rocco, Airport Manager. We've already accepted this grant. City manager's already signed it. You're just ratifying it. If we don't sign this, we're going to lose this money. It's already been approved and accepted. After August 8th, we will lose all this money.
So to be clear, is this one of the items that was signed by the city manager while we were on recess, when we give authority to do that? Okay, so, no, I'm just trying to get answers to things so we all know what's going on. Okay, and with respect to this topic, look, I mean, this happens to be on the agenda. It sounds like this is a done deal anyway because it's been signed, but there is a lot of tension around the air park right now. I think we all know that. If you've been to any of the advisory board meetings or our meetings, there's a lot of assertions and a lot of finger pointing, and I think it would be good to have a workshop as soon as we can with all of the right people in the room where we can try to bring the tension down to and try and get some real answers, because there's been a lot of emails, and I think it is definitely time to do that. So I don't know if we hold these items up in order to have this workshop, then it sounds like we're gonna have a problem, but it doesn't change the fact that we need to get a workshop planned soon. So is there a date for that workshop yet?
No, we don't have a date, but I told you we would have a workshop, and we will follow up accordingly.
You did tell me we would have a workshop, but as we've talked about trust a few times, so I don't have a date on my calendar yet. So are we going to have a workshop before, what was the date that you?
I said postpone to a date certain of October 14th.
Before October 14th, do we think we'll have a workshop?
Yes.
So I can amend the motion to make sure that we have a postpone to a date.
Vice Mayor has the
Yes,
floor.
sir.
Yeah, and I think I'm done here. I just wanted to get my answers as to, with that August 8th deadline in there, what was happening with the grant. So it sounds like that's already been signed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it there. I think we have plenty of time to make that happen before October 14th. So let's just do that. Let's make it that we do have the workshop, and then we have the time for everybody to clearly be okay with what's happening. And knowing that date in mind, we can ask for that extension if we need to, so we don't lose the funding. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's already
in other words,
signed.
wait. So you're rescinding your motion?
No.
Oh, you're not. Okay. So we're still on the motion to postpone this item until 10:14. Yeah, I was going to bring up the same points that the Vice Mayor brought up. Basically, this is ratification of the city manager's actions. He's already signed the grants. We cannot say no at this point in time because we gave him authority to do these things in our absence before we left. Before we left on the break, we gave him the authority to do this as was previously instructed. So he went ahead and he signed these documents, and we are now here to ratify this to move forward. He followed directions we had previously given him. I just wanted to point that out. So further, Commissioner Fessig? And then
Yes,
Commissioner Seeger.
thank you. And we did discuss a lot of the trust issues and moving forward. And there were a lot of people here at our last meeting and the ones prior, and for years prior, discussing some things. And we have been asking for a sit-down meeting. We are finally at the precipice of making that workshop and meeting happen. So if this was truly an issue that Mr. Harrison knew, and this was an issue Mr. Harrison was aware of and knew of, and it's insulting somewhat to me and to the residents that have come to me trying like mad to come to an agreement and find a middle ground instead of contentiousness. That knowing all of that and sitting through these meetings, signed that without a word or an email, despite many emails going back and forth, flying through August. So I am actually more repulsed at this point. So I'm being very polite and saying, let's postpone to a date till we get our workshop and postpone till October 14th. We can discuss the next part later.
No one on this body ever
Mr. Harrison.
gave me any type of negative feedback about accepting a $5 million grant.
Sir, I understand that, but you have ears and you sit through these meetings too. And you are an intelligent man.
That grant is to repair an existing runway. It had nothing to do with what you've been talking about with these folks about the noise.
It's not just,
the
it's
airport.
not just noise, and please do not discount that. It is a lot of things. It is everything related to the air park. It is everything. And we are asking for the opportunity to come to terms. And yes, they would support things being fixed, I'm sure. But they want to know what it means, and they want to have a conversation that doesn't involve somebody having police officers show up at their door because they put them through the tower. Enough. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yeah, when was the last time the runway was rehabilitated, rehabbed, paved, whatever?
This is runway 1028, and this has not been rehabilitated until, I think, since the 1970s. So it is in below the structural integrity per FAA, and FAA is mandating, hence them awarding us these monies to make these repairs.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay, so we're on the motion to postpone. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Vice Mayor.
Sorry, just one more quick question. I am curious now that this came up and it's more broad. If we don't ratify something after we gave him permission to sign it, is there a certain time frame we have to ratify it? What happens?
Mr. Berman.
Do we have to do it at the first meeting like this, or what are the consequences if we didn't? And I'm not
This
saying I'm not-
commission authorized the city manager in its absence during the month of August to enter into agreements that needed to be entered into, or there would be a loss to the city. In this case, $5 million, and the next one, $717,000. That's what was done. We have a signed agreement. He was authorized. If you don't ratify it, I guess he'll feel bad that his actions weren't ratified, but the contract is valid.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get at here. I understand that we gave him permission to do that, so this is a formality.
This is exactly when I was asked the question in July, and I said, whatever the city manager does will be brought back to you at the first meeting so you can see everything that he's done in your absence, and he can justify why there was a need to sign this in your absence and not wait till your return. And that's what we're doing today.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik.
Just feels really, really dirty if you're a resident. And you know what? And it feels like, to me personally, it's insulting. We've had so many people here, this related, everything related, for years. I understand that we gave him the right to do things, but Mr. Harrison, you know what something like this would do. You were getting all the same emails, I'm assuming. I don't know if you read them or not, but you get quite of them. And there's people who are upset with this. How could you not say this when you decide, before you put pen to paper? How could you not say, hey, I'm thinking about signing this. I know there's a lot of people who would like to have a conversation about an air park with you.
Again, this grant
Understand,
is
but you
to
signed it.
repair an old runway. It has nothing to do with everything that you're talking about on the side.
And that's your assumption, because we haven't had the conversation.
How would you relate asphalt overlay on an old runway to people complaining about airport noise?
You know what? It's not just airport noise, it's been safety.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's not just noise, it's been safety, it's been growth, it's been wanting to have an active conversation about being a good neighbor with the air park. Everybody is fully aware that they live next to an air park, and in many cases they have for 30 years plus.
Well, that's what we're going to do at the workshop.
So thank you very much, and I appreciate that. But I am also going to say to you that, you know what? The folks on Riverside Drive have also been waiting probably since the 70s to have their roving paving done, and 1 month isn't going to kill us. Thank you.
very good. Further discussion on the motion to postpone.
Why are you beating up on the city manager?
It's okay. Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on motion to postpone.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harton.
No. We're back on the actual item. Mr. Fezzik?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
Good. Further discussion on the item? This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward and give your name and address.
Marilyn D. Martini, 1110 Northeast 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I was going to try to read something from, first of all, this resolution was 37 pages, and I'm just curious if each of you have read all 37 pages and everything that's in it, all the assurances. There's a lot in there. And once this is signed, and it was signed by the assistant city manager and by the legal counsel, but it was our understanding that runway 10 has been the one point of contention for the entire past almost 2 years now. We had a coalition, a neighborhood coalition that has been growing in numbers called Neighbors Against Air Park Noise and Pollution. We even changed our stance and name to Neighbors for Safety and Reform at the air park. We have been trying to work with the air park, with the...
Can I ask, I'm sorry, can you hold that thought? Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down for a minute. It's just going to take a couple of minutes. That was the power. Oh, that was Steve Rocco?
He was
Sandra,
trying to turn the lights out on me.
Is everything okay in the back, Sandra? Mr. Rocco, get away from those switches. I just want to make sure here. Hold on. In case of, we're all good. Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. DiMartini.
Runway 10 has been the biggest bone of contention on the runway. We have 3 different runways. Most airports only have 1. And 10 is the shortest, and it's the one that goes directly over homes from the air park to the beach, north-south. And this runway, to have them invest millions of dollars in this, as well as about $150,000 some dollars of the city, of the enterprise fund. I realize that this is not city tax dollars, that the enterprise fund funds the city. But we are asking to hold off on this until we get the FAA, the city, the players, the flight schools. They just added another flight school to Schelt Air. The flight schools have been our problem. We don't have a problem with the air park. We just want to keep the air park that and not turn it into FXE. We're right here on getting the FAA to meet with us and go over what can and cannot be done, to listen to the residents, the taxpayers, the people that should matter more than the flight schools at the air park. That is our point, and we are entitled, according to the assurances, in that it's number 8 on the assurance. I just lost it off my phone when I got up here, but we have the right to a public hearing, and the secretary is the one who is to assure that we have that right, and from what I understand, the secretary is the FAA. The FAA has been in touch with our coalition, with one of our members, and we want that right to have that hearing before millions of dollars are spent on a runway that's problematic. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
David Botzer, 1110 Northeast 27th Avenue. The $5 million is coming out of our pockets. It's coming from our government. We're going to spend $5 million to rehab a runway which is unsafe. And that is going to be brought forth. It's a shame that it can't be, the statistics can't be brought forth prior to everyone making a decision on, oh, wow, we're getting $5 million. We're getting $5 million to rehab something that shouldn't be rehabbed.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Just name and address.
Wendy Weinstein, 2711 Northeast 3rd Street. 2711 Northeast 3rd Street. So I'm speaking today in support of safety and noise abatement measures for the air park, which I think is the overriding theme of the group here. I've lived in the neighborhood just east of runway 15 for 30 years, since 1995, and I've had to deal with increasing noise from low-flying planes, as well as the jet traffic, which is only on 15. It's been getting worse over the past few years. I do support the efforts of the Neighbors for Safety and Reform at Pompano Beach Air Park, except for closing runway 10, which is kind of the backstory of the refurbishing and other issues with 10. They want to use it for emergency purposes and taxiing. It's been documented that planes are still running low and unsafe off runways 15 and 6, despite having a longer runway. So I think it's a bigger issue than just the individual runway. So I submitted a complaint to FAA. I copied the involved city officials and commissioners about a plane that was noted to have a barometric altitude of 100 feet over my house on August 8th. I have screenshots in the past month of many planes at altitudes of 150 to 350 over my house on a routine basis. And neighbors living under runway 6 have also documented low-flying planes in their neighborhood. So my concern is if runway 10 is closed or not refurbished, there will be an increase in the number of planes not following the guidelines flying over these other neighborhoods. Getting planes to follow the recommended safety protocols and noise abatement guidelines off all runways appears to be the best solution that would make the air park a good neighbor. So that was a kind of a overshoot for everything that's going to hopefully be talked about at those meetings. So I thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Further input from the public?
Hello, Doreen Wallenk, 954 Northeast 26th Ave. I've lived in Pompano Beach for over 20 years, and I am in the direct path of the air park, specifically runway 10. And I was here at the July meeting when Commissioner Fezzik brought up the information, and Clinton Mueller was not allowed to present his findings regarding the safety and the low-flying aircraft. Mr. Harrison sat right there, and we heard that he would make decisions in the absence of the commission. Why were we not told about this grant at the July meeting? And why was this not postponed? You just railroaded the residents of the city of Pompano and blindsided us into committing to something that we have a problem with. That is a problem. It's a major safety problem for the city of Pompano, for our residents. I live 5 houses down from where the plane crashed in 2016. And it's a constant concern of mine that something's going to happen again. I can't tell you how many times I've seen the aircraft almost hit the LA Fitness building at Federal Highway. You know, these guys they're student pilots that are causing the problems. You know, the experienced pilots seem to have a better respect and understand their aircraft better than these student pilots do. And this goes back to our safety that you guys are not paying any attention to. And Mr. Rocco, you've answered the phone dozens of times every time I call. You know, they fly over my house. You know, they barely clear the power lines at my house, and those power poles are, what, 40 feet tall? You know, what happens if they run into a power line? You know, you're putting all of our lives in jeopardy with these decisions that should have been brought before everybody, rather than just blindsiding us and now railroading us through this. I totally disagree with this. And I hope the rest of the board and the rest of the commission, there's something that we can do about this, because this is wrong.
Very good. Thank you for your input. Further input from the commission or from the public, please come forward.
My name's Clinton Mueller. I'm at 1080 Northeast 28th Avenue. So let's get this straight. I just want to make sure that we understand this correctly. In the July meeting, which all of you were there, and all of you were kind enough to unanimously vote that runway 10 could be a safety issue that deserved an investigation into finding out if there was cause or not, the city manager and the air park manager went behind a unanimous vote of every single one of you and said, we're going to do it anyway. Think about that. Think about that and who holds the keys to the kingdom here, because they aren't letting you have them. Runway 10, when we did the analysis, has the lowest overall altitudes coming off. It is 3,000 feet, about 3,400 feet.
Almost
We have conflicting opinions, right?
3,700 feet.
Okay, 3,700 feet. What's the distance from the end of the runway to residential there?
Not sure.
Why? So this is not on you,
Mueller,
but the question that I'm asking all of you here is, it's 1,800 feet. 1,800 feet. It is the shortest from the end of the runway to a residential of any of the other runways. Right behind the back of the LA Fitness, it's 1,800 feet. Those people are getting 125, 150 on a regular basis of planes going over their homes, shaking their homes at all hours of the night. And you didn't think that was important enough to wait.
Mr.
You
Mueller,
did
Mr.
not think
Mueller,
it was
Mr.
important
Mueller,
enough
can you
to
address,
wait.
address your comments to the chair. Thank you.
We had an agreement, the FAA, with Mr. Rivera and the FAST team had offered their help, that they said that they would attend a meeting to come and help find and bridge a gap between what was going on at the air park and the citizens. That doesn't appear to matter. There has to be some accountability here, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, commissioners. Someone can't go around this committee unchecked and then go, I already signed it when you guys were gone, because I was at that meeting in July as well. And at that meeting in July, you guys said to them only necessary things that basically were to be approved. Go back to the meetings, look at the video. When they went through, and Mr. City Manager wasn't here, it was the Assistant City Manager who was here on that day. But it was supposed to be only things that were approved. If anything was not to be approved, unless it was urgent. And here we are. This is wrong. At the very base of accountability in government, this is fundamentally wrong.
Thank you, sir.
If I may.
Further input?
Mayor, just for the record, on the July 8th meeting, there was a unanimous vote to accept the grant from FDOT for this very same project.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Just name and address for the record.
You left this up here. Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I just want to clear something up. I'm actually going to stick up for you to a point. The airplanes are not as low as what they're saying. They come in from Atlantic, from that way south. For some odd reason, they're a little bit lower, but they are much higher. You know, she knows. These people, one lady said she's lived here 20 years. I've been going to that park for 30 years. I see the planes fly overhead. I saw one today. It was a little low, but it comes in from the south. A lot of them coming in from the south are low. I don't know why. They are a little bit low sometimes coming in over the gym, but they're not near power lines or anything like that. Accidents happen. There was an accident, like was stated, around 2016, which was horrible. But the only record I'm clearing up is the planes are not flying this low. They are higher than what was previously stated.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, sir.
Bob Weisfeld, 2711 Northeast 3rd Street. I also have lived 30 years there. And in addition to what's been said, the flight schools make everything exponentially worse. They circle around all times a day, after midnight lots of times, 3, 4 a.m. The planes go up, they go 5 or 6 times around. They get a new student, they go up 5 or 6 times around. And it's an issue that doesn't benefit the city. It benefits the students that most of them don't live here. The touch and goes that come from other places because the airport tower closes and people can just come and land and take off whenever they want. So one of the issues is potentially to keep the tower open longer so we can prevent all these stop and goes at night and limit what the flight schools can do, because it's excessive and the same planes fly over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further Commissioner Fessick.
I just want to make sure that it's clear because, see, these conversations from the audience input reiterate the fact that we have a lot to talk about. And businesses have a right to operate. Pilots have a right to learn. I know we have a lot of, we need to have that conversation with FAA, with everybody at the table. And I would have to agree that management overstepped here, even when it was clearly clarified. And yes, I'd be interested to go back, but I don't think that there was the full conversation ready to have it. And I think that whether there be an approval of that, because it was originally kind of told to us as, okay, it's just a grant. Well, everybody likes free money and everybody likes somebody paying for something, especially in budget season. But when we have this sort of big red flag go up, and it has been up, but now we have a resolution that's coming, and Dr. Good, this is not your problem, and I want to make sure that's very clear. You've done a lot of work for the engineering of needed updates in many instances, right? But the question is when we were doing these projects, we need to make sure that they're serving our community, and we're doing that collectively and as a community making those decisions so that we can make sure we're growing both the commerce side and serving our residents who live here as well. So you kind of got looped into this, and I apologize to you for that. but I do want to say, like, look, I think we're all in favor of improvements that need to be made for safety's sake. All I was asking was for a postponed date so that we could have that very open conversation. And I personally, I have to go back to what Mr. Mueller had said, and it comes back to management and what I call clearly not listening to the will of the people and to what residents are saying or what the commission is saying. And I'm not trying to be mean or rude. I'm just trying to say the optics are what the optics are, and it's blatant. So I just can't support this. I wanted to just wait till after the conversation and then let's do it. I mean, I just can't right now. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Good, once again, when was this grant accepted by the commission?
I believe it was August 8th.
August 8th. No.
That was when it was signed. We knew it was forthcoming. This is not going to make you feel any better, Commissioner Fessick. However, this project is based on a 2021 Air Park Master Plan, which was approved by the City Commission at that time. So this project just wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. And everything about this project is going to make the runway safer. The runway, the taxiway, removing the expansive pavements in the area to reduce the confusion of pilots, making it safer so people in the community feel safer. It's been in the works for quite some time. And at the July 8th meeting, I did mention that this grant would be forthcoming. I think I even mentioned that it was going to be signed by the city manager and I would come back for ratification from you because of the time crunch. So, and now we also have on a subsequent item the award of the construction for today. So, I mean, we've known about this grant for quite some time. We've been on the list, and FAA has approved it. Matter of fact, they're the ones that are making it mandatory that we make these repairs and enhancements.
But specifically, there was action by this commission previously on this matter?
Well, as part of this construction project, you all approved the 2021 Air Park Master Plan.
And nothing since then, though?
And this project was in that master plan. Exactly what we're doing today was known in 2021. And we've been waiting on these grants since that time.
I thought you mentioned earlier that there was some action we took just recently on.
It was at the July 8th commission meeting. I brought before you the grant that was provided by FDOT. So there are two entities that are providing grants, FAA and Florida Department of Transportation.
Gotcha.
I brought the grant from Florida Department of Transportation that was ahead of the FAA grant. Otherwise, I would have brought that before you as well, but we had not, city manager had not signed it at that time yet. We were waiting on FAA, but I did bring forth the grant from FDOT, and you all approved it at the July 8th meeting. They funded 2.5% of this project. FAA funded 95%, and the city matched 2.5%.
Right. That's what I want. There's been some statements made that, management has somehow dropped the ball here. No, management followed instructions from this commission and did what they were supposed to do, moving forward with a project that was approved by the commission. Funding from an outside agency was approved by the commission, and the final step was approving the funding from the FAA. So management did what they were supposed to do. And I understand there's lots of conversations out there about noise and things of that nature, and I get it. But management did what they were supposed to do. Very good. Further commission discussion.
One more.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Management did what he was supposed to do when it served a different purpose, but we still don't have a workshop date, and we unanimously asked him for that as well. So somehow, on August 8th, he was able to sign this piece of paper, but he was not able to set a workshop date or even mention it. So I would welcome that he did it in part. He did not do the will of the commission or meet the obligations that he had entirely. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
Dr. Good, if we didn't have this $5.174 million from the FAA, we're still mandated to do that repair, correct?
Yes.
So we're mandated to do those. So if we turn down this grant, then we're still mandated, but it's not saying that the workshop's not going to happen. You got FAA coming to the table, kudos to you, because they're hard to get to the table, but they're coming. And this runway would need to be rehabilitated, repaired, brought up to code for safety, and they're more than likely not going to say they're not going to use that runway again. But you guys are going to have them to the table for your conversation, but we still need to repair the runway. So we've got the FDOT money coming. We have the $5.174 million coming. We need to repair the runway. And I'd hate to see us lose this much money with something we have to do anyway. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Seeger-Senior.
Yeah, just one more thing. I am aware that if the FAA, being their very large bureaucratic entity at the federal government and very serious about what they do, if it's possible that if we are not good stewards of our air park, the FAA can take control from us. And that is, I may or may not be correct on that, Mark, but that is what I've heard from some aviation attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
Very good.
is that true?
Is that a question? Yes. The answer is yes. I believe they can, under certain circumstances, take over operation of the airport.
Okay.
And this way, at least, we have revenue, we have some say to the extent that we can, but yes.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I am frustrated with the process here also, but I just want to be really clear, Mark. If we don't vote, if we vote 3-3 on this as a hypothetical, what happens? Nothing? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't affect the grant. The city's already entered in the grant. You haven't ratified the actions of the city manager. But again, what was said to you is what's happening. If there's a situation that comes up where we need to take action, where the manager needs to execute, which he did, at a risk of a loss of, in this case, $717 million, we're going to bring it to you. It'll come back to you to tell you for the optics, for public disclosure, and for your approval. If you don't approve it, that doesn't change. This has been put into motion already.
Changes nothing. If we don't approve it, it doesn't change anything.
Again, this was for reporting back to you to
I
let you
understand.
know
And
what's been
and
done
you'll
in
check
your
that
absence.
box. You will have reported back to us. So
Not me, but
okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Perkins, I didn't hear you.
No.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 3 is a resolution.
a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach approving and ratifying the city manager's execution of an Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act grant agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the Federal Aviation Administration, accepting a grant to install connector taxiway K1 and connector taxiway K2 signage and markings, and confirming the city's matching contribution in the amount of $18,875, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner?
Thank you. Well, obviously, we know that I'm not going to waste everybody's time because we know we're not going to postpone to a date certain of. So, but what I will say is that I would like to specifically use this item, and like Vice Mayor said, it doesn't matter because the decision has been made for us, even though our city manager knew that we had issues and residents had issues, which leads me to believe, again, everything comes back to mismanagement, and don't stop me. I am livid that we are in this position. And Mr. Harrison, there's a lot of decisions that have been made that absolutely are very questionable about your ability to truly listen to the will of this commission. And I am very upset for the residents who we have worked so tirelessly to bring this thing to the table to make this a better option for everybody. And we all agree that things have to be maintained. I think that's clear. This was clearly going around the will of the commission. This was clearly going around the will of the residents, and this was clearly overstepping. So I just want to say that I still am not going to support this, even though I would love to, had we been able to come to the table for a conversation. So I'm going to hold you accountable for whatever you have done in our absence, because this was not what my residents wanted. Thank you.
Once again, I have to point out, management does what management is told to do by this commission, which management was told by this commission that, yeah, we want to move forward with this. Now, for some reason, a commissioner or commissioners perhaps aren't happy with it at this point, but that doesn't change the direction that was given to management previously. And to suddenly skewer management for doing what they are supposed to and obliged to, otherwise they'll get fired. That just goes over my head. I don't understand it. So thank you, Mr. Harrison, for doing your job. Thank you, Ms. Good, for doing your job. I appreciate the job you do for the residents of this city. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Very good. Further commission discussion.
I got
Vice Mayor.
So I'm just going to use this as an example also of exactly what's wrong with this commission. And that is, obviously, Commissioner Fezzik feels very strongly about this based on the work she's done with residents. I understand it. I understand her frustration on this. I don't think that these grants are necessarily the right way to do this. But Mayor, you then decide to respond to her in a way and praise the city manager and do that. And then you have the nerve at some point to say, hey, we're not unified and we have all these issues with our commission. You don't have the right to ever complain about that because you are the leader and you set the tone, and you don't do a good job at that by undermining everyone at every opportunity that you can instead of supporting them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Vice. Further commission discussion.
Fully concur.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I fully
Mr.
concur.
Fezzik, you got the floor.
I fully concur. We need to do better, and that starts at the head. Thank you.
Very good. Well, like I said, I still support management. I think they're doing a good job. Thank you for the jobs you're doing, and I just want to put that out there so that the public has an even chance to make their own determinations. Thank you. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
That'd be a no, and I'm still waiting on the workshop.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
I didn't hear.
Can't hear you.
No, sir, I didn't hear you.
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an amended and restated agreement between Broward County and the City of Pompano Beach for the Swim Central Water Safety Instruction and Education Program, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner?
I pulled this item because Commissioner Ed Phillips would like to make a comment about the success of that program. Ed?
Just for clarification, I believe it's former Commissioner Ed
Former
Phillips.
Commissioner.
That's what I thought.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners, city staff. I came, first of all, I fully support this program, but I wanted to give you something a little personal. I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and most folks know that I love that little girl, back and forth. And so in Florida, it behooves us who understand the dynamics of the water around us to try to get our kids used to or know how to swim. And so we took our granddaughter out to, and my daughter's not here, but we took her out to, which my daughter supported, she also took her out, to Mitchell Moore Park. We found the staff there to be impeccable, excellent. We found a young lady by the name of Krista Coleman, who I think should be running that facility. We found that she was professional, that she knew what she was doing, and let me say the rest of them, that they knew what they were doing, and I'd like to commend this city and the staff of Mitchell Moore, and probably the rest of the pool services around the city of Pompano, at the work that they do to indoctrinate our kids with water safety. And so I stand here very enthused and very excited, having seen the work that they do, and to commend the city for this program and taking this money to ensure that families who can't afford to pay those couple of dollars will be able to benefit from water safety. So, Mayor, kudos. I've heard a lot of stuff tonight, but I stayed around, and this is the item I came here for. I've heard a lot of stuff here tonight. I came here for this item, and I want to say it emphatically. I think that, and she did not hear me say this, but I'm saying it because I saw her action. She was my granddaughter cried all the time. She cried but she took her hand, she walked her into the water, she made her feel the water. I was very impressed with the profession and the training, because it had to come from somewhere. And so as I take my seat, and I was trying not to use up all my time, I do want you to hear something very, very positive from somebody in this city tonight. And so I commend all of you as you proceed to take this grant. I hope you do, because I see that, we have some discussions about money. Take this grant and ensure that those who can't afford it, those who do not know about water, find out about water safety. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. King. Just name and address for the record. Public input still being taken.
Kendra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street. I certainly concur with Mr. Phillips. My niece participated in the swimming program, and again, she was very afraid and had a lot of apprehension about going out there, and I'm telling you, she's really, really swimming well. We took our students a year or so ago, and we had a lot of students, again, that had never had any type of water safety, and we were very concerned about that, and the staff did an amazing job. I know Crystal and her daughter, they did a very good job. They're very patient. They're patient with the parents, because some of the parents were just as afraid as their children. And I think this is so important to our community when we see so many drownings in South Florida. So whoever, Scott or whomever staff is in charge of this, or whatever funding we can get to continue these type of programs, I think it's very important.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Clinton Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th in Pompano. Real quick, I think that's actually a fantastic initiative. I'm in full support of it. In addition, just so I'm not always up here basically saying stuff to be afraid of, you and your team do an absolutely exemplary job. As the father of a special needs son, I can't thank you and your team enough for what you guys do. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick.
I have only one small thing. I have to agree. I love water safety, and it's so important. There was unfortunately a child that drowned recently, and just to think that we could potentially try to help that to never happen in our community again and never have a family experience that loss. Anything we can do to support water safety, I will 100% support. Also, just a little aside, I am also a big avid swimmer, and so if anybody's seen me from the condos, you might see, if you see a mermaid, I promise you it's probably just me.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Fezzik and Mr. Phillips and Ms. King. This is a very great program, and it's free to a lot of our kids to learn how to swim and to receive safety about the water. And we do know that the number one killer of our children is drowning. And yes, about 2 weeks ago, I just had a drowning in my district in Kendall Lakes. I think the baby was 1, I think, or so. So it's very important that we get involved in this swimming, especially for the summer that's coming up. But it's great to have, and Pete is doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. For Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes, thanks. Also, I had a little different take on teaching my granddaughter how to swim. And she was very contrary. I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn. I said, no, I'm going to teach you how not to drown. And that really made the difference. A little reverse psychology there. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Being none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 5 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper officials to execute a revocable license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and 3151 NF Owner LLC for an existing privately owned wall located on a 5-foot wide strip of the property dedicated to the city for right-of-way purposes, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner?
So I was going through the backup, and thank you. I only had a couple of questions because I know that with mixed-use development, many times the city, this is just that shift, right, where they would have to essentially give the city back the land. Is that what I just want to make sure I'm clearly understanding this as part of the development process.
So to answer that question, yes. With all development applications.
Who are you?
Sorry, Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services.
We can turn it up.
Yeah, and speak up.
Thank you.
Right. Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. With all development applications, we require that the necessary right-of-way is dedicated with that application. With this application on the street it's on Federal Highway is the front, but in the rear, sorry, I don't know the name of the street, is northeast 17th Avenue. That frontage didn't have the required dedication for a mixed use or commercial development. Half of the street is single-family residential, and the east side is proposed to be this mixed-use residential development. So with mixed-use commercial, it has to be a 60-foot right-of-way, and for single-family or residential, it's 50 feet overall. So to the center line, it's required to be a 30-foot dedication for this application. And so the existing right-of-way there to center line is 25 feet, so an additional 5 feet is required to be dedicated. Within that 5-foot area to be dedicated, there is an existing wall. So this revocable license agreement is to allow that existing wall to remain in that space once it is dedicated to the public.
Okay. And just for clarification, so when I was reading through the backup, it also said that they were, the existing wall, just to speak for clarity, is like a concrete, not beautiful cinder block sort of wall. And it's okay, but it's not great shape. So my point being is there anything within this site plan that by allowing that wall to remain, would the rest of the development still be behind that? Would it meet every other site plan requirement that we wouldn't be kind of giving?
The wall is a site plan requirement, so they lucked out that one existed. And the existing wall is a 6-foot CMU with stucco finish. The application proposes to leave the 6-foot cinder block wall in location, reapply the stucco and paint a color consistent with the development. And then, of course, landscaping on both sides. Without the wall, the development would not be compliant with the zoning code because a perimeter buffer is a requirement for the commercial mixed-use application. In addition, it's also required for the surface parking areas because they're proximate to the single-family residential.
Okay. The question I had was also more, though, is there anything within the actual building specifications? Like, so for example, in residential, we have to have a 5-foot setback for like a wall or whatever. Is there anything that if this wall was eventually moved, like let's say the wall falls down or somebody runs into it, whatever, would they then have to put their wall in their regular location, or would they rebuild?
So the wall is permitted to be in this existing location. What's maybe more likely to occur is that engineering or public works may decide in the future that it is necessary that we have that overall 55 feet of right-of-way, and the wall now exists in what is required to be public space, and at which point we would remove that wall, and then replacing that wall would have to occur on property at the owner's expense.
Okay. That was the only reason I really wanted to pull the question, because the other part of this is, Mr. Berman, do we do these sort of things a lot within the city in terms of revocable agreements like this?
Yes, they're not uncommon.
Right.
Happen all the time. You have to weigh the benefit of the public. There are a lot of different things that staff looks at. This is to benefit, to have that boundary and that buffer for residential, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And it would be unreasonable, more than likely, to make the developer knock everything down, do it again, especially when there's not the adequate land there.
And I would agree with that. The reason why I was just that I pulled it was simply because when I looked at the agreement, it's like for $1 for in perpetuity, and it does have severable, and there's ways to get out of that. But the only reason I pulled it is because if we're always looking for revenue within the city, if we have a lot of these things where we're only charging $1, if we were to even have like a $2 or $3, times however much square footage, and we could have, as part of a development, have it, that section, whichever district it is, it sort of goes back to a general fund that could be used within that district. I only brought it up to simply bring up a potential idea for future situations like this, because we're going to see more development. That's an area prime for some redevelopment, and to make sure that we're giving back or being able to fund some things in that community since they don't have a CRA. Just trying to find ways to bring opportunity and cash money to districts and that may need it, or in all districts, really. Just have extra slush fund. Thanks.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item?
Good evening, I guess, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the property owner that is the other party to the revocable license. So I just want to make sure you're really comfortable.
Who are you?
Matthew Scott, Greenspoon Martyr. Sorry, been a long day. 200 East Brad Boulevard. So I just want to make sure you're really comfortable with it and you understand the background. My client already dedicated this land to the city, so the city now owns the land, but there is a wall there. So if the revocable license doesn't get approved, the wall just stays and looks terrible and doesn't get landscaping or any improvements, because we couldn't, because it's on the city's property. And so this is a really common thing that's done, and part of the arrangement is that we will then improve the wall with the city's permission. That's the license. We'll provide insurance. We'll maintain it. We'll provide landscaping and maintain that as well. That's our obligation. So there's a benefit to the city. And then the other thing is, if it's not approved, candidly, then we would, I think, the wall just stays unless the city wants to pay to demolish it. And then I think we would have to put maybe a fence next to the wall. So this is, in our view, for an approved project, really a minor matter that does benefit the city. But I'm here to answer any questions because it's really important that.
I want to make it very clear that I fully support this for you.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
I was just looking at this and saw an opportunity for us potentially moving forward with other development.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, I just want to, for the record, I have had a number of communications over the years and the many different development groups that have come through on this property and changed hands. So I've been working with Matt Scott a number of times, and so I have spoken with him on this project ex parte. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Items 10 and 11 are quasi-judicial in nature. Mr. Berman will give us the parameters that we will use.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone wishing to testify on items 10 and 11 must be sworn in and may be subject to cross-examination by the City Commission or by interested parties. Individuals who address the Commission should state their name and whether or not they have been sworn. City staff will make its presentation first, followed by the applicant or anyone else wishing to testify. Following the concluding remarks of the applicant, the hearing will conclude and the City Commission will make its consideration. All those who wish to testify on items number 10 and 11, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and the City Clerk will swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Very good. Item 10 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, abandoning that certain 30-foot wide cross-access easement for 1 North Andrews Avenue, located approximately 340 feet west of the northwestern corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Andrews Avenue, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of the request to abandon a 30-foot wide cross-access easement, which is located on the west side of the Wawa site at 1 North Andrews Avenue. There have been no changes since first reading, and staff's available if you have any questions.
Very good. Is the applicant here, wish to make any presentation?
Not 100% sure.
Questions only? Questions only. Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 11 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, abandoning a portion of a 14-foot wide alley lying within the block between Northwest 2nd Street and Northwest 3rd Street of the east and west, approximately 265 feet between Northeast 2nd Avenue and Northeast 3rd Avenue, reserving a utility easement for the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This request is to abandon a 14-foot wide alley, which is located between Northeast 2nd and Northeast 3rd Avenues, running east and west for approximately 265 feet. The applicant is proposing a pickleball facility on most of the area spanning this alley. There is one other property owner included in the affected block that will receive a portion of the alley to be abandoned, and that property owner has submitted a letter of approval of the abandonment. The review standards for an abandonment have been met, and the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval on July 23, 2025, conditioned on the reservation of a utility easement for FPL and Comcast, the 2 utilities located in the alley to be abandoned. Staff also recommends approval. The applicant has advised staff that they are working to revise the language included under the utility easement according to the language in this ordinance to cover a smaller area or to relocate those utilities to another location outside of the alley. If this item is approved, the second reading will be postponed until October 14th, 2025, or until the revised easement area is defined and approved by Comcast and FPL. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. Does the applicant wish to make any presentation or just questions? Just questions. Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, that ends our quasi-judicial proceedings. Item number 12 is an approval.
Approving and authorizing the award of ITB number 25-030 for runway 10-28, rehabilitation and correction of expansive pavement on runway 10, and to the lowest responsible bidder, General Asphalt Company, in the amount of $5,259,091.50, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract as provided in ITB 25-030.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion.
Yeah.
That's good.
I know we had.
Fezzik.
Thank you.
Commissioner
I thought you said
Fezzik.
my name, sorry. I know that we had to, that obviously that happened before for number 2 and 3, but at this point, this is now spending the money, and I think at this point, we can potentially, I would move to postpone this item, until the 14th, because then that way we can actually have that conversation, have that workshop, since our hands were tied before, but this is now authorizing and doing the contract. So at this point, this is just another opportunity for us to at least find that gray area between the yes, the no, and the maybe, and have the workshop. So now it will give us the opportunity to potentially work with residents, and then, of course, we can then vote for this at the time certain of. So I'd like to move to postpone this motion. I'm sorry, I'd like to move to postpone this item to a date certain of October 14th, please.
Second.
Okay.
Question.
Been moved and seconded for postponement to 10:14. Commissioner Perkins has a question?
City manager already stated he was going to put together a workshop, didn't he? Already say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
It's already a done deal.
It's not the workshop I'm asking, so I'm waiting to, moving this so that we can have the workshop and then vote on the spending.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Then vote
I
on the
get it.
spending of the money
Got it,
and
got
the
it,
hiring.
Got it. Okay, all right. Yeah, a second.
Very good. I've got a question, Ms. Good. Is there any time constraints in this contract?
Dr. Tammy Good, CIP manager. Yes, there is. There are, because we're at the risk of escalation from the contractor. We have been waiting to bring this forward for approval because of the FAA grant. We had to wait for that to be finalized, which is why it was pressing that the city manager sign that, and then we bring it before you for ratification. So we have been waiting, and we had put this project out to bid, and so the contractor has been waiting for this award, meanwhile holding his pricing. And with the tariffs and escalation, we are at risk of increased costs. I also want to just mention that I don't know that anything out of the workshop would change the scope of this without having to redesign, go back before FAA. So I respect the workshop and understand that, but I don't think that the two are related whatsoever, and nor anything that would come out of the workshop would have any impact or change to this. So I would respectfully request the approval of this award at this time.
And also, what would happen? I mean, what ramifications are there if we turn this down?
Well, FAA would look at us like we have three heads and say, well, why did you apply for the grant if you're not going to award the contract for construction to use the monies? They would also probably have issue with us not spending the money, which is something we're always challenged with as well, with construction and government and how slow that it works. You know, just spending the money in accordance with how FAA would like for us to spend it. So we're already challenged with that. So I don't think that they would look too highly on that if we delayed this at all. But again, if we were to award it tonight, we still have to apply for permits. So it's not like you're going to award it today and they're going to be out there with bulldozers tomorrow. I promise you that. So it's probably going to take a couple months to get the required permits before we're even going to see any movement out there.
Gotcha. Understood. Well, I look at this as a separate issue from the issues that are surrounding the air park with the residents over there. Because, this is moving forward with a rehabilitation. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick.
I would respectfully disagree that I see this as very much a piece of it. I understand that things move slowly in government. Obviously, we are still waiting on a lot of paving throughout the city. But I don't see how there would be any harm. And I would be happy to, if Mr. Harrison is able to sign something on our behalf to get the grant, this contractor knows that we have the money. And anybody who had any question about the reasons why we would like to, if he won the award or he won the bid, the reasons why we'd like to just make sure that our residents are satisfied and happy, it may or may not change the project. It may not change anything to do with it, the scope of it. And at any time, anybody's prices can go up, and I understand that. But at the same time, they probably will be very understanding if they know that there would be the ability for us to spend the money. And the intent is to spend the money. By offering to postpone this, just to allow the residents to feel like they've had a voice when they've otherwise felt steamrollered, and I do too. This is more so out of respect, and I would fully support moving forward with awarding this contract after our workshop. Mr. Harrison had plenty of time to schedule a workshop in between, and we have not done that yet. If we had time to sign the contract, we had time to have a workshop. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion to postpone. Vice Mayor.
So is the actual bid in the backup? I was looking for that because I had a feeling this was going to come up, and I was trying to see what language was in the bid about, when it expired or delays, and I don't see any of that. Is it in here?
Solicitation should be there. The entire solicitation should be in the backup.
I have the solicitation, but it is when they when they bid, is there,
Their prices are in there as well, yes.
but there's no other language about this is when our price will change, it's all
It is in the
bid.
general conditions, which is in the part of the solicitation that guide the time frame that the contractor has to hold their prices.
Okay, so,
And it's 90 days.
so it was 90 days, because this was done in May, right?
Correct. So we are at risk. The longer we delay, they're going to do what they can, and you're absolutely right. In good faith, they're going to hold their prices.
Yeah.
But only.
I mean, what if we do
point
2
that
weeks
it's
here and get
possible for
something
them-
scheduled?
I'll be fine with 2 weeks. I could mentor 2
Thread the
weeks.
needle, because I do feel like there have been so many emails, and we have not been responsive with respect to getting something scheduled quickly. I know everyone's been working on it, but I still don't have anything on my calendar.
I'm happy to amend my motion was September 23rd.
I'm certain Tammy can
And then also, if I
work
might
her
just add
magic.
one last thing, FAA, we have a time frame, and I'm not sure what that is. Again, I just mentioned that we're always challenged with meeting FAA's timeline before we lose funding, and we just finished a project that was also funded by FAA, and we were at risk. Mr. Rocco had to request a couple extensions, and they were not happy about it whatsoever. Again, construction's out of our control. It happens, weather, et cetera. So the longer we delay, the more risk we are putting ourselves, at risk of not completing in accordance with FAA's grant guidelines as well, and FDOT's guidelines.
So I do have, so I feel like 2 weeks is a very reasonable period of time. And what I will say is this: since I first sat here, I have asked also many times for us to not be in this, not be in this circle of, if you do this and this, and then I agree. This is what happens. Then I agree, and I say, you know what, that's reasonable enough. I'll bend. You're saying that we have still opportunity to come back, and then every time we do come back, I'm then told, well, you voted for this. So it's not a trust issue. This is just being respectful. I've shortened it to 2 week period. I think pretty much a 2 week period at this point is not much to ask, especially with it being a holiday on the 23rd as well. So I think we're well within our rights to. The FAA is not going to. They don't get back to you for sometimes months on end. So I don't think 2 weeks is going to set any alarm bells off. So that's my opinion. I just feel the residents do at least owe. We do owe them that at the minimum. Thank you.
Commissioner Fessick, could I ask, so your motion is to
I amend-
postpone it for 2 weeks to
I amended-
allow a scheduling of a workshop, or to have a workshop? Or is it just to postpone it for 2 weeks?
I amended the motion to postpone it for 2 weeks to allow for us to have that workshop with the residents within those 2 weeks.
Within those 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. That's why I gave it a month initially. I mean, that's saw that face, but that's what they're asking for. I'm willing to bend. I can say. I originally, or should I just stay at the 14th? Because if you're made that face at the 14th, or at the sooner, I'm happy to do the 14th and keep it there.
Well, I'm happy to have a workshop whenever you want to have a workshop, but I just don't know if if organizing a workshop in the next.
Not that hard.
To have it in the next 2 weeks.
All right,
Commissioner
well,
Fessick, may I ask what will be discussed about this asphalt overlay in a meeting with a bunch of public residents?
It's not just.
What will you do?
It's not just residents. As you well heard before, they were bringing the FAA to the table. We want a city manager, everybody's to the table. And yes, since we were unable and unwilling to meet them where we promised them we would with a workshop, and you chose to sign
But
this.
that was about low-flying aircraft.
It's about a lot of concerns, and if you don't have the time to sit down with the table and have that workshop, you only hear from the loudest people. You don't hear from the collective that I do. And I don't know what will be discussed at that workshop, because I can't presume to know what's in everybody's mind or what everybody's heart. Or safety concern, and I don't know what the FAA guy is going to tell us, and I don't know what you're going to tell us, and I haven't had a good conversation with Stephen Rocco, which I would love to do. My point is, I can't predict the future and tell you what we're going to discuss. What I can tell you is that the residents deserve to have that meeting. They've asked for it. We voted for it. And asking for a little bit more time in between what we already sort of forced down their throats by you signing it and then us having to ratify it, I feel like this is a very reasonable request. Please, just do what's right for the residents, and just give us a window of time to do that. And if you think 2 weeks is too soon, then fine, let's go back to the 14th. Then it gives everybody time to figure and plan and work within everybody's schedule, which is reasonable. What's not reasonable is the stonewall that I'm getting, and what everybody was in here earlier saying is they're tired of being stonewalled. I am too. Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fasick, I'm just curious. I mean, when is the FAA going to be here? I mean, because if they're going to be at the workshop, then
There are 8,000 emails that are waiting for a few dates from the city manager to be tossed around, in which then we can work with the FAA and find a date that is pleasing to everybody. Again, I don't know everybody's calendar schedule, and my calendar doesn't have half the stuff for the city on it anyway. So, yes, I would like to work towards getting that meeting happening ASAP, because it should have already been in the works.
Well, I believe FAA is going to say that they support this, hence them having provided the grant, so they're very well aware of the details and scope of the project.
Right, but the residents are not, and we still have to have a lot of other conversations with them. It's not just about this. This item is, but this larger picture is not.
I understand.
We owe that to the residents.
I totally agree with that. I just don't feel like it's tied to this particular project.
Well, it was
I
tied to
understand
the
your position.
okay.
It's the air park. It's the air park.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to postpone for 2 weeks now, or do you want to go back to 4?
I'm going to go back to October 14th, because quite honestly, I would love to do 2 weeks, but from everybody's face up here and making sure that we now have an outside entity to make sure that this comes back by the month, we need to have the time to have that meeting first and make sure that everybody has time to act, so we're not in that situation again.
We need to do it before the commission meeting on the 23rd.
There's a lot of need to. That called, my daddy said a lot of things to me growing up, and one of them was, failure to plan on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine.
Okay, so
For the 23rd?
we've got a motion to postpone until the meeting of October 14th, and it's been seconded. Any further discussion on that motion?
Is it the 14th or the 23rd of? 14th? Okay.
She said. So yeah, the motion was to postpone till October 14th.
14th, I'll second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Okay, any further discussion? Vice Mayor?
So I need to go back to Dr. Good on this. So in the ITB, it's at 120 days, not 90 days, which gives us, it says in here, until September 18th. So
September.
certainly the 23rd would probably be pretty reasonable, but I don't know if we can get that scheduled. I'm uncomfortable if we go to October that we're going to run into issues with the contractor, but maybe not. It's less than a month after. So
We're at risk. I mean, who knows? Like you said, I can't predict the future. So I have no idea what they're going to posture.
yeah, I'm willing to do it 2 weeks, given that 120 days is in this contract year, and maybe we don't get it scheduled, but it puts, I guess it puts the burden and the pressure on everyone to get it scheduled. Isn't that what you're trying to do?
Right, yeah, I'm fine with amending it. If that will work, I'm fine with amending the motion to go back to the 23rd.
Okay.
Good. Well, just Commissioner Fesick, I mean, if the issue is getting it scheduled, I mean.
Done, finished, not just scheduled. Finished.
Okay, so that's.
The meeting held.
I was just going off what the Vice Mayor just indicated.
For me, it's getting it scheduled. She may have
Yeah.
different outcome that she needs to have.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd whip out
Fesick
my
needs to
calendar
have
right
it.
now and let's schedule it.
Well, I think
getting
there's
the FAA here is
outside
different.
entities, yeah.
Yeah, I don't, kind of, the FAA works on their own timeline, but okay, whatever. So it's, so the motion is postponed till October 14th. Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Sorry, I amended the motion to, I amended the motion to the 23rd.
Oh, we're back at the 23rd.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
September 23rd, 9:23, okay. So the motion is to postpone until 9:23. Okay, sorry. Any further discussion on that? Nope. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. All right, we're back on the original item. Commission discussion. No, wait a minute, you jumped, no, you haven't even presented yet.
Dr. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. Again, this is an ITB to enhance the runway 1028 and the connectors at taxiway Alpha, which will now be renamed taxiway Kilo 1 and Kilo 2, to enhance safety. This entire project is all about safety. I think if the residents knew, and perhaps they will when they, hopefully they can trust us, but when this workshop is held, that they will understand that the entire scope of this project is all about enhancing safety at the air park. And so at this time, staff would recommend awarding the contract to General Asphalt so as to not jeopardize the grant or pricing escalation, et cetera. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record.
Hi, Clinton Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th. Quick question, real quick. On the actual approval here, if the workshop comes back and says, guess what, runway 1028 is not safe, and we've just committed the $5 million expenditure over there, and we've suggested as a group to basically repurpose that area for taxiing and emergency landing only, right? So if that's the finding as we come back, is the airport then able to then go, okay, well, the construction is done, the pavement's on the ground, but now it's going to be a taxiing runway, or do we run into an FAA issue because we've taken the grant for the purpose of a runway?
FAA would be the only entity that could inform us what we can do with that runway. And at this time, they're not telling us that we're going to do anything other than utilize that runway as a runway.
Okay, so on the minimum safe altitude, the 9119 of the FAA, on there, one of the things on runway 10, guys, is basically part of the minimum pattern altitude of 800 feet. You have all of that, but right at the front of it, in the beginning, is actually a point where it basically states that the airplanes taking off should be able to identify and find an emergency landing area. Do you recall that?
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. So my question being is if you're departing out of runway 10, and I've spoken with nearly a dozen different pilots, everyone has told me there's nowhere safe to land. If there's nowhere safe to land, what are they going to run into with a mechanical issue? And one other thing real quick while we're there. So on the agenda item number 2, it actually stated that there was an expansion on number 2. It's tied directly to this one, though, because the funding comes here.
Not an expansion, sir.
I understand, but the wording may be wrong on number 2.
It says expanse. Reduce the expansive pavement. We're reducing the asphalt to reduce the confusion among pilots. When a pilot comes to taxiway onto runway 10, there's expansive pavement. They
Correct.
don't know where the taxiway is. So we're reducing that pavement and constructing 2 separate taxiways so they can very easily identify what is a taxiway and taxi out onto the runway. So it's safer. That's what this project consists of, and that's what the language indicates.
Okay, because when you look at the first one, number 2, versus this in comparison, it appears that it's saying on one side that it's expanding it. No. And on the other side, when I look at this one that is here under number 12, it does state that, I think. And I'm worried that maybe sometimes the devil's lost in the details.
We're not expanding the runway whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Making it safer. Great. Further input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. Just a quick thing. I noticed that there's a recurring theme here, that there's always stuff that's coming up at the deadline, and then people feel pressured to complete things. Can we just do a little Martha Stewart here? Can you plan better so that when you apply for the grant and it's received, that you have like a calendar or something so you know when things have to happen and they can match them up, and then you're not sitting here at the 11th hour saying, oh, if you don't do this, then this terrible thing, it may or may not happen, and then people feel pressured. Can't you? I mean, like, that seems a reasonable thing to fix, right? Just a little housekeeping. Create a calendar. Make sure people can see it so they don't have to worry about it. That's all.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fessick.
I just wanted to say, this is the exact thing that I would, one more opportunity for us. Mr. Mueller had questions. You were able to answer them very quickly. If we had had that opportunity because we had allowed for a little bit more time to do those things, this would have been one of those situations that I feel like we would have spent any time doing this, because it would have been a flying yes with the support of everybody. So I just like to take this lesson and let's move it forward and apply it in the future. I have been asking for the same housekeeping and pre-planning and never doing this. If you don't do this, you're going to do this. This is not the way. That is not how you run a household. That's not how you run a business. And it's definitely not how you run a city, force-feeding it. Thank you.
Very good. For the Vice Mayor.
So when it comes down to it, we have been talking about this project for a while, and right now we are bogged down in all of this, issues that we have as a commission, issues we have with city leadership, but it is our role to do the right thing also, in spite of all that. And this has always been a project I supported, and if you've been up in the tower, you can see those taxiways and how this needs to get rationalized, because it's a little confusing there as a pilot. So I also feel very strongly that we need to have this workshop, but I am confident at this point that we will have the workshop. I'm also pretty confident that the FAA is not going to tell us this isn't going to be used as a runway. So but that doesn't mean the workshop is going to answer lots of questions. It is going to help, I think, everyone know who to go to if there's issues, what are really the issues, what are the options, and give everybody an opportunity to be heard and to try to come up with some solutions to mitigate things. And I don't know, it might, for me, maybe there's using a different runway more of the time or something, but that doesn't mean that I think this isn't going to become a runway still. So given that and all the uncertainty here, for me, I think it is best to, kind of at this point, I understand how these issues are tied together. They're both the air park. But one of them is not delaying these important construction projects that make progress for our city at the expense of having a really important conversation. And I am confident that we can do both. If we don't, then you're going to hear from me. But I do think that everyone's kind of got their heart in the right place on this one. I know I've talked to people at the air park. I've talked to the city. And the message is very consistent that we're going to have this workshop. I think it's been heard loud and clear today that we need to get it scheduled as soon as possible. So I don't think that it's a reason to hold up something that's already, everything takes too long anyway. Construction takes too long. So, and this has been a long time in the works to get the grants, to get everything approved. So I support both of these, but I'm not going to inextricably link them forever here. So thank you.
Very good. Just a couple of things. I just want to mention that, sometimes what appears to be our back is up against a wall. It's not really a self-imposed back against the wall situation. Sometimes it takes time to get the FAA grant. The FAA grant has certain timelines involved in their grant. But then also we have to do an ITB to actually get the person who's going to lay the asphalt. Well, that invitation to bid, they're only going to guarantee their prices for so long. So, you could say, well, why didn't you bid the asphalt a year ago? You knew this grant was probably coming, because you can't do that. They're not going to hold the bid for a year. So it may seem like, wow, we've got these self-imposed problems, but sometimes it is just the process and the things we have to go through. I'm not saying that we don't create our own problems. Sometimes we do, that too. But a question, Commissioner Fessick, just for clarity. At this workshop, if the FAA declines to come, what do you still want to hold the workshop?
I think it's imperative that we hold the real workshop with all interested parties. Mr. Mueller has been able to get commitment from. I understand that, but no matter what, Mr. Rocco, our team, yes, believe that we need to collectively meet with the residents, and then. Because we can't be like.
It's okay.
And I would like to explain this, because we can't be in the situation where we go yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. We have to come together, sit at the table, and hash it out, and find the middle zone that works for everybody. So it's really important, regardless of who shows up, that we sit down and we do our due diligence.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. So you want to hold the workshop whether FAA shows up or not, because I've dealt with the FAA in the past, and yeah, they're not always, and I appreciate Mr. Mueller's efforts, but they're not always cooperative in some regards. Just wanted to get that clarification. Whatever the FAA says, we're we'll move forward with scheduling a workshop, for sure. Okay, any further discussion on the item? Commissioner Fasick.
I just want to say, I understand, I will agree with Vice Mayor that at this point, that the paving doesn't, that we've already approved that per the plan, the paving doesn't make the difference of who we're hiring. If we need to move that in that case, I'm fine with that, but I want to make sure that I state on the record that if we were to have done this, even as we do everything else with the city, like we notice, we have a little bit more open conversation, we have a little bit more transparency from the get-go. I think that that's what I'd like to see us move together as a city. And again, I'm not blaming you in any way, shape, or form. I want to make that clear. I just would like to see us continue to do that. And I think that message was loud and clear today on multiple fronts. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Mayor, this is on the bid, item 12.
Yes, item 12.
The actual bid, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 13 is an approval.
Approving and authorizing the award of RFP 25-040 non-sewer Area C sanitary sewer improvements to the highest-ranked proposer, DBF Construction LLC, in the amount of $4,816,773.89, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract as provided in RFP 25-040.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Good.
Dr. Good,
Dr.
CIP
Good.
Manager. This item is to approve and authorize a request for proposal. We solicited this particular project utilizing a ranking system. This project consists of converting sanitary sewer to septic to sewer, and which the city will collect. The reason why we chose to advertise it via ranking committee was because of the nuances relative to going on private property, decommissioning the septic systems and bringing them out to the city's infrastructure utilities and performing those connections. So we ranked the firm, the highest ranked firm was DBF. They were not necessarily the lowest, but very close, within 5%. This time, staff recommends awarding it to DBF Construction. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So when we do these RFPs, and when I met with the city management team, we talked about this yesterday. At some point, we used to, at least in some of the backup, get the selection committee's notes as part of the backup. Because if we are not automatically picking the lowest bidder, I want to understand why this company, I want to understand is it 5%, is it 10%, what pushed them over the top even though they cost more, and there's nothing in the backup that allows us to understand that.
I thought I seen that, I'm sorry, I thought I did see that the purchasing department did include all of the committee members' notes and the way they ranked in the backup.
There is the recommendation table, the recommended tabulation that gives a total score, but there's no.
I thought I seen that. If
it's
I'll look
not
for
in
it
here, and I know what I'm looking for because I've seen that. I've been able to have to decipher people's handwriting what they were trying to say, and none of that is in here. So how do we?
Well, if it's not, which I thought, I'm almost certain that I did see it, but I will look for it. I can provide that to you. I thought that I did see it. Sometimes the files are not quite labeled.
I don't.
The way they should, but we have that information.
Well, and then I asked for it yesterday when we met with the city management team, and I still don't have it. So it is another one of those. Had I received it, then I'd be in a place to understand this, but I don't have it. I don't believe it's in here, Tammy.
Typically, we do include that. And one other thing that I do want to add is we did receive a $1.5 million grant. There's no pressure. That's already been approved and accepted. But I just wanted to make mention that we did approve grant monies to go on to the private property and decommission the septic systems at no cost to the property owners for this particular project.
So is there a time constraint on this one? Since I don't have what I'm hoping to see still, and I had asked for it.
Yep, here comes
I would
Nate.
like to look first before, yes. So we do have a time constraint on the grant, on the $1.5 million grant.
Not there. Pass it down. Is anyone else? I'll stop while Dr. Good looks, as if anyone else has anything to say.
You found it?
No.
No?
There's something else. While she's looking, I do have questions for procurement process, so if
Let's finish this, yeah. We've been here this long. It's
I know,
okay.
that's fine. Hey, we're almost there.
Yeah.
So I found the criteria, but not. Let's see the contract, right? You can zoom out. Yeah, so you can go here and see. You can kind of 59 pages, but. So, yeah, it's definitely not in there as its own document, and I don't think it's buried in anything. Well, I did look at this yesterday. I did ask for it to be sent to me yesterday also because I didn't see it in here. So is there actually a rush on this?
Well, again, the grant monies, but I have that information, and I almost am certain that I did see it. I honestly, because we always include that in the backup, and I don't know.
There's been a few times lately where it hasn't been in there, and I have asked for it to be in there again. So I don't know if it's your items, just in general. It's so for these where we are not picking the lowest bidder, I think it's important to have that as an item in the backup.
Well,
So
I was on the committee, so the lowest bidder was, again, I don't know, 2% or so lower than the firm that we did select. And again, the firm that we selected was based on his prior experience working for the city, particularly working on private property, converting, the other project was we had sewer in the rear properties, and we brought the sewer main out into the street.
Right.
They connected, went on private property, connected up to the existing cleanout at the house, and then brought the pipe out to the city's new sewer main. This project is very similar, other than we have septic systems that are on private property, which will be decommissioned by the contractor, and they will then bring the lateral from the city's sewer main in the street up to the structure of the building. So because they had that particular experience and working closely,
so if
dynamics of what that entails, and then having a good track record with the city, it was a unanimous decision among the committee members, and I think there were 4 or 5 of us, of which we all selected this firm as the highest ranked firm.
And I'm not trying to question that process or the outcome. I just think it's important for us to see it. If we postpone this till 9/23, is there a grant issue? 2 weeks?
Nate, do you know the deadlines?
For complete.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. We've renewed this grant this is the second time we've renewed this grant, and we really want to be in a position where we can take advantage of it. It is a gift to the city. It does have a sunset time period of August of next year. So with all of the unpredictable things that can take place, we just want to make sure that we can, secure it and get it going. Again, this is the second time that they've extended this grant for us, and we just want to make sure that we secure it and get this very necessary work done.
Okay.
And who are you?
And hello.
I'm sorry, I'm Nathaniel Watson. I am the Utilities Field Superintendent.
Thank you.
Most of us don't know who we are at this point anymore. Okay, so going forward, I want to make sure we have this in the backup because there's been a couple other items where it hasn't been, especially for these where, I mean, I'll take your word on the cost difference, but I'd love to be able to see the ranking and the details of what happened going forward. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fezzik.
So I had a couple of questions related to, so we've seen this, the same company before, and like you mentioned, they have a good track record with the city. But I also was looking for information in the backup as well, because I just want to be clear with our procurement process. If there, what are the actual, and I asked for this information, and it's coming back to me at some point, but I haven't received it yet. What are the actual procurement processes related to selection and vendor selection committees, things like that? Are there certain qualifications or are there certain things that must be met?
That's correct. We do write tight qualifications. It's typically similar complexity, dollar value, and any niche scope that might be entailed with that project. We would include it in the qualifications, and that is all part of the solicitation. So we're sure to get somebody that's qualified to perform the work. We don't frequently utilize the RFP process, utilizing a selection committee, because we do want to make sure we're getting the most fair price. But we also know that low bid is not always the least costly. So, but my other couple items on the agenda today are through a competitive bidding process. So we did select the low bidder. But because of the challenges associated with this type of project, we felt it would be necessary to, select the contractor based on their experience and qualifications, and not necessarily entirely on price.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because I think in a lot of these decisions, it's not just about who the contractor is, but it's also about who's making the selections. And I know that if there's ever, it's important for us to know that. Do you know how many? I know you mentioned a good track record. How many other contracts have we had awarded to DBF? I mean, we've had a long-term relationship with them, correct?
Utilizing the selection delivery method, I don't believe we've utilized any of those. They have won bids via the competitive bidding process and been low bidder on several.
Okay.
So that just kind of solidifies that we know we are getting a very fair price from this particular contractor, because when they do competitively bid, they're typically lowest.
So one thing that did come to my attention was that on page 68 of the backup, there's a disclosure page. It's a statement of no litigation page. And as I was going through the backup, I Google everybody, and unfortunately, in this situation, the case search there was a case that came up, and I just want to see if there's let's see, where is it? It says basically that this particular construction company is currently a co-defendant in an active lawsuit against the city of Pompano Beach, and their co-defendant. Does that, and even though it's higher and they may be qualified, but yet in their bid they said that there was nothing, and that was a July. We were served with the summons on July 1st, 2024.
I'm actually very familiar with that case.
Right. So I'm not trying to throw shade anywhere. But the thing is that if we have a procurement process and somebody does not tell the truth in that procurement process, do we have standards, or are we bound to hold such standards?
So I think Mark might be able to speak to this, but the lawsuit, the claimant actually pulled out of the lawsuit, so perhaps they did the same to DBF. So I don't know if it's still on public record, but at this time, I don't know, have you received any other correspondence? And that is the Bay Drive project, Mark.
At this point, it's not proceeding. They have no attorney, if it's the same lawsuit I'm thinking about.
Correct.
Right, but
no information at this point. It's just sitting there, and at some point, if nothing's done, a judge will dismiss it for lack of prosecution. So we just take it on a daily basis.
And just that DBF did not perform any services on that project. So, I mean, I guess anybody can sue anybody, but they're not currently under litigation.
So that's my question related to procurement process, right? So at the time that they filed the RFP, at the time they participated in this, they submitted this document. I had nothing to do with this. They had nothing to, they chose this. And the question is I'm just saying, why would you, as a business, say that you haven't for, let me read the page. As part of our submission for the non-area sewer C sanitary improvement project, we hereby confirm that DBF Construction has not been involved in any litigation, legal proceedings, or disputes, either as plaintiff or defendant, within the past 5 years. And so the question I have is, look, if they have, it's easily explained away. Just be honest in the process. And this is why some of these backup things are important. And again, I'm happy that if it was dropped, but the last I heard, or the last I saw on the clerk of the courts when I went to go search more details to see if it hadn't in fact been closed out, was that all that happened was somebody's attorney was no longer representing them. So I don't know. I'm not going to get into the legal, but I just want to. I'm more concerned with our procurement process and what we do and what standards we have to hold ourselves to. That if we find out that somebody is not being truthful, what are the repercussions of that? That's not just a legal question, but that's your word is your bond kind of thing. We need to make sure we enforce that.
I'll let Mark explain that because
it could be grounds to not award. It could be grounds to revoke the contract if there was fraud used to procure the contract. But it's not fraud of a major element, however, so it might be difficult to overcome that.
Yep.
So, Mark, would you consider the city under litigation with that same firm to date? Or have we just been corresponding with their attorney?
I'm corresponding with our construction counsel who's litigating, so
and that's the same
I don't know if DBF was involved in the litigation. I thought it was the other company.
They listed them, but again, we're not even in litigation, so DBF would not be either. So I'm not sure exactly what record you're referencing where you think that they were under litigation with.
We're not litigating against DBF is the point.
No, they basically it says that there's, I don't know if it's case number CACE-24-008-296, and a plaintiff is, we are the defendants in part with DBF. So that, look, I don't want to get into the lawsuit stuff. I just want to say it comes back to procurement, and having that backup information is really valuable to know, one, how things were selected, and this is not just in this one, but in every instance, right? If we don't have the backup information, and we can rely on it to be complete, and we can't rely on people us to enforce when people are being open and honest. And in that, when I did read through some of it, it had some questionable accusations, which of course anybody can sue anybody for any reason, and I'm not going to try to hold anybody, I'm not judge and jury. But the question I have that we are supposed to be in charge of is moderating, making sure that what they say is truthful, and when they submit that, and it's not just them, it's any contractor who comes to us as a city. If we're going to play ball, we need to know the rules of the game, and we need to enforce those rules of the game. So that's why I'm happy to postpone this. I know that Vice Mayor wanted some additional information. I feel like I'd be a lot more comfortable with a little bit of additional information. And if we can just even defer this to the next meeting, I would love to. If there's a time constraint, I understand. We don't want to give up the grant money. I just would like us to maybe take a separate conversation and find out what is right and what is wrong there, and let's get back together and figure that out collectively. Done. Thank you.
Okay. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
I want to confirm we're voting on the item number 13, not a postponement.
That is correct.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, item 14 is an approval.
Approving and authorizing the award of ITB 25-058 for Charlottebury Plaza and Passive Park End to the lowest responsive responsible bidder, Waypoint Contracting, Inc., in the amount of $1,713,452, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract as provided in ITB 25-058.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Dr. Good.
Dr. Good, Dr. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This is an item to approve and authorize another invitation to bid for the Charlottebury Plaza and Passive Park the lowest responsive bidder, Waypoint Inc., in the amount of 1.7 million plus, and that is staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record. Appreciate it.
Clinton Mueller, 1080 Northeast 28th. Just quick observation, if that's okay, is on these agenda items, if possible, when we're doing the improvements or the scopes and scales, can we just add what an estimated completion date would be under each of these? Is that possible? I know that can change a lot with construction and other projects that they begin as they go on, right? And it would be something that regularly goes on, I'm sure. And I don't want to create any more work for you guys off of this. But having an idea when a project begins as a citizen that's not privy to what you guys do have access to on your end, it would be helpful and would be more transparent if we had an idea of just the scope and scale of when we do a project of, say, an estimated completion date of X.
In the backup, there is an estimated schedule. Well, it's not estimated, it's what the contractor signs up for, and he is obligated to provide and produce. And there is no start date because all of that is contingent on commission approval, contract execution, and then thereafter obtaining permits. So it would be a very wild guess to say estimated completion. But we do post all of our projects on the website. So at any time, the public can visit our website and look up the status of our projects to see when they're starting, when they're completing. But if you do look in the backup, you will see that the duration of the project once it does start construction. So that is in the backup.
But the majority of citizens aren't going to go digging through all of this. You know, and my hope is to your point, right? We don't know when they're going to start, right? And we don't really know when they're going to finish. But we do have an idea of going from when they start, we expect it maybe to take 24 months. So maybe instead of a finite date, basically saying estimated timeline of project at the start, from the start of breaking ground is X. So that ultimately, too, when you guys are accountable to your voters as well, you're going to be able to go, hey, guys, listen, we had a project that was supposed to take two years to complete, and we're in year 7. You know, we need some answers off of this, and it's also readily at the disposal of the public.
Gotcha. That's good.
Okay.
Good points.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you, guys.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Dr. Good, well, has this been on the agenda before? Is this the first time? This is
the first time.
First time. When you want to make some improvements or something in someone's district, who gives you the okay to say go for it or get it done?
Well, it's part of the CIP plan that is brought before you all and collectively with your input and funding allocation. It either makes it or not on the CIP plan, and then each year as funding becomes available, we start the project, design and then construction.
Yeah, because I see that this project goes back to April.
Well, we had to design it, so we did bring before, I'm sorry, this is the first time a construction contract has come before you, but we did bring the design contract before you for approval.
Okay, all right.
So that would have maybe jogged
Yeah, the
your
reason that I asked that question is because I, and don't get me wrong, I think highly of Charlotte Burry. I think she's a wonderful lady. This same thing happened with the Herb Skolnick addition, whereas I guess some of the commissioners, two of them, can meet with the city manager behind the scenes and pretty much get what they want on the agenda. I have 3 projects that have been funded for 3 or 4 years, and it's still sitting there. The improvements on Northwest 6th Avenue, 3-4 years. The improvement at the parking lot next to Annie Gillis, 3-4 years. The Ultimate Sports Park, that funding came from the GO bond. I don't even have a design for it. There is no design for it.
The design is complete. I have submitted that to the purchasing department for advertisement.
Been asking you about that for the last 2 years, and I get really good answers, but no movement. So
I can get you that.
This is what the crowd that left, this is what they need to see. when you have a commissioner sitting up here, and I guess that the game plan is, well, you know, we don't want her to get reelected, so let's don't do anything in her district. And then we want this one to get elected, so we'll give her everything in her district. This is how we're running the city. You're not hurting Beverly personally. You can't do that unless I allow you to. I allow you to. So when it comes to the city, I need the residents to understand this is what's happening. I have 3 projects out there. The funds are there and sitting and waiting. And I don't even have a shovel in the ground. 3-4 years.
I just completed the senior center parking lot. Have you been by there?
The senior parking lot.
Senior center parking lot.
Inside, well, you redid the senior parking lot because that whole facility was done backwards and wrong. That's why. You put the parking lot, it wasn't you. You put the parking lot on the south end where it was just too far for the seniors to walk. Then you had to come back and redo it in the front where it's convenient for the seniors. Now you have 80 to 100 seniors in there every day, packed, crowded in one room, a new building.
Ely Museum parking lot.
Where they don't have enough
Tech Rec
room in the
Center.
building. So what we've
naming
done,
them.
we put aside, pardon me?
I said Tech Rec Center, the Ely parking lot, the Ely Museum parking lot. I can keep naming them. Are these your projects?
I'm sorry.
But just as an FYI, I did put the Ultimate Sports Park project out to bid.
No,
It is
no,
in
no,
queue,
listen.
ready to be
I've
advertised.
been asking you about that for a while. That's why I'm saying I don't really want to come after you because you're only doing what you're told to do.
But just as an FYI, that design is complete. And
Well,
you'll
there's
be-
no movement, honey, in 4 years. So I don't feel any better today because you said there's a design. And I'm not beating you up on purpose because I know your boss will tell you, whichever one that is, move forward or stand still or don't worry about that one right now. It's not important. So I'm not faulting you. But what I'm saying is, I don't know what year the GO bond passed. 2018? Okay, well, the sports Ultimate Park is still sitting there. It's 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sounds like 7 years. Does that sound right? Nothing. Not even a shovel in the ground. But, and these are the things I want you to see. You're hurting Beverly, but you're hurting basically the community, the people. Are you listening, Mr. Harrison? Because at the end of the meeting, I am going to ask to give me an update on these projects in my district, and I'm going to do it every single meeting. The same as what happened with the Blanche Ely parking lot. We purchased the house for like $318,000. The house sat there for 2 years. I had to come in here and beat on Greg Harrison. The first meeting, second meeting, I beat him. The third day, the house was down for the parking lot, which looks really nice. You did a great job, Tammy. No, she did. She really did. But this is what it takes, and then you want to sit up here and you want to give this one credit and that's credit or whatever. I'm working for the people. Mr. Harrison? So there's no way, I don't have it in my spirit to vote against a project like this because this commissioner over here, she knows what her district need, she knows what they want. But the same thing happened at the Herb Skolnick Center just last year or a few months ago. In addition, all this stuff is being done behind the scenes and we sit here and it's like, oh, really? It's beautiful when you walk into Charlottesbury's center. It's absolutely gorgeous. I can't say that for the senior center, it just looked nice. Just something to say, we gave them something, they should be happy. So, yes, I'm going to support this project. I see you have decorative aluminum fence and swing gate and a sliding gate and all the real good things.
Required by code, but yes.
Yeah, we would love to have those over there at the center. So everybody should understand this is how this city works. My projects have been funded. One of them 6 years, 7 years, still sitting there. No movement. And I'm supposed to sit here and act intelligent and nice and whatever. So yes, I will continue to fight for the community, for the people, for what is needed in District 4, which is pretty much slum and blight. But yes, I will definitely support this project. I would dare say no, because the commissioner knows what is needed in her district. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? I've got to ask the question. I seem to recall that I saw some emails or something about Northwest 6th Avenue, that project is in process. And I know that there's been some artwork redone along 6th Avenue. That's part of the whole tactical urban project, I believe. So that is moving forward, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Those are CRA projects.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor.
We've explained to
Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins on several different occasions that Northwest 6th Avenue is a CRA project.
Yes.
Okay.
So is the little park.
Yes.
Okay.
And those are in the process of getting done.
Yeah.
Okay.
2, 3,
Okay.
7 years, right?
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Perkins?
Okay. As Vice Mayor stated earlier, Mayor, I understand, and it's very obvious that you have a very good relationship with the city manager. And whenever somebody speaks the truth, as Mr. Phillips said when he was here, the truth hurts. He doesn't treat you the same way he treats some of us sitting up here. So every time we go after him and tell him the truth, you feel for some reason you need to cover for him. I have projects that have not been done in my district, and here you come behind me and decide, oh, what, didn't we paint some, don't make me say shit, but didn't we paint these things over here? Or did we trim these trees over there? It's District 4. And I don't care how you look at it, I still need those 3 projects done. Yes, it is CRA, thank you. But it came up because I saw this on the agenda for Charlottebury. That's why I brought it up. And I will be bringing it up at the next meeting, CRA as well. So I do understand that. And I do understand how you like to cover. You've been told you do this at the meeting and you do that at the meeting. When this one say this, you do that. I don't do any of that. I'm just straight up for the people. That's it. Simple. A lot of it is not even about politicking for me. It's just trying to get things done and move forward. That's it. But you have people like yourself sometimes can make things so difficult for other people. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was merely asking a question about the project that you brought up. That's all.
No, but you were adding to it as though you didn't do what I asked you to do, but you did some of the other things. Didn't we paint the little fish? I didn't ask you to do that. Don't ever belittle me like that. Don't ever.
Commissioner, I certainly didn't mean.
These are big projects in my district, and they should have been done a long time ago. And for you to come back at me, I do not like it.
Commissioner, I'm not trying to belittle you at all.
Yes, you are.
No.
You talk about painting some fish in my damn district, yes.
That was not my intent at all. I'm sorry you took it that
Well, go
way.
ahead and find something else you feel comfortable with in the Northwest that's done. Go ahead and name something else if that makes you feel good. Go ahead.
I was merely trying to get out there that the project is moving forward, I thought.
What project? What project are you talking about?
The Northwest 6th Avenue project.
Well, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
3
years and you can't complete it?
Okay.
So what do you do something every 6 months or every 9 months? Is that it? It depends on what you're telling staff to do. If it's a rush job, if it's something we want done right away, Greg Harrison, as a city manager, you can demand that. You. And then you wonder, how do I vote and why do I vote the way I do when it comes to your evaluation? 3 of them up here, you give them everything they want, when they want it, the way they want it. I was elected. You were not. Thank you. till you say something else.
Sorry, Commissioner. No, certainly didn't mean to upset you at all, but, you
let
know.
Rhonda go. Come on, Rhonda.
I want nothing but the best for every area of the
Rhonda
city.
go. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Every area of the city.
Well, I'll wait till the mayor recognizes me.
So,
Okay.
I was,
This meeting.
I had no intent to upset or belittle. I certainly did not mean to, and I apologize if it came across that way. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Very good. Further commission discussion?
I just wanted to point out, thank you, Mayor. One of the first official duties was the ribbon cutting in the mid 2019 for the opening of the Bury Center. And this is the connectivity to the community so that the community can access the Bury Center from the neighborhood. They don't have to go out on Federal Highway. And so this has taken 6 years to even get on the map. So it's been budgeted year after year. It's been postponed for a couple of times. And the community is really excited because their kids can ride their bikes.
I'm sure they are.
And come to the community center without having to go on Federal Highway. So it's been a number of years. So you're not the only one that has to wait sometimes, sorry to say. But thank you. That's all I have.
And you don't have to be sorry when you say connectivity. I want all three of my projects to be connectivity to the residents, the people, and myself. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none? Mr. Berman, you want to say something? No? Okay. I saw that hand move. I just wasn't sure.
No, I was putting my head in my hand, actually.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 15 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and AE Excellent Service, Inc. for HVAC maintenance and repair services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Benaventura.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, George Bonaventura, Facilities and Operations Director. This is the second reading of this item, and the resolution remains unchanged. I'm here to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Mr. Berman, just kidding. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 16 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Flowtech Mechanical LLC for as-needed specifically designated HVAC maintenance and repair services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Benaventura.
Again, Mr. Mayor, this is the second reading of this item, and the resolution remains unchanged. I am happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
You're going to move to?
Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 18 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 90 Animals by amending Section 90.39 Retail Sale of Dogs and Cats to modify the definition of hobby breeder for clarification, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Who's oh who?
Oh, this was, sorry, this would be one that I would like to make a motion to postpone to a date certain of 10/28. At the request of, there was an email that went around that they wanted to sort of walk back and forth with Mr. Berman to connect the dots here on some of the things that they agree with and don't agree with, and unfortunately, they just wanted to allow for enough time for that to happen.
What meeting again?
That's the second.
October
Second-
28th?
Yes, it's the second one in October.
the fourth
And
meeting.
that was by request, so just
Fourth meeting in October, 6 o'clock meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to postpone until the October 28th meeting. I guess we're not worried about the animals for the next couple of weeks then.
Just want to get it right.
Uh-huh, okay, well, that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier, Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 19 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a Sixth Amendment to the Agreement for Police Services between the City of Pompano Beach and the Sheriff of Broward County, Florida, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Donovan.
Good evening. Where am I? Who am I? Brian Donovan, Assistant City Manager. This is the first reading of ordinance to extend the BSO contract for 1 year with an annual amount of $64.9 million. That concludes my comments.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Commissioner Fessick.
I only have one thing. I want to thank you for your effort to keep this at what is, a very reasonable number, and to make sure that you did actually hear us. And I want to, I'll give credit where credit is due. And so to our management team, I will say it as a whole, thank you for doing this and working so diligently with BSO to make sure that we have maintained such a fantastic working relationship in honoring being able to learn how we can better work together and making it work in such a friendly and calm and easy way. So I want to say thank you to that, first of all. And then it would be remiss if I didn't say goodbye to Frank, or congratulations to Captain Franks. And even more so, congratulations to, is it now Captain Ryan? All right, it's Captain Ryan who is taking Captain Frank's place in District 1. So look forward to seeing you more on the beach, even more. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. Just for clarification, is this an extension for the study or an extension for the contract itself?
This is an extension for the contract itself.
Okay, great. That's all I need. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Wait.
What, Commissioner Perkins?
One other question. So the study should be completed in 1 year?
No, I think it will be completed a lot sooner than that.
Okay. So
Within
do
the
you have
year,
any idea
so-
where we are? Have they started or?
Yes, they have. Yeah, it's already started. Earl and Greg will be sending out, I think, some communications to you all shortly to kind of lay out the schedule for that.
Okay.
Your
all right.
involvement.
That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 20 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 34, City Policy, Section 34.004, Fees for Public Records Request and Notary Service, by deleting in its entirety and creating Section 30.004, Fees for Public Records Request and Notary Service, to provide for the location of the fee schedule for public records request and notary service, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Alfred.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Kervin Alfred, City Clerk. This ordinance before you tonight seeks to remove the fee schedule from for various services currently provided, such as public records request searches, copy fees, media on disk, and media on USB drive, as well as notary fees from the city's code and place it on the city's website. The aim here is to make it the fee schedule more visible and transparent to the public by having it available online. Any fees currently set forth by Florida statute will remain unchanged. These are fees such as the 15 cents per page that's codified in the state statute. That remains unchanged. I believe it's 15 cents per page and also 20 cents for double-sided. So those fees remains unchanged. We're not altering that. It's only those that we haven't established for to keep up to date with the change in technology and providing for resources upon request by the public. The fee schedule will be presented to the Commission during the second reading of this ordinance. It will be done via resolution to establish the fee schedule and have it posted online for the public to be made aware. Right now, it's buried in the code. We just want to take it out of there. This same procedure was done with other fees of the city. I believe it was done with the building code, if I'm not mistaken, building fees. So we're just keeping in line with that effort to make it more transparent and accessible to the public. See here, just want to check my notes. So yes, the fee schedule will be presented to the Commission during the second reading of this ordinance, and it will align with those of other cities and similar for similar services. That concludes my presentation.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick.
I'm the public records request queen, I think, of Pompano Beach. I think I'm going to steal the crown and run away with it. But I want to make sure, Kervin and I have had Mr. Alford and I have had many conversations about how much time and effort your staff spends, and I want to make sure before we even have any other conversation, I applaud you and your staff for doing an amazing job at literally answering everybody's questions and doing so in as much of a timely fashion as you possibly can. So I want to first say thank you. I have a couple questions related to it. Is there, by taking it out of code and putting it onto the website, is there no way we can continue to put it in both? Or like, what are we changing where the location of it?
Just location of it, really. But also we're removing it from the code, so it allows us to better manage it. Whatever changes that we intend to do will be brought back before the Commission so that they can weigh in on and be aware of it, anything that we're imposing. Just recently, we came before you with the desire of establishing a fee for recordation. We're exploring that to be to provide a convenience for the public to be able to come to City Hall and have certain records recorded that's within means. It's not everything that we will record, but we can help facilitate that effort to get it over to the county, one of which would be the notice of commencement, which is often the document that folks are required to present to the building department before initiating a building permit. So that rather than having to truck down to the county, which is down near Los Olas, they can just simply come to my office and we will coordinate that. We will assess an administrative fee for that convenience, but that's one of the fee items that will be added to the fee schedule.
So I just have if we pull it from code, the question is are the dollars, so they're in the backup, I went and it's just blank, for whatever it says, click or tap here to enter text. So it didn't convey here, so I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. So I actually don't know what our current, I didn't go search late last night, but our existing code, by taking it out of the section, would we then be able to change it more readily as with, I guess, like other cities or, because we'd be able to modify it on the website?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know what some of those costs are right now, or how I know you said they'll come second, but I'd really like to, I'd like to kind of, I think there were kind of, in my opinion, maybe, I think, yes, always list on the website, right? And yes, we should make sure that we're charging appropriate fees. But third, I think we need to look at this as a larger opportunity for using technology in your favor. I say in yours and in ours collectively. So, and trying to keep fees as low as possible because public records should be just that easily accessible. And what I would hate to have happen, which has happened, and several residents have come to me with it being a concern of theirs when they ask for something, that the costs then become, prohibitive in some way, shape, or form. So I'm all for modifying schedules. I just would like to have a little bit larger conversation how we can help you and your office and your team and our residents access information as readily as available, and do so where if we have Zoom calls, it takes almost nothing for that it should be recorded. Mm-hmm. It takes nothing for us to make sure we hit the record button or put that on from a management standpoint, and then they can get that file to you. And that should be something that we do on all meetings that are being held in public forums, that we have the opportunity to do. And I also still firmly believe that any meeting that we do have that's related to budget or whatever, that we try to do it when possible. We have it on air, on camera, recorded, and we do our best to meet that need as well. So therefore, taking, again, the weight off of you to, again, provide additional services at a fee.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, point taken.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 21 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a master subscription and service agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Granicus LLC, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Alfred again.
Yes. Kervin Alfred, City Clerk. Before you tonight is an agreement between the City and Granicus LLC. Currently, the City utilizes Granicus legislative management software, which is Legistar, one of their programs that we use internally, to manage the City Commission agenda and also for 4 of the City's advisory board / committees. That includes the Planning and Zoning, Development Review Committee, Zoning Board of Appeals, and I believe as well the Architectural Appearance Committee. This contract also provides for paperless access to the agenda online and through your iPads that you have before you, that you're using now. Electronic Advisory Board Management is also covered as part of this contract, where members of the public who wishes to be appointed to an advisory board will fill out the application. All of that is covered under this contract with Granicus, along with live and on-demand online video access to broadcast meetings. The city has been under contract with Granicus for their services since 2016. This contract is needed to ensure that my office can continue to deliver city agendas efficiently. The contract is for not to exceed $147,631.81 over the course of 3 years. I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 22 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on July 27th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Joby Ballant, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 23 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on July 27th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to go ahead and nominate Hunter Ohanian in District 1, please.
Hunter Ohanian, District 1, been nominated. Very good. I'll also go ahead and nominate Robert Zipkowski, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, please indicate your selection, either Robert Zipkowski, incumbent, District 1, or Hunter Ohanian, District 1. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Hunter Ohanian.
Commissioner Perkins?
Hunter, whatever the last name is.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Robert Zimkowski.
Commissioner Smith?
Robert Zimskowski.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Hunter Ohanian.
Mayor Harden?
Robert Zipkowski. Very good. All right, let's move on to item number 24 as a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on July 27th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll
Mayor?
Commissioner Fezzik.
I'd like to nominate Brian A. Campbell.
So
Brian Campbell, incumbent, Coral Springs. Very good. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing
I'd
none.
like to Hunter Ohanian.
I'm sorry, what was?
Hunter Ohanian, please. Hunter Ohanian.
Hunter Ohanian, District 1. Very good.
Hey,
Any further nominations?
I'll nominate William Savarese.
Okay. William Savarese, District 3. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. When your name is called, please indicate your selection, either Brian Campbell, incumbent, Hunter Ohanian, or William Savarese. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Hunter Ohanian.
Commissioner Perkins,
Brian A. Campbell.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Brian Campbell.
Commissioner Smith,
Brian Campbell.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
William Savarese.
Mayor Harden.
Brian Campbell.
Mayor, I have a question, and this is related for Kervin for moving forward as we continue to do this.
Sure.
We seem to keep running into this problem, Kervin, where we're many times we go through these agenda items and then it's just it's a 3-3, and then what happens, right? And so, I'm sure there's lovely people who I'm happy to serve, happy to keep serving, and I'm happy for them that they want to be part of the community. How do we fix this, or how would you recommend that we fix this moving forward when we ever have a 3-3 and we just move past this agenda item? If it's like this, can we start grouping them where we all name, the top 5 or something like that, and we all vote on it, or whatever it might be? I think there's 5 of these here. How do we fix it so we don't constantly force you to have to bring it back to us, or just leave it a stall out?
I would have to put more thought to that, Commissioner. The only option that I truly do have is really bringing it back, but I would have to put some thought and come back with
Okay,
a.
thank you. I would like to see us be able to be, it would be a lot faster if we just went, all right, look, there's 5 positions open, let's just each nominate whoever we want, and if we all agree on 5, cool, whatever. Thanks.
Very good. Item 25 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on September 18th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Sala Elrowini, incumbent, District 3. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 26 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Architectural Appearance Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as alternate 1 for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on September 18th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion.
I'm going to go ahead and nominate Hunter Ohanian one last time.
Okay, very good. I'm going to nominate Ray Lebumsky, alternate 1, District 3. Any further nominations for this item?
Fresh air.
Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, indicate your preference. Ray Lebumsky, alternate 1, incumbent, or Hunter Ohanian from District 1. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Hunter Ohanian.
Commissioner Perkins,
Hunter Ohanian.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Ray Lembowski.
bear with me.
Wasn't he
Commissioner
there?
Oh, I'm
Smith,
sorry, I didn't hear you call me.
no.
Ray Lombonsky.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Hunter Ohanian.
Mayor Harden.
Ray Lebumsky. Very good. That takes us up to item 27 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, putting blank to the Sand and Spurs Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Amy Vero Haub, said term to expire April 26, 2026, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second. Mayor?
Moved and seconded for discussion.
Mayor.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
I'd like to nominate Nancy Olson.
Nancy Olson, District 1. Very good. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, let's go back to additional audience to be heard. Do we have anyone still here who has signed up?
I'm not sure if they're still here, but I have the forms before me, and I can call their names, and I don't know if the PA system outside is working, so, but I'll just call the names, and we'll see who comes.
Speak loudly.
I will. David Ventura. David Ventura. Not here. Stephen Kalbanick. Stephen Kalbanick. Not here. Bill Savarese.
Bill Savarese.
Savarese.
Thank you, Bill, for all you've done. Yep.
been Bill Severy's 761 Northeast 8th Street, Pompano. I'm just going to read this. And this is in regards to the state's mandate to paint over street art. I don't know if that's still being demanded of the state, but I prepared a statement in regards to this. I'm an artist that did the street murals here in Pompano Beach. The project consists of 4 large street murals, 8 storm drain murals between here and the Cultural Center. The art is not political in nature. Actually, I agreed not to do anything political. Our asphalt art, public art project does not carry the same emotional charge as, for example, Orlando's Rainbow Crosswalk murals, where the murals have recently been erased, painted over. Their rainbow-colored crosswalk acted as a memorial for the mass shooting that took place at the Pulse nightclub in 2016. The citizens are very upset that the state destroyed their memorial. How could something painted on the street, protected by the First Amendment, memorializing a horrific event that rattled the whole nation, be erased from our history, from our present history? Like Orlando, the Florida Department of Transportation approved the murals I painted here on the streets in Pompano, and I applaud the city that has not cowed down to the extortion the government is exerting on Pompano and other cities refusing to paint over their street art. Threatening to withhold state and federal funding is bullying. We are in compliance with the DOT when the city spent money on these asphalt murals, including the keyboard and guitar crosswalks by the library. While the government has the authority to regulate the use of public streets for traffic control, the First Amendment protects expressive speech, including art, in traditional public forums like sidewalks and streets, provided it does not obstruct traffic or violate reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. The legality of removing art depends on whether the regulation is content neutral and narrowly tailored to a significant government interest. There is no clear case law that I'm aware of where this specific issue has been fought and won in a court. It lies in a gray zone. What doesn't lie in a gray zone is my First Amendment right for free expression, and I respect that the city has, so far, protected my First Amendment right. If painted over, I think the city should sue the state for all the costs associated with these installations and those proceeds towards new public art projects, if we get those monies. In regards to the Orlando Rainbow Crosswalk, Florida State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith's statement is worth repeating. And I quote, "DeSantis didn't enforce a rule or new law. He invented an excuse to just a little bit more. He invented an excuse to punish LGBTQ visibility and draw attention on himself. Nothing in Florida law requires the state to act with such callousness and cruelty. Even the first FDOT's memo stated that they use their discretion to grant exceptions. The state cannot revoke the legal rights of municipalities to administrative appeal and review. That's why cities and residents are fighting back." Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate your artwork and appreciate your statements. I'm bringing that up during our.
And I don't even know where it stands.
I'm bringing that up during commission reports.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Wayne O'Ken. Wayne O'Ken, are you still here? Robert Weisfeld. Yes, I believe he spoke earlier. He's gone. Wendy Weinstein. She's not here. Marilyn DiMartini. She's not here. Jason Fuller. Jason Fuller, are you in the building?
Yep.
Okay.
Come on down. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank
to
you for
everyone
waiting.
in the commission. I am a plaintiff at Jason Fuller, 613 Northwest 16th Ave. That's District 4. I'm a plaintiff in the case against the fraudulent board, Westview Cemetery. I was elected to the legitimate board of the cemetery, and I represent some of the residents of the Northwest community that comprise District 4 and 5. A few observations. I heard that the cemetery office was presented for sale, so you all purchased it. Mayor, you signed it, signed the purchase agreement, among others, through the CRA. You could have said no. It was for sale. Could have said no. whether the cemetery office was an opportunity presented to the city or the CRA or not, doing business with the fraudulent board is just not wise. The community has said what they wanted. The community does not want the fraudulent board that is in place. We've gone to court for that as well and are currently in litigation. It is a community-owned property. Contrary to popular belief, it is not owned by the existing fraudulent board. It is a community-owned property, and so too was the office. The community does not want anything other than the cemetery to be maintained with the new board. The community does not want the city involved, and they stated that several times. It is property owned, again, by the community, just managed by the board. Litigation is in process for the removal of the old fraudulent board, but it seems that the city just keeps doing business with the interim fraudulent board. Those are my observations.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Sonia Finley. Sonia Finley. Eula Foster. Eula Foster. Avi Goldfeather. Avi Goldfeather. Mayor, that concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, our next scheduled meetings, we've got September 15th, 2025 at 6 p.m. That's the first public budget hearing. So that's September 15th at 6 o'clock right here. Followed by September 22nd at 6 p.m. The final budget hearing will be right here. So that's September 22nd, 2025 at 6 o'clock, final budget hearing. Followed by September 23rd, 2025 at 6 p.m., regular City Commission meeting. All right, that takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison, City Manager.
Yes, sir. I believe all of you have one of these cards about clean streets. This is in Commissioner Perkins' district over Blanche Ely, Sanders Park, and Canal Point. That will be on the 18th of September.
They didn't give us. They don't distribute to the rest of us. I guess they only give it to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought all of you got one.
Nope. Only Commissioner Perkins. Nobody cares about the rest of us.
Russ is being stingy. Where'd he go?
Just kidding.
Also from Russ, I have a memorandum here about the 2025-26 solid waste rates. And the rates for the period of that 25-26, they're going up 4.83%. Calculates to a rate adjustment of $1.36 increase in the monthly garbage bill for a single-family resident. Go on record with that. Did all of you get one of these?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to have a grand opening for something that's been planned for a long time, Commissioner Perkins, a long time. And the grand opening is going to be September the 13th. So hope to see all of you there. Trying to find a time on this. Official ribbon cutting and mural dedication is at 11 a.m.
And what is it?
It's the Hive. It's the Black Box Theater.
Very good. Thank you. I wanted to wedge that out of you there.
Yep. Okay. And right at the tail end of Randy Brown's term with us as Utilities Director, he sent me an email saying that our consultants, McCaffrey, Brinson Consulting, helped us obtain a $7.2 million grant for our new deep well.
Right. That's great news.
And the consultants are working on already trying to size up another $7 million for next year. And another event, this is on 9/11 at Founders Park at 6 p.m. There's going to be a Unsung Heroes celebrity ceremony at Founders Park. And Renuka, you've been patiently sitting over there. I want everybody to meet our new Utilities Director, Renuka Mohammed.
Uh-huh. Congratulations.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, the public, very interesting meeting. Lots of healthy discussion from the Commission and from the public. I just want to say I'm very excited to start with the City of Pompano Beach. I'm really looking forward to it and working in the best interest of the utility and the city with a continued commitment to provide the highest level of service in a fiscally responsible manner that serves with transparency, integrity, and respect. And even though this is my third day here, I do want to extend an invitation for if anybody would like to review or tour the facilities and our operations and have any suggestions. I look forward to it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Very good. Thank you, and welcome aboard. Appreciate it.
Just want to say
Mr.
thank you
Fessick?
so much, and I promise you they're not all like this. but I do love, and I'm very excited to tour. I will take a tour to get to know you better and get to see the
I
facility.
look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Very good. All right.
Very good. And last but not least, I believe Alex, where's Alex Goldstein?
All right, Alex.
So
come on down.
The lady walking up here with Alex is Lucinda Grinder, who has been the recipient of a brand new house through OHUI. And it's just one example of a model for leveraging SHIP funds to advance its homeownership development program. And we won this award, 2025 statewide Home Matters Conference.
Congratulations. Great job.
So Lucinda started out, we were going to do some remodeling work on our house, and we found out that the only way to really do it is to tear it down and build a new one. So that's what we've done for her.
All right. Congratulations.
So I had the honor and privilege of attending the annual Florida Housing Conference that's put on by the Florida Housing Coalition and the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And we were one of 3 cities or counties to receive the award this year, so we're pretty proud of that. Proud of our team at OHUI and city leadership. And I'm also proud of and thankful for Sandra King and her team for helping us produce this video that I'm about to show you. But I just wanted to give you some background. It's a very quick video. I know we've been here for a long time, but I think it's well worth it after this meeting that we had today to show you this video. So the demolition reconstruction strategy is what we won this award for. The strategy demonstrates an innovative and impactful use of SHIP funds to address severely substandard housing. This initiative allows the city to replace homes that are unsafe, uninsurable, and beyond repair with new residences that comply with the current building codes. And the result is not only a code-compliant, insurable, and energy-efficient home, but it's also an opportunity for long-term stability, generational wealth building, and an improved quality of life for the families that we serve. So, and with me, like as Mr. Harrison said, this afternoon we have Ms. Lucinda Grinder, who was assisted through this program and who allowed us to document her journey through this program. And I'd like to play a brief video for you that was submitted to the Florida Housing Coalition and Finance Corporation that got us this award.
Cool. There it goes.
So this is the porch. We used to have a washer and dryer here. So I'm Lucinda Grinder. I've been here my whole life. This was the kids' room. Very small. This is the kitchen. All generations from both sides, mother and father, lived here in Pompano my entire life. It meant a lot to me. I was a single mom raising 4 kids. I have 3 daughters and a son that has passed, but 4 kids at the time. And I wanted to make sure that I left an impression on my kids that work hard, you don't depend on anybody, you go get it. Go-getters. I raised go-getters. And so I bought the house. It's a very small house, 583 square feet. You know, a lot of people didn't understand why I bought such a little house. But I had to show my kids, you gotta do something. You can't just, I didn't want to depend on the system. I didn't want to have to depend on welfare. I didn't want to have to live on housing. And so I had to get something to show them that they can build generational wealth through hard work. And so it just kept on snowballing. The blessings just kept coming. Like it was just one thing after another, and every time that there was a roadblock, something else would open up, and every time I thought that something wasn't gonna happen, something opened up again, and then it just kept happening. And then, boom, I got a new house, you know. Psh, thank you. Yeah. I love my city. I just wanted to tell them how grateful my family and I are for the opportunity to be able to be sitting here in this house after all the years of struggle with the kids and not being able to do it, you know, not being able to do it on my own. And then being able to have somebody come in and say, we're gonna do this for you. It means so much. It means a lot. I wish I could have been the one on the bulldozer. I wish I could have been the one to tear down, not out of not being grateful for the house that was there, but just for the progress and for the progression, for if no other reason. And so the new home, it brings value to the community. You know, it brings generational wealth for my family. It brings something for my kids and my grandkids to look forward to. You could tell your kids, you know, you need to work hard and buy your own home and all that. But kids only do what they see you do. They don't do what you tell them to do. And so something like this it helps other people see that, you know, I've worked hard and it just don't seem like I'm gonna make it. And then something comes along, and then it happens. So you just have to put it in the universe. You have to keep doing what you're doing, and God will open those doors for you. That's what it does. This house brings security. It brings safety. I've always loved my city. Love the city of Pompano. Stay engaged with your community. Know what your community offers. Give back to your community. Be appreciative of your community. You know, make sure that you take pride in your community.
Very nice. Yep. I tell you, this is just an example of what Alex, you and Miriam do in your department. I mean, it's transformational. It really is. And thank you for taking part in it. It's great to see the transformation in your home. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to help you. Thank you.
I appreciate my city. I just want to let you guys know that, Ms. Perkins, I love you to death. You're my commissioner. And to all of the commissioners, that you continue to fight for your citizens, because at the end of the day, you may not all agree on everything, but please agree that the citizens are what's important. To the manager, I appreciate you, my mayor, and all of you again. I thank you very much.
Absolutely.
That concludes my report, Mayor.
That's a good way to end it there, Mr. Harrison. Nice work. That's a tearjerker. It really is, that we can make those kind of changes for people. Mr. Berman, can you follow that?
I can, although Mr. Harrison spilled most of my beans already. I have a legal update for you on the PSAF litigation. And you may recall we received approximately $2.3 million several months ago. The first payment in the 3M case, the 3M claim, that was through our outside special counsel that we used, and we were able to obtain them through the assistance of our the utilities consultant. That payment was 2.3. Approximately 10 days ago, we received our second 3M payment for this year, $7,191,261.28. That money is, again, used for rebuilding the water plant and the PSAF chemical problem and to help retain that. Mr. Watson, who I'm surprised has the check he's deposited, I'm surprised he's still in the country after I gave him that check. But in any event, just to let you know, that was payment 1 and 2 we've received from 3M. We have 8 more payments from 3M that are due, 1 per year now, and they will go through 2033. So those amounts I don't know at this point, but they are a little lesser amounts, but they will be taking place over the next 8 years. We also are expecting payments in the, not just 3M, we still have the DuPont claims, the Tyco claims, and the BASF claims. So there will be more, and I will report those when they, or Mr. Harrison will report those, one of us will, when they come in and let you know what's going on with that. So good news for us. And,
Excellent news. Thank you.
Glad we could all share the presentation of that stuff, so we're good.
Yes.
Well, that's the good news. Here's the bad news. Pursuant to, well, not necessarily, but pursuant to Section 447.605 Florida statutes governing public meetings, I, as the attorney for the City of Pompano Beach, am announcing that I desire advice concerning the City of Pompano Beach's Professional Firefighters Local 1549 union contract. I am requesting that we hold an executive session on Tuesday, September 30th in the City Commission Chambers meeting room at a time certain of 10 a.m. or soon thereafter. This session will be private, and the following persons will be in attendance: the mayor and city commissioners, Greg Harrison, city manager, myself as city attorney, and Brian Donovan, assistant city manager, Tracy Lyons, deputy city attorney, and the city's labor council Lindsay Ryder. All 3 of those have been actively involved in the contract negotiations, and that's why they will be in attendance. I'll get with Kervin on posting the notice, and hopefully, this was the date I was given, so hopefully there's availability. Thank you.
Very good. That's September 30th at 10 a.m.
30th at 10 a.m., yes, here.
Right here, under the lights.
No, that'll be in the meeting room.
Very good.
Shade meet, it's not for litigation, it's for contract negotiation.
Right. Very good. All right,
And
thank you,
that concludes
sir.
my report, thank you.
Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
Yes, welcome back, Commission. Happy to see your smiling faces, and have no report.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, City Commission, Commissioner Fessick.
Yay, we're almost done. Okay, I just have a few sort of housekeeping items from during hiatus. The Cypress Lakes Estates Preservation Society, basically Cypress Lakes, they've been wanting to work. They've come in for several meetings, and they've been going back and forth. And I know Mario has been very helpful. I don't know if he's still here or not. Very helpful in working with them. But they have a concern, Mr. Harrison, and would like to just see if we can have somebody enforce the investigation to the problem that Mario has a letter, so he's aware of it. Somebody would enforce the investigation to the problem that they're having, and they're just looking for a resolution and an investigation to what's happening. So without getting into much detail, because it's far too late for that, Mario does have a copy of the letter, and I can make sure that they email you one if you need it. But they've been waiting for a long time to just finally put this thing to rest and find a workable solution for everybody. So that's 1. 2, it was brought up a little bit earlier today about with the trees and things like that, and notification. And it's funny because it was actually brought up from a couple of residents of mine as well, related to McNabb Park being demolished. And aside from the outrage of that, there was outrage about the fact that we have city codes, and if you go for any building department, or if you're getting anything done in your house, we protect our trees. You have to put this little ring around the trees, and then you have to put the wood up, and then safety thing, in order to the trees not to be hurt during that process. And that wasn't followed in this process. And somebody brought it to my attention. They said, well, maybe it was done that way so that nobody would suspect there was something that would be happening there. I don't want that kind of conversation to be part of the narrative that residents come towards me with. And that's the reason why I'm going to and I'll keep this part brief, I would just like to continue to advocate for way advance notice, not 7:25, of that same morning. Whenever they're scheduling the workers, then that's the day that we need to know about it. Or whenever there's a plan, we need to know about it. So I'd like to start to turn that around, and I think that that's our responsibility collectively to enforce that on everything that we do in the city. With that, there also came another sort of concern that has been ongoing since the beginning of our processes. So there's been an ongoing social media and mailers and marketing push, and I am very well versed in all of those things and how to spot them. And I would like to just kind of make sure that we understand that these are our tax dollars being spent to shove the will of some down the throats of all. And when people have concerns or questions, feeling bullied, I am going to specifically say that in the last planning and zoning meeting, I was really, really upset that I had residents that had reached out to me, and I said, if you're really upset about this, go to the meeting. Go to the meeting, make your voice heard, which is exactly what they should be doing. And unfortunately, in that process, one of the folks who sits on the board and who my appointee to the board was publicly shamed for having an opinion that represented those of her neighbors and her own opinion. And publicly shamed by staff. And that's unacceptable to me, because these are volunteers, and while everybody is welcome to their opinion, we want them to bring their opinion to the table and not feel bullied. Right? I have been fairly strong, but you're going to see me get a little bit stronger on this. It is our right to disagree. We can do so respectfully. I will say what I feel is true to say, or I can back up. I have seen from our staff, and Mr. Harrison, I'm looking at you again because from day one when I brought this up, you said, if you're going to blame anybody, blame me, and that way we're not going to put blame on anybody except the shoulders who it squarely resides. And that's because I don't want staff to feel badly or feel like I'm singling them out for any reason. I want to make sure that they understand that I understand the game that is being played at this point, and I am disappointed in it, and I would like for it to change. So this is like the 5th or 6th time I've said this, and I mean it. I mean it. And the personal attacks also need to stop. This is ridiculous. The little foot soldiers we've got going on that are clearly in the know from the email threads, whatever message is being pushed, if it is somehow found out that our consultants are part of this, they need to be terminated, and I will hold you responsible for doing that. Back to something fun now, because it's time for that. I want to congratulate one of our consultants for her new house that she did purchase with her sister, and so even though I questioned how we were selling city property, I want to congratulate her because being a homeowner is exciting, and I know that she has worked her butt off for the city, whether she agrees with me or not, or whether we see eye to eye or not. But I would like to congratulate her on her new home. So, Ms. Peterson. So, like I said, I'm not always negative. I can be positive too, but I am going to say that the narrative needs to stop in a negative fashion. I had the absolute pleasure, now I'm going to go straight to the happy stuff. I had the absolute pleasure of meeting the new owners of Brewfish, which is on McNabb, right at Cypress, and they have, of course, they moved in and sort of took over this business right as we began our McNabb project. So I want to thank city staff because they were very appreciative to all of you when they realized that you helped them and understood that they were new, and you helped to make sure that you worked with them to work around the construction schedule so that they could continue to have access and allow people to have access to visit them, especially while the restaurant was sort of in the newness of their ownership. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank you for truly. This is one of those times where I can say that you guys I always know you're rock stars, but really that made such a huge difference to a brand new business owner and a brand new resident of Florida that I really want to thank you for that. And I want to continue. So if you'd like to go check them out, please do. I had the pleasure of going to the Rotary Club, which I hadn't been in a while, and I would like to also announce that there is, to just save the date for this, there's a Heroes Run, the very first annual Heroes Run, and it's going to be at the pier on November 29th, Saturday, November 29th, at 7 a.m. And if you want to find them on Instagram, it's at South Florida First Responders. They're doing a 1-mile fun run, they're doing a 5K, a 10K, and then they're doing even like a little kids 500-foot dash. We were talking about all different things we could do around the pier. And since it is applicable in this situation, we've heard from Scott Moore, but I would like to formally congratulate him on his role as our new Parks and Recreation Director, and how wonderful it was to hear them gush about him, and we had Chief McGinnis, and just everybody has saying he is just working so well and being so communicative to everybody who talks to him, and I know he's always been that way, but I am very excited to see the energy that he brings to this role and all of the fun things that will be coming our way. Last but not least, I have my next District 1 Dialogues meeting. It will be tomorrow night at Emma Lou Olson Center from 7 to 8 p.m. I mentioned before that this is if you see this on social media, it is about discussing the transitional homes or sober homes. And that has I understand there's a lot of things going on in the neighborhood with that. The intent of this meeting will be short and sweet. We know the problems. We're not going to be negative. We're going to come and we're going to listen to opportunities where we can live and coexist peacefully, and we can find that happy medium. I was actually very pleased to hear from one of the residents that had a great conversation with one of the directors of FAR. And they were horrified, by the way, to find out that some of the issues we've been having at some of those unlicensed homes had never been reported, even though it is part of their process. So I feel like we actually are in a great position, because when they were horrified, they said, we would love to work with you and the city to do whatever we can to make sure that we check up on people who are claiming FAR certification, and we can work together to find that best solution. So that hour is going to be about finding solutions, not about being negative. And then I think that is it. I was happy to see everybody's face. And, Music Under the Stars, can't forget that, Friday. I think we missed, that was the only one you missed, Mr. Harrison. So it's sponsored, of course, by Bryony Pub, and at the Pompano Beach Great Lawn this Friday, September 12th, from 7 to 9. And look forward to seeing you guys out there. Have a great day. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to bring to your attention about the proclamations. In my district, there are a lot of requests for proclamations, especially for funerals and memorials and things of that sort. And I do know that on the proclamation, it's an official, of course, announcement, and it has where the mayor signs at the very bottom. And I wanted to get everybody's opinion on how do you feel about adding all of the commissioners there on the proclamation, along with the mayor signing and approving it, based on where it's going. In other words, everything will remain the same, except that the commissioners and vice mayor names will be added on there. And the reason that I'm suggesting this is that when a family asks me for proclamation, they expect my name to be there. But we didn't receive anything from you, so then I have to go back on my stationery and type something specially for them, because they didn't see my name on the proclamation, and that's quite a bit for me. So I'd like for you all to consider that. What do you think? I don't know whether it's too soon to make a motion upon it. Okay. Any thoughts on it, or any takes on it? A motion to add all of the commissioners' name on the proclamations that are issued. Proclamations are like an official announcement. Add all the names. The mayor would do the same as he has been doing, which is the main signature, but just adding our names on there. This has never been done before, but I think it's a good idea.
I don't have a problem with it.
Yes.
I love that. I love that. Sorry, I was just waiting. I love that idea, because you know what, and I think in a way it would be a great extension, in a way that we are one body, even if we're a crazy family that maybe sometimes disagrees, but at the same time we are one elected body, and if it's residents that we truly serve, I think if they are getting a proclamation with a date and a time on it, then it would be a lovely addition to have everybody included and still have, and then that way it's also something that they can keep as a memorial or a
Yeah, that makes good sense. I have everybody listed on there, that's fine. But I think we also, I mean, since you brought it up, also, we probably ought to do that on everything that goes out as far as advertising for the city. As far as any, you know, the Hive, if anybody's name goes on something, everybody's name ought to be on it.
I love that.
Yeah, everybody, on everything.
I think that's a good idea. So do I need to make a motion, or we all agree?
We all, I mean,
agree.
Mr. Berman?
Well,
We
do you
all
have a
agree.
problem
Need
with
a
it?
motion?
Commissioner?
No, I'm asking the city attorney, do I need a?
Are we good?
Yay.
Yay.
Correct.
Call it a night means I'm done. I just have two more things. Can I get the Public Works Department to basically patch some holes in on 6th Avenue, those roundabouts? They are supposed to come out, but in the meantime, they're just damaging a lot of vehicles with the bricks or blocks coming up out of the ground. Can you take care of that, somebody from Public Works?
He's over there.
Oh, okay. And also, don't forget about the E. Pat Larkin Center. Every day, Monday through Friday, from 9 to 5. Supervisor of Elections Office is there from 9 to 5, every day, Monday through Friday. So anything you need to do there as far as absentee ballots or change of address or last name or whatever, someone is always there to assist you at the E. Pat Larkin's Center. And last but not least, Major Elwood, I would like to see you after the meeting to discuss with you about Pan. They're having quite a few burglaries in my district, so if you just stay a little bit after the meeting, and I think that's it. Yes, that's it for me. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just get clarification on that? Because I can't hear you at the microphone. When you're saying, are you saying just the names or signatures? What
No,
are we talking about?
Just their name, and the mayor would continuously to sign as he.
Okay,
yeah.
just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Thank you.
Yes, just thank you.
It's official, you know, action of the entire commission. Yeah. Commissioner Seeger-Sabitan.
Just one thing, I want to remind everyone, the Crest Haven Civic Association will be meeting on Thursday evening at 7 o'clock at the Charlotte Burry Center. And I wish everyone a lovely evening. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Smith.
Right. Positive tonight at the meeting was all the great comments about what we do for the swim team. So the Parks and Recs, kudos again. You guys are the winner tonight with all the recognition that you've received and just great comments about the swim team and how we're probably saving lives. I had longer announcements to make. I'll make one of them next time, but this one's important because it's a follow-up to something Mr. Harrison presented. And this is, I asked Alex Goldstein to tell me what affordable housing assist we've done in the city for the last 12 months. And we have done, I'll give you some counts and numbers, we've done emergency repairs, exterior weatherization, first-time home buyers, housing rehab, new construction, and we met that one, reconstruction, rent, and utility deposits. In total for the city, we've helped 114 people to a tune of $5,176,000. And in District 1, we've helped 2 people and for $47,009. In District 2, we've helped 20 people, $580,800. District 3, we've helped 22 people, $280,951. District 4, we've helped 55 people, $3.1 million. And District 5, we've helped 15 for $1.70. So, Alex, your team is just doing such fabulous work in our city, and we thank you for all of your work. And for those that are listening to the recording, if you're interested in applying for any of the programs, go to the city's OHUI website, and under Housing Rehabilitation tab is the instructions on how to get assistance. And I'll also be posting this in my newsletter. My second announcement, I'll do it next meeting, but I always have to do a positive quote, and tonight is from Dr. Seuss. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins?
Excuse me, just before you go, I appreciate you bringing up the fact about affordable housing. It depends on how you look at affordable housing. It's still the #1 request in my district because people are looking for some place to live that they can afford, of course. So I enjoyed your breakdown. That was very nice. That was very cordial. But what I would like to advise you to do, you're going to have to do more to help Collier City, especially McNair Park, because I'm already stretched, and I'm always over there. When they call me, I have to go. But you just got to do a little bit more in the Collier City area, and especially at the McNair Park, because I met with staff there about a month ago, maybe with some of the conditions and things that need to be done at that park that needs to be repaired. So if you could stay on top of that, that would help me out a lot as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I only have a couple things. I hope all the kids got back to school okay. I have been spending some time at Pompano Middle and Pompano Elementary. We have A and B schools in my district now, which I'm happy about, and I do see Bill Severy still here, so I want to take a moment to thank him for the contribution he made to Cypress Elementary in the last couple of weeks. I was over there meeting with the administration, and they had this garden area with this blank wall, and they said, man, we would love some art on this wall, and Bill answered the call. And I was just asking if he knew anyone who would do it, but he actually stepped up and did it. And now they have this beautiful mural of their mascot, the owls, and it is really special. And I know the kids absolutely love it. So thank you so much, Bill, for adding that to the school and the kids and helping the community. It really is about things like that. I had another resident who I met at early voting who went and repotted a plant that he found outside of Emmalou because he walked his dog every day and there was like this broken pot and it bothered him. And I mean, it's the little things that people do in our city because they care about the community that I think keep a lot of us going up here. It's those uplifting moments of the residents showing how much they love the city, which keeps us inspired. So thank you to everyone for all the little things that you do that go unnoticed to help out your communities. I want to also say thank you to Captain Franks and congratulate him on his new role as the chief in Tamarack. I wish him luck with that. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the capital projects in the district, the pickleball courts that are going in, the bridge, but I will get updates from the city and put that in my newsletter. We will resume community meetings this month at the American Legion. It's scheduled for September 24th, so it's always the fourth Wednesday at 7 p.m. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice. I'll be brief, but first off, big shout out. We had a great event over at the Station 52, named in honor of Woody Portier, the city's first black firefighter. We were all there. It was great event. Well-deserved naming for, like I said, the city's first black firefighter, former city commissioner, overall great guy, and that station will wear that name forever, which is very, very worthy. Now I want to bring up the item that I mentioned to Mr. Savarese I was going to bring up. We have been, I don't know if you guys are aware, but we have gotten notification from FDOT. They are after our street art. And in case you didn't know, there's really two parts to it. One is the crosswalks that were mentioned, the musical notes, and also the piano keyboard. So that's part of it. But then also the stuff that Bill did, which was in the middle of the street right out here, the geometric shapes. And also the drainage, around the drainage areas, that artwork there. And that was actually done by, I think we had the Moreland Academy. Their kids came out and helped paint that stuff. Well, FDOT in their ultimate wisdom has said it's got to go. And we've gotten a couple of letters that were addressed to Mr. Harrison. I was CC'd on them. And we've been discussing this kind of stuff, and we responded back that we were asking for a special dispensation. They said no, but we've got an informal hearing coming up in Orlando, which, Mr. Berman is planning on going to, I believe, along with some other city staff, if there is some consensus amongst the commission to move forward and try and push this issue a little further. That street art out there, it actually was paid for part by the city through our public art program, but also we got a grant from the Community Foundation of Broward to help pay for that. I mean, so it's not just us. And as Mr. Savarese was talking about, our artwork is non-confrontational. I get it. Okay, some people have some issues with some other types of street art, but ours, it's freedom of expression. So I think we should push this. I know there's other communities right now that are talking about filing suit over this stuff, which we're not to that stage yet. But I think we should encourage the city to pursue all avenues to try and keep what we've got. FDOT, they've threatened to, they say, well, you can have an informal hearing, but no matter what, our ruling stands. You've got to get rid of it, or we'll get rid of it and bill you guys. Well, that's the kind of draconian measures that they've come out with. But I think we should pursue it. And like I said, I'm not saying we should commit to a lawsuit at this point in time versus the FDOT, because you never want to punch somebody in the nose if you don't have to, because these folks, they participate with us as far as grant funding and everything else. And of course, the higher up the political ladder you go, the more dangerous it is to have somebody who is against you. And yeah, we've got appropriations that come through the legislature which get knocked out with a veto pin sometimes. But this is an important matter. It really is. And I think that the more communities that push back on this, I think we can hopefully reach some kind of an agreement where we won't have to get rid of all of it. But I didn't want to just tell Mr. Berman to go do this, because if the commission pulled the rug out from underneath the whole thing, then it would be a waste of time. But Mr. Berman wants to chime in here.
Just want to let you know, Delray got their decision, and Key West, they both were denied. We have pretty much the same legal arguments. So if we get denied, I come back. I don't want you to think any less of me, but we'll still give it that college try if you would like us to do that.
Yes.
But the denial in and of itself is a step along the journey, perhaps, and it's it'll get us. We got to go through this step before we can do anything else. And so yeah, so I think it's important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
When is the hearing?
The hearing is, what is it? But it was 16th, September 16th. Yeah, and it's up in Orlando. So yeah, Mark and a few other people are going to be going. Yes.
You want us to go? Don't answer that.
We actually have to go up because it's early morning. We have our meeting that night, and I think it's the first budget or and then we'll hit the road and be there fresh and ready to attack in the morning.
So very good. I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of this before. I don't want to.
Can we get a copy of that letter?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you for bringing that up, because I can tell you, we have such a great community. We have such a great cultural arts department, and there's so many great artists in the city. And by the way, thank you again. But I will fully support that. And if any artists want to reach out, I think I have an idea that maybe we can, if we are forced to get rid of it, I have a few ideas of how we can sort of maybe get everybody together and actually celebrate artists together. And we'll yank in our Parks and Rec and Cultural Arts Committee, and I'll come meet with you guys separately. But I want to support the arts. We need to do that. The kids need it. We need it. It's one thing we can all agree, whether you like it or hate the actual artwork. The creative juice is flowing, and it's important. So.
And actually, there's been studies done on this asphalt art stuff that it actually is safer. It's safer to have this stuff in place. It shows a reduction in crashes, reduction in pedestrian injuries if you have this stuff. It doesn't talk about if it's a rainbow crosswalk or if it's geometric shapes. It's just having the art on the pavement makes it safer. So how can FDOT, I don't know how they can sit there with a straight face and say, yeah, no, get rid of it, when they're all about safety. But I know they do, and they can. Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you for that input.
Mayor?
I appreciate it. Mr. Alfred.
Yes, I was hoping, going back, since we're late, I'm hoping that our commission would consider Going back to the Architectural Appearance Committee appointments, if it's possible, if the commission would agree, we have an incumbent, that's Robert Zakowski, and then we have the desire to, I see the repeated desire of appointing Hunter Orion. We have an incumbent, we have a regular member seat, and Robert has been serving quite a bit. Mr. Orion hasn't, he's interested, obviously. We have an alternate position. We can perhaps be able to put him in there if the commission so desire. What I'm asking if there's any consideration to maybe retain Mr. Roberts, since he's been serving, has a tenure on the board, has knowledge. We can put him on the regular seat and perhaps consider Mr. Orion for the alternate position.
I think you need to bring it back on a future agenda.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a great way to, that's a great solution, Kervin. Thank you.
Very good. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.